Die Waffen des ehrbaren Handwerks Superior Glokta stand in der Halle und wartete. Er streckte seinen verdrehten Hals erst zur einen, dann zur anderen Seite, bis er das gewohnte Knacken hörte und die vertrauten Schmerzfinger die verknoteten Muskeln zwischen seinen Schulterblättern packten. »Wieso mache ich das, wenn es mir doch jedes Mal weh tut? Wieso fordern wir den Schmerz heraus? Lecken am Geschwür, reiben an der Schürfwunde, kratzen am Schorf? Nun?« fauchte er. Die Marmorbüste am Fuß der Treppe strafte ihn mit schweigender Verachtung. »Davon bekomme ich auch sonst schon genug.« Glokta schlurfte davon, seinen nutzlosen Fuß über die Fliesen nachziehend, und das Klappern seines Stocks hallte von der hoch über ihm schwebenden, stuckverzierten Decke. Unter den großen Edelleuten des offenen Rates war Lord Ingolstadt, der Besitzer dieser überdimensionierten Halle, ein eher kleines Licht. Das Oberhaupt einer Familie, von dem sich das Glück im Lauf der Jahre abgewandt hatte und dessen Reichtum und Einfluss beinahe völlig dahingeschmolzen waren. Und je kleiner der Mann, desto größer seine Anmaßung. Wieso begreifen sie es nie? Kleine Dinge sehen in einem großen Rahmen noch unbedeutender aus. Irgendwo in den Schatten wirkte eine Uhr ein paar nachlässige Schläge hervor, schon recht spät. Je kleiner der Mann, desto länger lässt er auf sich warten. Aber ich kann geduldig sein, wenn ich muss. Auf mich warten keine atemberaubenden Bankettle, keine begeisterten Menschenmengen, keine schönen Frauen. Das ist vorbei. Dafür haben die Gurkissen gesorgt, in der Dunkelheit unter den Gefängnissen des Imperators. Er drückte seine Zunge gegen das leere Zahnfleisch und keuchte, als er sein Bein verlagerte, die Nadelstiche von dort bis in den Rücken schossen und sein Augenlid zu zucken begann. Ich habe Geduld. Das ist das einzig Gute daran, wenn jeder Schritt zur Qual wird. Man lernt schnell, vorsichtig aufzutreten. Die Tür neben ihm öffnete sich abrupt und Glokta warf den Kopf herum. Dabei versuchte er sein Bestes, nicht das Gesicht zu verziehen, als seine Halswirbel knackten. Lord Ingolstadt stand in der Tür, ein breiter, väterlich wirkender Mann mit gerötetem Gesicht. Er setzte ein freundliches Lächeln auf, als er Glokta ins Zimmer bat. Als ob ich ihm einen Anstandsbesuch abstattete, noch dazu einen willkommenen. »Bitte entschuldigen Sie, dass ich Sie habe warten lassen, Superior. Ich hatte so viele Gäste, seit ich in Adua angekommen bin, dass ich gar nicht weiß, wo mir der Kopf steht. Hauptsache, er ist noch dran.« So viele Gäste. Gäste mit gewissen Angeboten, davon bin ich überzeugt. Angeboten für ihre Stimme. Angeboten für ihre Hilfe bei der Wahl des nächsten Königs. Aber mein Angebot, so denke ich, werden Sie kaum ablehnen können. Darf ich Ihnen einen Schluck Wein anbieten, Herr Superior? Nein, Lord Ingolstadt, vielen Dank. Glokta humpelte unter Schmerzen über die Schwelle. Ich bleibe nicht lange. Auch ich habe sehr viele Dinge, um die ich mich kümmern muss. Wahlen manipulieren sich nicht von selbst, müssen Sie wissen. Natürlich, natürlich. Bitte setzen Sie sich. Ingolstadt ließ sich schwer in einen Sessel fallen und deutete auf einen zweiten. Glokta benötigte einen Augenblick, um es sich halbwegs bequem zu machen. Er ließ sich vorsichtig auf das Polster sinken und schob dann die Hüften hin und her, bis er eine Haltung gefunden hatte, in der sein Rücken nicht ständig schmerzte. »Und was wünschen Sie mit mir zu besprechen?« »Ich komme im Auftrag von Erzlektor Sult. Ich hoffe, Sie werden es mir nicht verübeln, wenn ich es rundheraus sage, seine Eminenz wünscht Ihre Stimme.« Die schweren Gesichtszüge des Edelmannes verzogen sich in vorgetäuschter Verwunderung. Sehr schlecht vorgetäuscht im Vergleich. »Ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob ich Sie recht verstehe. Meine Stimme, hinsichtlich welcher Angelegenheit?« Glokta wischte sich ein wenig Feuchtigkeit aus dem Augenwinkel. »Müssen wir denn hier einen derart würdelosen Tanz aufführen? Sie haben dafür nicht die Statur und ich nicht die Beine.« »Hinsichtlich des nächsten gekrönten Hauptes, Lord Ingolstadt.« »Ah, das, ja, das. Idiot. Superior Glokta, ich hoffe, ich enttäusche weder Sie noch seine Eminenz, einen Mann, für den ich den höchsten Respekt empfinde.« Ingolstadt neigte übertrieben dienstbeflissen den Kopf. »Aber ich muss Ihnen sagen, dass ich es mit meinem Gewissen nicht vereinbaren kann, mich in irgendeine Richtung beeinflussen zu lassen. Mir ist bewusst, dass man mir, wie allen Mitgliedern des offenen Rates, ein heiliges Vertrauen ausgesprochen hat. Ich bin verpflichtet, für den Mann zu stimmen, der mir von allen hervorragenden Männern als der am besten geeignete Kandidat erscheint.« Er schloss den Satz mit einem höchst selbstzufriedenem Lächeln. Eine hübsche Rede. Ein Dorfdepp hätte sie ihm vielleicht sogar abgekauft. Wie oft habe ich solche oder ähnliche Worte in den letzten Wochen gehört. Erfahrungsgemäß sollte nun das Feilschen folgen, die Diskussion darüber, wie viel ein derart heiliges Vertrauen wert ist, wie viel Silber ein gutes Gewissen aufwiegt, wie viel Gold eine Verpflichtung aufzulösen vermag. Aber ich bin heute nicht in Stimmung, lange zu verhandeln. Glokta zog seine Augenbrauen in die Höhe. »Ich gratuliere Ihnen zu Ihrer edlen Haltung, Lord Ingolstadt. Wären nur alle so charakterfest wie Sie, dann lebten wir in einer besseren Welt. Eine wirklich edle Haltung. Vor allem, wenn man bedenkt, dass Sie so viel zu verlieren haben. Tatsächlich sogar alles, würde ich sagen.« Er verzog gequält das Gesicht, als er seinen Stock in die andere Hand nahm und sich mit schaukelnden Bewegungen auf die Kante des Stuhls vorarbeitete. »Aber ich sehe schon, dass Sie sich nicht umstimmen lassen, und von daher will ich mich verabschieden.« »Was meinen Sie damit, Herr Superior?« Dem Edelmann stand nun die Besorgnis auf dem fülligen Gesicht geschrieben. »Nun, Lord Ingolstadt, Ihre korrupten Geschäfte.« Die rosigen Wangen des Lords hatten ein Gutteil ihrer frischen Farbe verloren. »Da muss ein Irrtum vorliegen.« »Oh nein, das kann ich Ihnen versichern.« Glokta ließ einen Packen Dokumente aus der Innentasche seines Mantels gleiten. »Sie werden oft in den Geständnissen ranghoher Tuchhändler erwähnt, verstehen Sie?« Er hielt die knisternden Seiten hoch, sodass sie beide die Papiere sehen konnten. »Hier werden Sie, und das sind nicht meine Worte, als Komplize genannt. Und hier als hauptsächlicher Nutznießer eines höchst unerquicklichen Schmuddelgeschäfts. Und hier wird Ihnen auffallen, und mir ist es wirklich unangenehm, Sie darauf hinzuweisen, dass Ihr Name und das Wörtchen Verrat in unmittelbarer Nähe zueinander auftauchen.« Ingolstadt sank zurück auf seinen Stuhl und setzte sein Glas klappernd auf dem Tisch neben sich ab, wobei eine beachtliche Menge Flüssigkeit auf das polierte Holz schwappte. »Oh, das sollten wir aber aufwischen, sonst bleibt ein ganz hässlicher Fleck, und manche Flecken lassen sich nie wieder abreiben.« Seine Eminenz, fuhr Glokta fort, der sie zu seinen Freunden zählt, konnte ihren Namen zum Nutzen aller Beteiligten aus dem Beginn dieser Untersuchung heraushalten. Er versteht durchaus, dass sie versuchen, die unglückliche Wendung umzukehren, die das Schicksal ihrer Familie genommen hat, und er bringt ihnen wirklich Mitgefühl entgegen. Wenn sie ihn jedoch in dieser Sache bei dieser Wahl enttäuschen würden, könnte dieses Mitgefühl schnell erschöpft sein. Verstehen Sie, was ich meine? »Ich denke doch, ich habe klar und deutlich ausgesprochen.« »Ich verstehe«, krächzte Ingolstadt. »Und löst sich das Gefühl der Verpflichtung nun ein wenig?« Der Edelmann schluckte, und die Farbe war ganz aus seinem Gesicht gewichen. »Ich möchte seiner Eminenz natürlich in jeder Hinsicht zu Diensten sein, aber die Sache ist so. Was denn jetzt noch? Ein verzweifeltes Angebot? Ein letzter Versuch der Bestechung? Vielleicht gar ein Appell an mein Gewissen? Ein Vertreter von Kronrichter Marovia kam gestern zu mir, ein Mann namens Harlan Morrow.
Er machte mir gegenüber durchaus ähnliche Ausführungen und durchaus ähnliche Drohungen. Glokta runzelte die Stirn. Hat er das tatsächlich? Marovia und sein kleiner Wurm, immer einen Schritt voraus, und wenn nicht, dann stets nur einen Schritt hinter uns. Ein schriller Ton schlich sich in Ingolstadts Stimme. »Was soll ich denn tun? Ich kann Sie nicht beide unterstützen. Ich werde Adua verlassen, Herr Superior, und nie zurückkehren. Ich werde mich der Stimme enthalten.« »Das werden Sie wirklich nicht tun«, zischte Glokta. »Sie werden so abstimmen, wie ich es Ihnen sage. Marovia kann gehen.« »Noch mehr nachbohren? Es ist ja eklig. Aber was sein muss, muss sein. Sind meine Hände nicht ohnehin schon bis über die Ellenbogen beschmutzt? Wenn Sie sich jetzt durch noch 1 oder 2 weitere Kloaken wühlen müssen, macht das kaum einen Unterschied.« Er senkte die Stimme zu einem öligen Schnurren. »Ich habe gestern im Park Ihre Töchter beobachtet.« Das Gesicht des Edelmannes war nun wachsbleich. 3 unschuldige Mädchen, fast schon junge Frauen, alle nach der neuesten Mode gekleidet und eine hübscher als die andere. Die jüngste ist sicher gerade erst 15? 13, krächzte Ingolstadt. »Ah.« Glokta zog die Lippen zurück und offenbarte sein zahnloses Lächeln. »Sie erblüht früh. Sie haben Adua noch nie zuvor besucht, wenn ich mich nicht irre?« »Nein, das haben Sie nicht.« Ingolstadt flüsterte beinahe. »Das dachte ich mir. Ihr Entzücken und Ihre Begeisterung bei Ihrem Spaziergang durch die Gärten des Agrions waren ausgesprochen liebreizend. Ich wette, dass Sie den Blick eines jeden Junggesellen auf Freiersfüßen in der Hauptstadt auf sich gezogen haben.« Er ließ sein Lächeln willentlich verblassen. It would break my heart, Lord Ingolstadt, if such delicate creatures were suddenly sent to England's harshest penal camps, to places where beauty, origin, and gentle nature attract a completely different and much less desirable kind of attention. Glokta visibly and deliberately shivered as he slowly leaned forward to whisper, "I wouldn't wish this life on a dog." And all because of the intransigence of a father who certainly had the means to spare them these fate. But my daughters, they have nothing to do with it. We are choosing einen neuen King. Everyone has something to do with it. Verpels, that's a little harsh, but in hard times you need a hard attitude. Glokta struggled to his feet, and his hand, clenched tightly around the grip of his stick, trembled with effort. Ich werde His Eminence know that he can count on your vote. Ingolstadt suddenly collapsed completely, like a punctured wineskin. Ließ seine Schultern schlumpfen und Horror und Hoffnungslosigkeit slackente seine features. "But the Lord Chief Justice," he whispered, "have you no pity?" Glokta could only shrug. "I once did. As a boy, I was so soft-hearted it was almost foolish. Back then, I swear, I cried when I saw a fly in a spider-web." He flinched as he turned to the door, and a violent cramp seized his leg. Constant pain, however, has driven that out of me. It was a small, intimate gathering, but this company hardly invited thoughts of warmth and comfort. Superior Goyle stared at Glokta across the huge round table in the huge round office. His watchful eyes were like buttons in seinem bonigen face. And they hardly expressed tender feelings, if I'm not mistaken. His Eminence the Archlector, head of His Majesty's Inquisition, however, had his attention fixed on another point. 320 Sheets Papier wären pinned an das buldige Wall, taking up almost halb their entire surface. Und ein für jedes große Herz in unserem noblen Open Council. They rustled softly in der slight draft der Bliesen von der großen Fenstern. Fluttering little papers für fickle little voices. Each sheet was marked with einen Name. Lord Dings, Lord Bums, Lord So-and-so. Große Men und schmale Men. Men cuya opinions hardly anyone cared about, bis Prince Reinhard fiel essan Bett und strahl ins Grab. Many of the sheets waren in einer Corner mit einem Dart-Colorator-Wachs. Some had 2 or even 3 marks. Alliances. How werden sie voten? Blau für Lord Brock, Rot für Lord Isher, Black für Marovia, Weiß für Sult und so weiter. Alles das auf Goss kann natürlich ändern, von einem Tag auf den anderen, je nachdem wie der Wind bläst. Darunter waren ein paar Linien in kleinem, cramped Schrift. Zu klein für Glokta zu lesen von seinem Sitz, aber er wusste, was es da wirklich stand. Wife used to work in a disreputable profession. Has a weakness for young men. Drinks more than is good for him. Killed a servant in anger. Has gambling debts he cannot pay. Secrets, rumors, lies. Die Wapens of einen horrible trade. 320 Namen und allmehr nach dirtig little stories to dig up, use und deploy in unseren Favor. Politics. Truly the stage of the righteous. So, why am I doing this? Why? Der Archlektor, however, hat andere, mehr pressendere Konzerne. Brock ist noch in der Führung, grummelte er sullend, starren auf die rustlemen Papiere, seine weißgefloschenen Hände geklast hinter dem Rücken. Er hat ungefähr 50, mehr oder weniger sicher. As secur als an Bustitel in diesen unsicheren Zeiten. Isher ist nicht weit hinter, er kann unitieren 40 oder mehr voten. Skald hat rezent gewonnen, als wir wissen. Ein unerwartet unskrupelloser Mann. Er hat die Delegation von Starikland mehr oder weniger in seiner Hand und das allein könnte ihm 30 Voten geben. Darisin kommt etwa auf demselben Nummer. Das sind die 4 Main-Kandidaten, als es steht. Aber wer weiß, vielleicht lebt der König noch ein Jahr und bis zur Elektion werden wir uns alle umgebracht haben. Glokta hatte zu verbreiten einen Grins an den Gedanken. Der prinzliche Kreis wäre voll von splendend gekleideter Korpse, unter ihnen alle große Noblen und die 12 Mitglieder des geschlossenen Council, jeder im Rücken erstochen. Die unangenehme Wahrheit hinter der Art der Regierung. »Hab ihr des Sprechen mit Huygen?« Sult schnappte. Goyle schlug seinen Kopf mit seinem finnenden Haar um und sandte einen brennenden Blick voll von Ärger und Anordnung gegenüber Glokta. Lord Huygen ist noch unter der deludeten Annahme, dass er selbst unser nächster King werden könnte, even more, dass er kaum mehr als 12 Sitze kommandiert. Er hatte keine Zeit für unser Angebot, als er so beschäftigt war, um ein paar mehr Voten zu sichern. Vielleicht wird er in einer Woche oder 2 mehr rätlicher geworden sein. Dann könnte er mehr zu unserer Cause bringen, aber ich würde nicht darauf wetten. Es ist eher wahrscheinlich, er defekt zu Isha. Die beiden haben alle, das er war, allzu groß gefunden. How nice, Sult hisst. Was ibert Ingolstadt? Glokta stierte in seinem Sitz. Ich präsentierte Ihnen unser Ultimatum in einem sehr drastischen Manier, Your Eminence. Dann können wir auf seinen Vote zählen? How best to put it? Ich kann nicht mit absoluter Sicherheit. Lord Chief Justice Marovia durch seinen Mann Harlan Morrow war unverwirklich etwelche Drohungen aufstellen. Morrow? Ist das nicht einer von Hoffs Little Sykophanten? Apparent hat er in Rang gestiegen oder gefallen, depending on your perspective. Er könnte dealt werden. Goyles Gesicht hatte einen most repulsiven Ausdruck. Man könnte. Nein, Sult schnappte. How ist es, Goyle, dass ihr wollt einen Problem immer an der Augene eliminieren? Wir müssen uns sehr vorsichtig am Moment voranbrechen und uns als rätliche Personen zeigen, offen für Negozieren. Er stellte sich an das Fenster. Der breite Sonnenschein machte der große Gemstein auf dem Ring er trug durch sein Amt Flaschen auf seinem Finger. Und in der Mitzeit tut niemand keinen Gefallen, dieses Land zu führen. Taxen werden nun noch nicht mehr erhoben, Crimes nun noch nicht mehr gestraft. Dieser Skaunder, genannt der Tanner, dieser Demagoge, dieser Träter, spricht öffentlich in den Markten und fordert Rebellion. Jeder Tag gehen mehr Farmer nach Hause und werden Banditen, stehlen und anderen Schaden anrichten. Chaos ist spräden evere wahr und wir haben nicht die Mittel zu bekämpfen et. In Adua sind nur 2 Regimenter leift und die sind kaum genug, um La und Ordnung in der Stadt zu halten.
Who knows if one of our noble lords will not tire of waiting and decide to crown himself prematurely? I would certainly consider that possible. Will the army return from the north soon? Goyle asked. Hardly. That fool, Marshal Burr, has been camped before Dunbreck for 3 months, giving Befford ample time to redeploy his troops behind the Whiteflow. Who knows when he will complete his mission, if he ever succeeds? We have spent months destroying our own fortress. One almost wishes we had put less effort into building it. 25 votes. The Archlector cast an angry glance at the rustling papers. 25, and Morovia already has 18? We're barely making progress. For every vote we gain, we lose one elsewhere. Goyle leaned forward a little. Perhaps, Your Eminence, it is time to turn to our friend from the university once more. The Archlector let out an angry hiss, and Goyle hastily closed his mouth again. Glokta looked out the large window and pretended not to have heard anything unusual. The 6 crumbling turrets of the university dominated the view from up here. But what could one possibly find there? What could the Adepti offer amidst the decay and dust? Salt gave him no time to think about it. I will speak with Huygen myself. He tapped a finger hard against a sheet. Goyle, write to Lord Governor Meade and seek his support. Glokta, you arrange a meeting with Lord Wetterlant. He must finally show his true colors. And now, out with both of you. Sult turned away from the sheets with their secrets and fixed his hard, blue eyes firmly on Glokta. Out with you, and go. Get me votes. Chieftainship. Very cold night, cried the dogman, and it should be summer now. The 3 men looked up. The one closest to him was an old man with gray hair and a face that showed it had often been exposed to the weather. The man directly behind him was younger, and he was missing his left arm below the elbow.
The third was still a boy, standing at the end of the jetty and looking out at the dark sea. Huntsman pretended to limp heavily as he walked over to them. He dragged one leg and grimaced as if in pain. Then he stepped under the lamp that hung from a tall pole next to the warning bell and lifted the jub so that they could all see it. The old man grinned and leaned his spear against the wall. "It's always cold down here by the water." He came closer and rubbed his hands. "Good thing we have you to keep us warm, eh?" "Yeah, we're all lucky then." Huntsman pulled the stopper from the clay jug and let it dangle as he took a mug and poured a drink. "No need to be shy, eh, lad?" "That's certainly not it." Huntsman continued to pour. The one-armed man had to put down his spear before taking his mug. The boy came closer last and watched Huntsman warily. The old man nudged him in the ribs with his elbow. "Are you sure your mother wouldn't mind you drinking with us here, lad?" "Who cares what she says?" the addressed one growled, trying to make his high voice sound rough. Huntsman handed him a mug. "If you're old enough to carry a spear, then I'd say you're old enough to drink." "I'm old enough," the little one retorted fiercely, snatching the mug from Huntsman's hand, but he shuddered as he drank from it. Huntsman remembered his first sip, after which he had felt truly miserable and wondered why everyone made such a fuss about the stuff, and he smiled inwardly. The boy probably thought they were making fun of him. "Who are you anyway?" The old man looked at Huntsman placatingly. "Don't mind him. He's still so young he thinks he can earn respect through rudeness." "It's fine," said Huntsman, who now poured himself a drink and then set the jug down on the stones. He took his time to consider his next words and make sure he didn't make a mistake. "My name is Craig." He had once known a man by that name who had died in a skirmish up in the mountains. Huntsman hadn't liked him much, and he didn't know why that name suddenly came to mind, but one was as good as another, he thought. He meaningfully patted his thigh. "Someone stabbed me in the leg at Dunbrick, and it won't heal properly. Can't march anymore. The days when I could hold a position are probably over. That's why my chief sent me here to keep watch with you by the sea." He looked out over the water, which rippled and sparkled in the moonlight as if alive. "But I can't say I'm sorry. To be honest, I've seen my share of fights. At least that wasn't a lie." "I know how you feel," said the one-armed man, making a gesture towards Huntsman with his stump. "How are things up there?" "Pretty good. The Union is still holed up in front of their own walls, trying to get in at all costs, and we're sitting on the other side of the river, waiting for them. It's been like that for weeks." "I heard some lads defected to the Union. Old Drybaum, they said, was up there and got killed in that battle." "He was a great man, Rudd Drybaum," said the old man. "A great man." "Yeah," Huntsman nodded. "He was indeed." "I heard that Huntsman has taken his place," the one-armed man now reported. "Really?" "So they say. A really nasty jerk. And a giant. They call him Huntsman because he once bit off a woman's nipples." Huntsman blinked. "Well, I'll be. I've never met him myself." "I heard the Bloody Mine was up there too," the boy whispered, his eyes widening as if he had just seen a ghost. The other two snorted contemptuously. "The Bloody Nine is dead, lad, and no one sheds a tear for that wicked jerk." The one-armed man shuddered. "Gosh, there are some strange old wives' tales going around." "I'm just saying what I heard, that's all." The old man took another sip of grog and made a smacking sound. "It doesn't matter who's where. The Union will probably get bored once they've recaptured the fort, and when those fellas get bored, they'll sail back home across the water, and everything will be as it was before. None of them will come here to Uffreth, that's for sure." "No," said the one-armed man contentedly, "they won't come here." "Then why are we keeping watch for them here?" whined the boy. The old man rolled his eyes as if he had heard that question 10 times and given the same answer every time. "Because that's the task we've been entrusted with, lad. And once you've taken on a task, it's best to fulfill it as well as possible." Huntsman remembered Logen once telling him the same thing, and Drybaum too. Both were gone now, turned back to mud, but the words were still as true as ever. Even if it's a boring task, a dangerous one, or a dark one. Even if you'd rather not do it. Gosh, he had to pee. It was always like that in such moments. "That's probably true," said the old man, smiling into his mug. "Certain things just have to be done." "That's right. It's really a shame. You seem like pretty nice fellows." And with that, Huntsman reached behind him as if to quickly scratch his rear. "Shame?" The boy looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean by shame?" Then Tao appeared behind him and slit his throat. Almost at the same moment, Grim's dirty hand covered the one-armed man's mouth, and the bloody tip of a blade slid out from the front of his cloak. Huntsman sprang forward and stabbed the old man 3 times quickly between the ribs. He gasped, stumbled, eyes wide, mug still in hand, and grog-laced saliva dripped from his mouth. Then he fell to the ground. The boy crawled a short distance away. He had one hand pressed to his throat to stop the blood from gushing out, the other reached for the pole from which the warning bell hung. He had quite some guts, Huntsman thought, to still think of the bell with a slit throat, but he had barely taken a step when Tao stepped hard on his head and crushed it. Huntsman flinched when he heard the boy's bones crack. He probably didn't deserve to die like that. But that's how it is in war. A lot of people have to die, even though they don't deserve it.
The task had to be done. They had done it, and all 3 of them were still alive. That was a lot, considering what they were supposed to accomplish, but it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. It had never been easy for him, but now that he was chief, it was harder than ever before. Strange how much easier it is to kill people when someone else orders it. Killing is a hard thing, harder than you'd think. Unless, of course, you were Black Tao. That jerk killed a man as easily as he went for a quick pee. That's why he was so gosh good at it. Huntsman watched as Tao bent down, pulled the cloak from the limp body of the one-armed man, draped it over his own shoulders, and then rolled the corpse into the sea, as carelessly as if he were disposing of trash. "You have 2 arms," said Grim, who was already wearing the old man's cloak. Tao looked down at himself. "What exactly do you mean by that? I'm not going to chop off my arm to make the disguise more convincing, you idiot." "He meant you should hide it a bit better." Huntsman watched Tao wipe out a mug with a dirty finger, pour himself a drink, and down it. "How can you drink at a moment like this?" he asked, pulling the boy's bloody cloak from his corpse. Tao shrugged as he poured himself another. "It's a shame to let the stuff go to waste, and, as you said, it's gosh cold." He twisted his mouth into an ugly grin. "Gosh you can really talk, Huntsman. My name's Craig." He took a few limping steps. "Someone stabbed me in the rear at Dunbreck. Where did you get that from?" He clapped Grim on the shoulder with the back of his hand. "Gosh, great, eh? There's a word for it, isn't there? What's it called?" "Credible," said Grim. Tao's eyes lit up. "Credible. That's exactly what you are, Huntsman. You're a really credible jerk. You could have told them you were Scarling Onacap and they would have bought it. No idea how you managed to keep such a straight face doing something like that." Huntsman wasn't in the mood to laugh. He didn't like the sight of the 2 corpses stretched out on the stones. He couldn't shake the thought that the boy would catch a cold without his cloak. Of course, that was complete nonsense, given that he was lying in a puddle of his own blood that was at least a step wide. "It doesn't matter," he grumbled. "Get them both out of here and come over to the gate. You never know when other people might show up here." "You're right, Chief. You're right, as you say." Tao rolled the 2 dead men into the water. Then he pushed the clapper out of its suspension and hurled it far out into the sea. "A shame," said Grim. "What then?" "It's a waste of a bell." Tao blinked at him. "Waste of a bell, for crying out loud. You suddenly have a lot to say, and you know what? I think I liked you better before. Waste of a bell. Are you crazy, buddy?" Grim shrugged. "The Southerners might want one when they get here." "Then they can very well dive for the gosh clapper." With that, Tao grabbed the one-armed man's spear and strode to the open gate, one hand wrapped in the stolen cloak. He was still muttering to himself, "Waste of a bell, by the very dead." The dogman stood on tiptoe and took the lamp from its holder. He held it high, facing the sea, and lifted one side of his cloak to cover it, then uncovered it again. Covered it, uncovered it. After another time, he hung it back, flickering on the pole. A tiny little flame, it seemed to him, to warm all their hopes on. A tiny little flame that should be seen from far out on the water, but they had no other. He waited the whole time for things to go wrong, for noise to suddenly break out in the city, for 5 dozen Carls to storm out of the open gate and wring their necks, as they deserved.
When he thought about it, he immediately had an incredibly urgent need to pee. But they didn't come. There was nothing to hear but the squeaking of the empty bell, swinging back and forth on its mounting, and the cold waves breaking against stone and wood. Everything was exactly as they had planned. The first boat glided out of the darkness. Espe sat in the bow, grinning. 20 Carls were huddled behind him in the boat, rowing very carefully, their white faces tense, their teeth bared in an effort to make no sound. Nevertheless, every creak and clatter of wood and metal grated on Dogman's nerves. Espe and his boys hung straw sacks over the side as they brought the boat close to shore, preventing the wood from scraping against the stones, exactly as they had planned a week earlier. They threw ropes ashore, and Dogman and Grim caught them, pulled the boat to the landing, and tied it fast. Dogman looked over at Dow, who leaned calmly and composedly against the wall near the gate, and Dow shook his head slightly to indicate that nothing was stirring in the city. Then Espe came up the stairs, silent and agile, and sat down on the ground in the darkness. "Good job, Chief," he said, smiling broadly. "Clean and tidy. We can pat each other on the back later, help the other boats land. You're right. More boats were coming now, more Carls, more straw sacks. All sorts of people who joined them in the last few weeks, men who didn't like Bethod's new approach. Soon a rather large crowd had gathered down by the water, so many that the Dogmen could hardly believe they weren't discovered. They formed groups, just as planned, each with its own chief and its own task. A few of the boys knew their way around Ufrith, and they had drawn a plan of the city in the sand for them, just as Three Trees used to do. Dogman had made them all memorize it. He had to grin when he thought about how much Black Dow had grumbled about it, but now his persistence was paying off. He squatted down next to the gate, and they all strode past, one dark and silent group after another. Tull was the first, followed by a dozen Carls. "Thunderhead," Dogman said, "you take the main gate." "Aye," Tull nodded. "That's the most important task, so try to do it as quietly as possible." "Quiet? No problem." "Good luck, Tull. Don't need it." With that, the giant hurried off, followed by his man, and disappeared into the dark streets. "Redcap, you take the tower by the well and the wall next to it." "Got it." "Espe, you and your boys, you stand guard in the marketplace." "We'll watch like owls, Chief." And so they passed, through the gate and into the dark streets, no louder than the wind over the sea and the waves on the quay. Dogman gave each group their task and clapped them on the shoulder as they went. Black Dow came last, and behind him was a delegation of men with hard faces. "Dow, you take the Elder's house. Stack firewood against the walls, as we said, but don't light it, understood? Don't kill anyone you don't have to. Not yet. Not yet. Understood. And Dow," the champion turned around again, "make sure no women are harassed." "What do you take me for?" Dow asked, his teeth gleaming in the darkness. "An animal or something?" And then it was done. Only he and Grim stood there, along with a few others, looking out over the water. Said Grim, nodding slowly. From him, that was indeed the highest praise. Dogman pointed up at the pole. "Get that bell down for us, will you?" he said. "Maybe we'll still have a use for it after all." By the dead, it was really loud. Dogman had to half close his eyes, and his whole arm trembled as he struck the bell with the hilt of his knife. Among all these buildings, he didn't feel particularly comfortable, squeezed between walls and fences. He had spent little of his life in cities, and he didn't remember those times too fondly. Either he had burned something, or caused some mischief after a siege, or he had languished in Bethod's dungeons, waiting to be killed. He blinked at the jumble of slate roofs, saw walls of old gray stones, black wood, dirty gray plaster, gleaming greasy in the thin rain.
It seemed a strange life to him, to sleep in such a box and wake up in exactly the same place every day. The mere thought made him restless, as if the bell hadn't already shaken him completely. He cleared his throat and set the bell down at his feet on the cobblestones. Then he stood waiting, his hand on the hilt of his sword, hoping that this gesture conveyed that he was really serious. Excited footsteps were heard from one of the alleys, and a small girl ran into the square. Her jaw dropped when she saw the men standing there, a dozen bearded, armed fellows with Tulduru in their midst. Most likely she had never seen such a big man.
With a jerk, she turned around and wanted to run in the other direction, almost slipping on the wet pavement. Then she saw Dao, who was sitting on a pile of wood directly behind her, leaning casually against the wall, his drawn sword on his knees, and she froze. "It's all right, little one," Dao growled. "You can stay where you are." Now more people came towards them, rushing from all sides into the square, and all getting the same fright when they saw the dogman and his men. They were mostly women and boys. A few old men were also present. The bell had gotten them out of bed, and they were still half asleep, with red eyes and swollen faces, in hastily thrown-on clothes, and armed with whatever they had gotten their hands on. A boy with a butcher's axe, an old man, bent over a sword that seemed even older than himself. A girl in the front row carried a pitchfork. She had dark hair and an expression on her face that reminded Dogman of Shari, hard and thoughtful, just as she had always looked at him before their intimate moments. Dogman looked grimly at her bare feet and hoped he wouldn't have to kill her. If they could be intimidated and overwhelmed in this way, it would be the easiest and quickest way. Therefore, Dogman tried to speak like someone to be feared, and not like someone who was about to wet his pants. Like Logen would have spoken. Well, that might be a bit more terrifying than necessary. Better like Three Trees, hard but fair, someone who wanted the best for everyone. "Is the elder here?" he growled. "That's me," croaked the old man with the sword, his face rigid with fright, horrified that 20 armed strangers were standing in the middle of his marketplace. "My name is Brass. Who the heck are you?" "I am the Dog Man, and this is Harding Grim. The big fellow over there is Tulduru Thunderhead." A few widened their eyes and murmured to each other. Apparently they had heard these names before. "We came here with 500 carls and conquered your city last night." Startled gasps and individual screams followed this news. It was probably only 200, but it would have been unwise to tell the people that. Otherwise, they might have gotten the idea to seek their salvation in battle, and he didn't want to stab a woman or be stabbed by one himself. "There are more warriors nearby. Your guards are all tied up, at least those we didn't have to kill. A few of my boys, and you should know, that includes Black Dao." "That's me." Dao showed his ugly grin, and some people fearfully moved away from him, as if they had been told that hell lurked where he stood. Well, they were for immediately putting torches to your houses and starting the killing. To proceed just as we did when the Bloody Nine was our leader. You know what I mean. A child began to cry, a sniffling, choked sound. The boy stared in his direction, and the axe trembled in his hand. The dark-haired girl blinked and gripped the pitchfork even tighter. They had understood what he wanted to say. "But I thought I'd give you the chance to surrender, since the town is full of women and children and such. I have a score to settle with Bethot, not with you. The Union wants to use this town as a port to bring men and supplies ashore. The soldiers will be here with their ships within an hour, quite a lot of them. That will happen with or without your consent. By that I mean, we can settle this matter in a bloody way if you want it that way. The dead know we have plenty of practice at it. Or you can lay down your weapons, if you have any, and we can agree, quite cleanly and, what's it called again? Civilized, said Grim. Exactly, civilized. What do you say? The old man fingered his sword, looking as if he would rather have leaned on it than swung it. He looked up at the walls, from which some of the carls looked down. Then he let his shoulders slump. It seems you've caught us by surprise. The Dog Man, look at that. I've heard you're a clever jerk. There are hardly any people left here who could fight against you anyway. Bethot has taken every man who could carry a spear and a shield at the same time. He looked around at the sad little group behind him. Will you leave the women in peace? We will. At least those who want to be left in peace, said Dao, and cast a lustful glance at the girl with the pitchfork. We'll leave them alone, growled the Dog Man, looking sharply at him. I'll make sure of that. Very well. gasped the old man, shuffled over to him, and grimaced as he knelt before the dogman and laid the rusty blade at his feet. "You are a better man than Bethot, at least in my opinion. I think I should thank you for your mercy, at least if you keep your word." The dogman didn't feel too merciful. He doubted the old man down at the quay would have thanked him, or the one-armed man who had been stabbed from behind, or the boy whose whole life had been stolen. One by one, the remaining people came forward and laid down their weapons, if one could even call them weapons. It was a pile of old, rusty tools and all sorts of junk. The boy came last and dropped his axe as well. Then he cast a fearful glance at Black Dow, hurried back to the others, and held on to the hand of the black-haired girl. And so they stood there, huddled together, and the dogman could almost smell their fear. They waited to be hacked to pieces on the spot by Dow and his carls. They waited to be driven into a house and locked in before the building was set on fire. The dogman had witnessed all of this before. Therefore, he didn't blame them for huddling together like sheep in a winter pasture. He wouldn't have done it differently. "All right," he barked. "That's it. Go back to your houses or wherever. The Union will be here before noon, and then it would be better if the streets were empty." They blinked at the dogman, at Toole, and at Black Dow, and then looked at each other. They swallowed and trembled and murmured thanks to the dead. Then the crowd slowly dispersed and scattered. Everyone went their way, alive, to everyone's relief. "Well handled, Chief," Toole whispered in the dogman's ear. "Three Trees himself couldn't have done it better." Dow slid to his other side. "As for the women, well, if you ask me—" "But I'm not asking you," said the dogman. "Have you seen my son?" A woman was still there, who didn't want to go home. She went from one man to the next, her eyes half full of tears and her face distorted with worry. The dogman lowered his head and looked in the other direction. "My son, he was on guard, down by the water. Have you seen him?" She tugged at the dogman's cloak, and with a broken, choked voice she asked again, "Please, where is my son?" "Do you think I know where everyone is?" he barked into her wet face. Then he strode away, as if he had a lot of important things to do. And all the while he thought, "You're a coward, dogman. You're a very gosh coward. A fine hero, who just outsmarted a handful of women, children, and old men with a trick. It's not easy being a chief." The noble business of war. The great moat had already been drained at the beginning of the siege, and now consisted only of a channel full of black mud.
At the opposite end of the bridge, 4 soldiers were busy with a cart, pulling corpses to the embankment and letting them roll to the bottom of the ditch. The corpses of the last defenders, burned and full of gaping wounds, smeared with blood and mud. Wild men, from lands far to the east, far beyond the Krina, with beards and shaggy hair. Their limp bodies appeared pitifully shrunken after having been trapped behind the walls of Dunbrec for 3 months and suffering from hunger. Hardly human anymore. It was difficult for West to rejoice in victory over such sad creatures. "It's a shame, somehow," murmured Jallenhorm, "after they fought so bravely, to end like this." West watched another ragged body slide down the embankment and come to rest on the pile of twisted, muddy limbs. "That's how most sieges end, especially for the brave. They'll be buried down here in the mud, and then the moat will be reflooded. The waters of the White Flood will flow over them, and it won't make any difference whether they were brave or not." The fortress of Dunbrec loomed before the 2 officers as they crossed the bridge. Black outlines of walls and towers like large, bare holes in the heavy, white sky. A few scraggly birds circled above them. A few more cawed down at them from the scarred battlements. For this very path across the bridge, General Croy's men had needed a month. Time and again they had been bloodily repulsed, until finally, under a steady hail of arrows, stones, and boiling hot water, they had stormed the heavy gates. Another week of fighting in terribly confined spaces had been necessary to conquer the tunnel, about a dozen paces long, that lay behind it. Then to break through the second gate with axe and fire, and finally to bring the outer castle wall under the control of the Union. Every advantage had been on the side of the defenders.
After all, this fortress had been deliberately designed to be exactly that way. And after they had stormed the gates, it had only gotten really difficult. The inner wall was twice as high and twice as wide as the outer one, and overshadowed the passages below at every point. There had been no protection from the projectiles raining down on them from the 6 gigantic towers. To breach this second wall, Croix's men had tried every strategy listed in the siege manual. They had advanced with picks and crowbars, but the masonry was 5 paces deep at the base. They had tried to dig through, but the ground outside the fortress was saturated with water, beneath which solid English rock lurked. They had bombarded the wall with catapults, but barely scratched the mighty bastion. Then they had advanced with siege ladders, again and again, in waves and in groups, surprisingly by night or boldly by day, and in light as in dark, the frayed lines of wounded Unionists had retreated after their failed attempts, solemnly dragging their dead behind them. Then finally they had tried to negotiate with the wild defenders, using a Northlander translator, and the poor man had been doused with the contents of some chamber pots. Ultimately, it had been pure luck. An enterprising corporal had carefully studied the movements of the guards, and then, under the cover of darkness, tried his luck with a grappling hook. He had managed to climb the wall, and a dozen other brave men had followed him. They had surprised the defenders, killed some of them, and captured the gatehouse. The entire operation had taken 10 minutes and cost only 1 Unionist his life. It seemed fittingly absurd to West that, after they had tried almost every proven approach and failed bloodily every time, the Union army finally marched into the fortress through the wide open gate. Ein Soldat beugte sich nahe dem Tunnel vornüber und erbrach sich geräuschvoll auf die fleckigen Steinplatten. West ging voll böser Vorahnungen an ihm vorüber, und das Klacken seiner Stiefelabsätze hallte durch den langen Gang, bis er an seinem Ende den großen Innenhof inmitten der Festung erreichte. Es war ein gleichseitiges Sechseck, dessen Form die Anordnung der inneren und äußeren Burgmauern spiegelte und genau der perfekten Symmetrie des Gebäudes entsprach. West bezweifelte jedoch, dass den Architekten der Zustand gefallen hätte, in dem die Nordmänner die Festung verlassen hatten. Ein langes Holzgebäude, das an einer Seite des Innenhofs gelegen war und vielleicht einen Stall darstellte, hatte bei dem Angriff Feuer gefangen und war nur noch ein Durcheinander verkohlter Balken, die vor sich hinschwellten. Jene, die mit den Aufräumarbeiten getraut worden waren, hatten draußen vor den Toren genug zu tun, und daher war der Boden hier immer noch mit weggeworfenen Waffen und verkrümmten Körpern übersät. Die toten Unionisten hatte man in ordentlichen Reihen in der Nähe einer Ecke aufgereiht und mit Decken verhüllt. Die Nordmänner lagen kreuz und quer, auf dem Bauch oder auf dem Rücken, zusammengerollt oder ausgestreckt, so wie sie gefallen waren. Die Steinfliesen unter den Leichen waren tief eingekerbt, aber dabei handelte es sich nicht nur um die zufälligen Spuren der 3-monatigen Belagerung. Ein großer Kreis war in den Steinboden gemeißelt worden, der in sich weitere Kreise trug und der mit seltsamen Zeichen und Symbolen ausgefüllt war, die einem komplizierten System folgten. West gefiel der Anblick überhaupt nicht, aber schlimmer noch war der ekelhafte Gestank, der sogar den stechenden Geruch verbrannten Holzes überlagerte. »Was riecht denn hier so?« brummte Jallenhorm, der sich eine Hand über den Mund legte. Ein Korporal in der Nähe hörte ihn. »So wie es aussieht, haben unsere nordländischen Freunde die Festung noch hübsch dekoriert.« Damit deutete er über ihre Köpfe, und West folgte dem behandschuhten Finger mit dem Blick. Sie waren so stark verwest, dass er einen Augenblick brauchte, um zu erkennen, dass er menschliche Überreste vor sich hatte. Man hatte sie mit ausgestreckten Armen und Beinen an die nach innen zeigenden Mauern eines jeden Turms genagelt, hoch über den Unterständen, die sich um die Wände des Innenhofs zogen. Verfaulende Eingeweide hingen aus ihren Bäuchen heraus, von Fliegen übersät. Mit dem Blutkreuz gezeichnet, wie die Nordmänner gesagt hätten. Zerlumpte Fetzen leuchtender Unionsuniformen waren noch vage zu erkennen und zuckten neben dem verwesten Fleisch in der leichten Brise. Sie hingen ganz offensichtlich schon lange dort, sicherlich schon bevor die Belagerung begonnen hatte, vielleicht schon seit die Festung zuerst den Nordmännern in die Hände gefallen war. Leichen der ursprünglichen Verteidiger, die man dort angenagelt hatte und die seitdem all diese Monate vor sich hinfaulten. 3 von ihnen schienen keine Köpfe mehr zu haben. Vielleicht gehörten sie zu den 3 Geschenken, die man Marshal Burr schon vor so langer Zeit geschickt hatte. West ertappte sich dabei, wie er sich völlig sinnlos fragte, ob man sie lebendig dort oben angenagelt hatte.
Spucke strömte in seinen Mund, und das Summen der Fliegen erschien plötzlich übelkeiterregend laut. Jalenhorms Gesicht hatte eine beinahe geisterhafte Blässe angenommen. Er sagte nichts, das war auch nicht nötig. »Was ist hier geschehen?« stieß West durch die zusammengebissenen Zähne hervor und sprach mehr zu sich selbst als zu jemand anderem. »Nun, Herr Oberst, wir vermuten, dass Sie versuchten, Hilfe zu bekommen.« Der Korporal, der offensichtlich mit einem sehr starken Magen grinste ihn an. »Hilfe von irgendwelchen Göttern, die Ihnen nicht wohlgesonnen waren, wie wir annehmen. Offenbar hat Ihnen da unten dann doch niemand zugehört, was?« West betrachtete mit gerunzelter Stirn die zerklüfteten Zeichnungen auf dem Boden. »Die Zeichen müssen weg. Reißen Sie die Steine raus und ersetzen Sie sie, wenn es nicht anders geht.« Seine Augen glitten zu den verwesenden Kadavern über ihnen, und er spürte, wie sich sein Magen schmerzhaft zusammenzog.
»Und bieten Sie dem Mann, der den Mumm hat, dort hochzuklettern und die Leichen herunterzuholen, eine Prämie von 10 Mark. 10 Mark, Herr Oberst? Holt mir mal die Leiter von dort drüben.« West wandte sich ab und schritt durch die geöffneten Tore der Festung von Dunbrek, hielt den Atem an und hoffte mit aller Macht, dass er nie wieder gezwungen sein würde, diesen Ort ein weiteres Mal aufzusuchen. Er wusste jedoch schon, dass er wiederkommen würde, spätestens in seinen Träumen. Besprechungen mit Polder und Croy hätten dem gesündesten Menschen Übelkeit verursacht, und Lord Marschall Burr war alles andere als gesund. Der Befehlshaber der Heere seiner Majestät in Angland war ebenso mitleidererregend eingeschrumpft wie die Verteidiger von Dunbrek. Die schlichte Uniform schlackerte um seinen Körper, während seine bleiche Haut viel zu straff über die Knochen gespannt zu sein schien. In einem Dutzend kurzer Wochen war er um viele Jahre gealtert. Seine Hände zitterten, die Unterlippe bebte, er konnte nicht lange stehen, und Reiten war ihm überhaupt nicht mehr möglich. Von Zeit zu Zeit verzog er das Gesicht und er schauerte, als ob ihn unsichtbare Stiche quälten. West war es fast unbegreiflich, wie Burr überhaupt weiter durchhielt, aber er hielt durch, 14 Stunden am Tag, oft auch mehr. Er versah all seine Pflichten mit der Gewissenhaftigkeit, die man von ihm gewohnt war. Nur schienen sie ihn allmählich Stück für Stück aufzufressen. Burr warf einen grimmigen Blick auf die große Landkarte des Grenzgebiets, die Hände auf den Bauch gelegt. Die Weißflut zog sich als gewundene blaue Linie durch die Mitte, Dunbrek war ein schwarzes Sechseck, das mit geschwungener Schrift bezeichnet war. Auf der linken die Union, auf der rechten der Norden. »Also«, krächzte er, dann räusperte er sich mit einem Husten, »die Festung ist wieder in unserer Hand.« General Croy nickte steif. »Das ist sie.« »Endlich«, bemerkte Polder unterdrückt. Die 2 Generäle schienen Bethord und seine Nordmänner noch immer als kleinere Ablenkung vom einzig wahren Feind zu betrachten, nämlich den jeweils anderen. Croy fuhr auf, und sein Stab begann wie eine Schar zorniger Krähen zu lärmen. Dunbrek wurde von den führenden Militärarchitekten der Union entworfen, und beim Bau wurden keine Kosten und Mühen gescheut. Diese Eroberung war keine geringe Leistung. »Natürlich nicht«, knurrte Burr, der sich alle Mühe gab, ihn abzulenken. »Sehr schwer einzunehmen, diese Festung. Haben wir Hinweise darauf, wie es den Nordmännern gelungen sein mag? Es hat niemand überlebt, der uns hätte berichten können, welche Tricks sie dabei angewandt haben, Herr Marschall. Sie haben alle ausnahmslos bis zum Tod gekämpft. Die Letzten verbarrikadierten sich in den Ställen und zündeten sie an.« Burr warf West einen Seitenblick zu und schüttelte langsam den Kopf. Wie kann man einen solchen Feind begreifen? Und wie ist der Zustand der Bauten jetzt? Der Burggraben wurde trockengelegt, das äußere Torhaus ist teilweise zerstört und auch die inneren Mauern haben beträchtliche Schäden erlitten. Die Verteidiger haben einige der Gebäude abgerissen, um das Holz zum Feuermachen und die Steine zum Werfen zu benutzen, und sie haben den Rest in einem, Croy bewegte die Lippen, als ob er nach den richtigen Worten suchte, sehr schlechten Zustand zurückgelassen. Die Instandsetzung wird mehrere Wochen dauern. Burr rieb sich unzufrieden den Bauch. Der geschlossene Rat drängt darauf, dass wir so bald wie möglich die Weißflut in Richtung Norden überqueren und den Feind in eine Schlacht verwickeln. Gute Nachrichten für die unruhige Bevölkerung und so weiter. Durch die Eroberung von Ufrith, warf Polder nun mit einem überlegenen, aalglatten Lächeln ein, wurde unsere Position entscheidend gestärkt. Wir haben mit einem Schlag einen der besten Häfen im Norden für uns gewonnen, der hervorragend geeignet ist, um unsere Truppen zu versorgen, während wir weiter in feindliches Gebiet vordringen.
Zuvor mussten wir alle Güter quer durch Angland mit Wagen heranschaffen, die sich bei schlechtem Wetter über fürchterliche Straßen quälten. Jetzt können wir Nachschub und Verstärkung per Schiff beinahe direkt bis an die Front bringen. Und das alles haben wir ohne einen einzigen Toten bewerkstelligt. West wollte nicht zulassen, dass Polder sich mit fremden Federn schmückte. Durchaus, erklärte er mit monotoner, emotionsloser Stimme. Unsere nordländischen Verbündeten haben sich wieder einmal als unschätzbar wertvoll erwiesen. Polders rotberockter Stab verzog die Gesichter und brummte vor sich hin. Sie haben eine Rolle dabei gespielt, musste der General zugeben. Ihr Anführer, der Hundsmann, hat den Plan entwickelt und ihn uns vorgeschlagen. Er führte ihn mit Unterstützung seiner eigenen Leute aus und übergab ihnen die Stadt, mit offenen Toren und einer widerstandslosen Bevölkerung. Das jedenfalls ist mein Kenntnisstand. Polder warf einen zornigen Blick auf Croy, der sich wiederum ein äußerst dünnes Lächeln erlaubte. Meine Männer halten die Stadt und bauen bereits große Vorratslager auf. Wir haben den Feind überlistet und ihn gezwungen, sich nach Caerleon zurückzuziehen. Das, Oberst West, ist wohl das Entscheidende und nicht, wer genau was getan hat. In der Tat, unterbrach ihn Burr und machte eine Geste mit seiner großen Hand. Sie haben sich beide sehr um ihr Land verdient gemacht. Aber nun müssen wir in die Zukunft und auf kommende Erfolge schauen. General Croy, stellen Sie Arbeitstrupps zusammen, die hier zurückgelassen werden können, um den Wiederaufbau von Dunbrek zu übernehmen, und ein Regiment von Einberufenen, um die Mauern zu bemannen. Bitte mit einem Befehlshaber, der weiß, was er tut. It would be very embarrassing if we were to lose the fortress a second time. No mistakes will be made, Croy hissed, turning to Polder. You can count on that. The rest of the troops can cross the Whitewater and regroup on the other bank. Then we will begin to advance east and north towards Caerleon, and we will use the port of Ufrith to bring our supplies into the country. We have driven the enemy out of England. Now we must push further and force Bethod to his knees. Und der Marschall schlug die Palme seiner anderen Hand fies mit seiner Faust, um dies zu unterstreichen. Meine Division wird in Riba tomorrow morning cross the river, Polder hissed back at Croy, and in perfect battle order. Burr grimaced. We must proceed cautiously, no matter what the closed council demands. The last time a Union army crossed the Whitewater was when King Casimir invaded the north. I don't need to remind you that his troops had to retreat completely decimated. Bethod has outsmarted us before, and he will only be stronger once he is banned.
Give Bethos kick from me when you have him under your boot. I will, unless he gets me with his first. It's never easy to kick upwards. I thank you for your help and for your courteous cooperation. Perhaps one day you will be my guest again, up in the library. We will look out over the lake and laugh about our adventures in the west of the world. I will hope for that. But Logen didn't look like he had much laughter or hope in him. He seemed like a man with not many options left. Silently, Jezzel watched as the ropes were thrown down to the quay and secured, as the long gangplank slid towards the shore and scraped over the stones. Bayaz called his apprentice. "Master Quay, time to go ashore." The pale young man followed his master off the ship without looking back. Brother Longfoot followed them. "Then good luck," Jezzel said, offering Logen his hand. "You too." The Northman grinned, ignored the hand, and pulled him into a firm, unpleasantly smelling embrace. They remained in that position for a moment that was both touching and awkward, then Ninefingers clapped him on the back and let him go. "Perhaps I'll see you again up north." Jezzel's voice was a little uncertain despite all his efforts. "If they send me there?" "Perhaps, but I don't think so. I hope not. As I said, if I were you, I'd find a good woman and leave the killing to those with less sense." "Like you?" "Exactly, like me." Logen looked over at Pharaoh. "So, that's it then, Pharaoh?" She shrugged her thin shoulders and walked down the gangplank. Logen's face twisted at the sight. "All right," he grumbled after her. "Nice knowing you." He wiggled the stump of his missing finger in Jezzel's direction. "One thing you can say about Logen Ninefingers, he has a way with women." Yup. Well then. Jezzel found this farewell strangely difficult. For the past 6 months, they had spent almost constant time in each other's company. At first, he had felt nothing but contempt for this man, but now, listening to himself, it was almost as if he had to part with an older brother whom he greatly esteemed. It was even worse, for Jezzel had never thought much of his real brothers. So he lingered on deck for a while longer, and Logen grinned at him, as if he knew what was going on inside him. "Don't worry, I'll try to manage without you." Jezzel managed a half-smile. "Just always remember what I told you when you get into a fight again. That will, unfortunately, almost certainly happen." Finally, Jezzel had no choice but to turn away and go ashore, pretending something had gotten into his eye. The path to the bustling quay, where he finally stood beside Beaz and Quay, Longfoot and Pharaoh, seemed very long to him. "Master Ninefingers can look after himself, I would assume." "Oh, yes, certainly," Longfoot chuckled. "Few can do that better than him." Jezzel cast a last glance over his shoulder as they hurried towards the city. Logen raised his hand from the ship's railing and waved to him. Then the corner of a warehouse slid between them, and he was gone. Pharaoh lingered briefly, looking grim-faced and with clenched fists towards the sea, a muscle twitching in her face. Then she turned and noticed Jezzel watching her. "What are you staring at?" With that, she pushed past him and followed the others into the throng of Adua's streets. The city was exactly as Jezzel remembered it, yet everything now seemed different to him. The buildings appeared smaller than before, and not very generously crowded together. Even the wide central way, the city's great main artery, conveyed a terribly cramped impression compared to the vast open land of the old empire and the awe-inspiring sight of the ruined Ulcus. The sky had been higher there on the Great Plain. Here, everything felt shrunken. And then there was that unpleasant smell, which he had never noticed before. He continued with a wrinkled nose, clumsily dodging the oncoming stream of passers-by. It was primarily the people who now seemed so strange to him. It had been months since Jezzel had seen more than 10 people at once, and now thousands crowded around him, all fiercely determined to pursue their own goals. Soft, scrubbed clean, and dressed in bright colors, they now seemed as unusual to him as circus performers. Fashion had evolved while he had been away, facing death in the desolate west of the world. Now hats were worn at a different angle, sleeves were more puffed and wider cut, and shirt collars had shrunk to a width that would have been considered ridiculously narrow a year ago. Jezzel snorted softly. It seemed bizarre that such nonsense could ever have interested him, and he regarded the group of perfumed fops who passed him with an extremely contemptuous look. The traveling party gradually dispersed on their way through the city. First, Longfoot took his effusive leave with much handshaking, talk of honor, and a promise to meet again, a promise Jezzel suspected, and indeed hoped, was not sincere. Near the great marketplace at the Four Corners, Quay was sent on an errand or something similar, and disappeared, as usual, sullenly silent. That left only the first of the Magi for company, while Pharaoh shuffled behind them in a bad mood. To be honest, Jezzel wouldn't have minded if the group had shrunk even further. Ninefingers might have proven a loyal comrade, but of the others who had belonged to their strange family, none would have appeared on Jezzel's guest list for a successful dinner. He had long since given up hope that a crack might appear in Pharaoh's defensive, sullen expression, revealing a gentle soul beneath. But at least the depths of her temper were somewhat predictable. Beaz, on the other hand, was much more exhausting company. On the one hand, he presented himself as grandfatherly and comfortable, but who could say what his other side consisted of? As soon as the old man opened his mouth, Jezzel already flinched in anticipation of an unpleasant surprise. At the moment, however, he was apparently content just to talk to him. "May I ask what your plans are now, Captain Lothar?" "Well, I suppose I'll be sent to England to fight the Northmen." "I suppose so too, although we never know how our fate may turn." Jezzel didn't like that idea at all. "And you? Are you going back to—" He realized he had no idea where the Magus had ever come from. "Not yet, no. I'll stay in Adua for a while. Great things cast their shadows ahead, my boy, great things.
Perhaps I'll stay and see what happens." "Move, you difficult person!" a loud cry rang out from the roadside. 3 members of the city watch surrounded a young woman with a dirty face and ragged dress.
One leaned over her, a stick in his fist, and yelled at her as she recoiled from him. A sullen crowd had already gathered and watched, mostly laborers and day workers, hardly cleaner than the beggar herself. "Why don't you leave her alone?" growled a man. One of the guardsmen took a warning step towards the people and raised his stick, while his comrade grabbed the beggar by the shoulder, knocking over a small bowl so that her few coins rolled into the gutter. "That's a bit much, really," Jezal said, subdued. One leaned over her, a stick in his fist, and yelled at her as she recoiled from him. A sullen crowd had already gathered and watched, mostly laborers and day workers, hardly cleaner than the beggar herself. "Why don't you leave her alone?" growled a man. One of the guardsmen took a warning step towards the people and raised his stick, while his comrade grabbed the beggar by the shoulder, knocking over a small bowl so that her few coins rolled into the gutter. "That's a bit much, really," Jezal said, subdued. "Well," Beaz looked down his nose. "Such things happen constantly. Are you telling me you've never seen a beggar driven away before?" Of course, Jezal had seen such things before, often, and he usually hadn't even raised an eyebrow when it happened. After all, one couldn't allow beggars to clog the streets. And yet, this scene suddenly gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. The unfortunate creature kicked and screamed as the guard dragged the woman back another step with unnecessary force, clearly enjoying himself. It wasn't so much the act itself that bothered Jezal, but the fact that it happened before his eyes, without any regard for his feelings. That made him, in a way, an accomplice. "That's a disgrace," he hissed through clenched teeth. Beaz shrugged. "If it bothers you so much, why don't you do something about it?" The guard chose that very moment to grab the young woman by her shaggy hair and strike her hard with his stick. She cried out and fell, arms raised to protect her head. Jezal felt his face contort. In a flash, he had pushed through the crowd and kicked the fellow hard in the backside, sending him sprawling face first into the gutter. One of his comrades came towards him with a raised stick, but then stumbled back a few steps. Jezal realized he had drawn his irons. The polished blades glinted in the shadow of the houses. The bystanders gasped in alarm and also recoiled. Jezal blinked. He hadn't intended to take things this far. It was all Beaz and his foolish advice. But now he had no choice but to fight it through to the end. He put on his most fearless and arrogant face. "One more step, and I'll stab you like the pig you are." He looked from one guard to another. "Well, does anyone want to test me?" He very much hoped no one would dare, and his concern proved groundless. In the face of determined resistance, the guardsmen were, as expected, cowardly and kept cautiously out of reach of his irons. "No one behaves like that towards the city watch. We'll track you down, you can be sure of that. Finding me won't be difficult. I am Captain Luthar of the King's Own. I live in the Agriant. You can't miss it. It's the fortress that overlooks this city." He flicked the blade in the relevant direction, and one of the guardsmen nervously jumped aside. "I will receive you whenever it suits you, and then you can gladly explain your shameful behavior to my patron, Lord Marshal Veruz, seeing as this woman is a citizen of the Union, guilty of no other crime than being poor." Of course, it was an almost comically inflated speech. Jezal nearly blushed, so embarrassed was he by the last part. He had always detested poor people, and he was by no means sure that his opinion of them had fundamentally changed. But he had gotten so carried away that he had no choice but to make one last grand gesture. Nevertheless, his words certainly had their effect on the city watch. The 3 men retreated, grinning for some reason, as if the whole scene had gone as they planned. Then they left Jezal to the awkward favor of the crowd. "Well done, lad! Great that some still have guts. What did he say his name was?" "Captain Luthar!" Beaz suddenly roared, making Jezal, who was just sheathing his irons, half turn to him. "Captain Jezal Dan Luthar, last year's tournament winner, just returned from his adventures in the West. Luthar is his name." "Luthar?" he said. "The one who won the tournament?"
That's him! I saw him defeat Gorst!" The crowd now stared at him with wide eyes and full respect. One stretched out a hand as if to touch the hem of his cloak, and Jezzel stumbled backward, almost falling over the beggar woman who had been the cause of this dreadful scene. "Thank you," she gasped, and her ugly, common accent sounded even more repulsive from her bloody mouth. "Oh, thank you so much, my lord." "No problem," Jezzel recoiled, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Up close she was terribly dirty, and he had no desire to catch a disease from her. The attention of the people was, on the whole, anything but pleasant. He continued to back away slowly as they watched him, smiling and murmuring words of admiration. Pharaoh glared at him as they gradually left the four corners behind. "What is it?" she snapped. She shrugged. "You're not quite the coward you used to be. Thank you very much for that generous compliment." He turned to Beaz. "What the hell was that?" "You performed an act of charity, my boy, and I was proud to witness it. It seems the lessons I've given you have fallen on somewhat fertile ground after all." "I meant," Jezzel growled, who actually believed he had learned nothing at all from Beaz's constant lectures, "what were you thinking, trumpeting my name to the whole world? The story will spread like wildfire throughout the city." "I hadn't thought of that," the Magus smiled subtly. "I merely felt that you should also reap the glory for your noble deed. You who come to the aid of the less fortunate, help a lady in distress, protect the weak, and so on. Truly admirable." "But," Jezzel began, now unsure if he was simply being made fun of. "Here our paths diverge, my young friend." "Oh, do they? Where are you going?" Pharaoh asked suspiciously. "I have some matters to attend to," said the Magus, "and you will accompany me." "Why should I?" She seemed to be in even worse mood than usual since they had left the ship, and that was quite an achievement. Beaz rolled his eyes heavenward. "Because you lack the manners that would allow you to survive alone in a city like this for more than 5 minutes. Why else? You'll certainly go to the Agriont, I assume." He now turned to Jezzel. "Yes, of course." "Very well. I want to thank you, Captain Luthar, for the role you played in our little adventure." "How dare you, you magic-obsessed jerk! This whole story was an enormous, painful, disfiguring waste of my time and has completely failed." But what Jezzel actually said was, "Of course, gladly." He gave the old man his hand and wanted to shake it limply a little. It was an honor. Beaz's grip was terrifyingly firm. "I'm glad to hear that." Jezzel unexpectedly found himself surprisingly close to the old man's face, and now stared from uncomfortably close proximity into his sparkling green eyes. "Perhaps there will be a need to work together again." Jezzel blinked. Working together was a truly ugly word in this context. "Well, then perhaps I'll see you later?" He would rather have said never. But Beaz only grinned as he released Jezzel's tingling fingers. "Oh, I certainly have a feeling we'll meet again." The sun shone kindly through the branches of the fragrant cedar, casting an irregular shadow on the ground, just as always. A pleasant breeze swept across the courtyard, and birds chirped in the trees, as they always had. The old barracks buildings hadn't changed. Overgrown with ivy, they enclosed the narrow courtyard on all sides. But here the resemblance to Jezzel's happy memories ended. A shimmer of moss had crept up the legs of the chairs. The tabletop was thickly encrusted with bird droppings. The grass hadn't been cut for weeks, and the heads of vigorous weeds brushed against Jezzel's calves as he walked across the lawn. The card players of old were long gone. He followed the play of shadows on the gray wood, remembering the sound of their laughter, the taste of smoke and strong spirits, the feel of the cards in his hand.
Here Jalenhorm had sat, playing hard and manly as always. Here Caspa had laughed at the jokes made at his expense. Here West had leaned back, shaking his head with resigned disapproval. Here Brint had nervously sorted his hand, hoping for the big wins that never came. And here had been Jezzel's place. He pulled the chair from the grass that clutched its legs, sat down, placed a boot on the table, and tilted back on the rear legs of the chair. It suddenly seemed almost inconceivable to him that he had once sat here, observing the others, trying to trick them, and thinking about how best to diminish his friends beside him. He assured himself that he no longer wanted to engage in such foolish pursuits, at least not for more than a few rounds. If he had expected to feel at home again after a thorough wash, a careful shave, plucking out some stubble, and painstakingly arranging his hairstyle, he was disappointed. The familiar personal care only gave him more the impression of being a stranger in his dusty apartment. He found it difficult to revel in the shine of his boots and buttons or the arrangement of the golden braids. When he finally stood before the mirror, where he had once spent so many pleasant hours, his own reflection decidedly disturbed him. A gaunt, weather-beaten adventurer with bright eyes looked back at him from the viscerine glass, and the sandy beard barely managed to conceal the ugly scar on his crooked jaw. His old uniforms all felt uncomfortably tight, the starched fabric scratched, and the high collar choked him. He no longer felt as if he fit into these clothes at all. He no longer considered himself a soldier. He also had no idea who he should report to now after being away for so long. Every officer he could think of was with the army in England, as far as he knew. Presumably, he could have turned to Lord Marshal Virues if he had really wanted to, but by now he had learned enough about dangers not to rush headlong into them willingly. He would do his duty if it was demanded of him, but for that they would first have to find him. In the meantime, there were other things he had to attend to. The mere thought of it filled him with both fear and excitement, and he pushed a finger into his collar, tugging at the fabric to lessen the pressure on his throat. It was no use. But, as Logen Ninefingers always liked to say, if you have to do something you're afraid of, it's better to get it over with right away rather than live with the fear for a long time. He took his parade sword in hand, but after staring at the absurd brass embellishments on the hilt for a minute, he threw the weapon to the floor and kicked it under the bed. "Appear less than you are," Logen would have said. So he took his travel-worn long iron again and tucked it through the loop in his belt, took a deep breath, and went out the door. The street had nothing intimidating about it at all. It lay in a quiet quarter of the city, away from the bustling trade and noisy commerce. In a side street, a scissor grinder offered his services with a throaty voice. Under the eaves of the modest houses, a dove cooed. Somewhere nearby, the sound of clattering hooves and crunching wagon wheels echoed and then faded away. Otherwise, all was still. He had already walked past the house in every direction once and dared not do it again, fearing Artie might spot him from one of the windows, recognize him, and wonder what the heck he was doing there. So he now strolled along the upper part of the street, practicing what he wanted to say when she opened the door. "I have returned." No, far too stilted. "Hello, how are you?" No, far too casual. "It's me, Luthar." Too stiff. "Artie, I've missed you." Too needy. When he noticed a man from an upstairs window glaring at him, he coughed and now walked quickly towards Ardie's house, muttering to himself repeatedly, "Get it over with, get it over with." His fist knocked against the door. Then he stood there waiting, his heart pounding in his throat. The latch clicked, and Jezzel put on his most winning smile. The door opened, and before him stood a short, round-faced, and highly unattractive girl staring at him from the threshold. There was no doubt, however things might have changed, that was not Artie. Yes? A maid. How could he have been so foolish as to believe Artie herself would open the front door? She was a commoner, but not a beggar. He cleared his throat. "I have returned. I mean, does Artie West live here?" "She does." The maid now opened the door wide enough for Jezzel to step into the gloomy hallway. "Whom may I announce?" "Captain Luthar." Her head snapped around as if attached to an invisible string that someone had yanked. "Captain Jezzel Don Luthar?" "Yes," he murmured, surprised. Had Artie perhaps spoken about him with this servant? Oh, if you'll wait a moment." The girl pointed to a door and hurried away with wide eyes, as if the Emperor of Gurkel had come to visit. The gloomy living room looked as if it had been furnished by someone with too much money, too little taste, and not nearly enough space for their ambitions. There were some brightly upholstered and elaborately padded chairs,
an oversized and excessively ornate display cabinet, and on one wall hung a painting that, if it had been just a little larger, would have required tearing down the wall to the neighbor's house. Two dust-swirled broad beams of light flashed through the gaps in the curtains and shimmered on the highly polished, though somewhat uneven, surface of an antique table. Taken individually, each piece of furniture might have passed, but in this arrangement they seemed oppressive. Nevertheless, Jezil told himself, as he looked around with a frown, he had come for Artie, after all, not for her furniture. It was ridiculous. His knees were weak, his mouth dry, his head spun, and with each passing moment it got worse. Not even in Alcus had he been so afraid when a pack of roaring Shonka had pursued him. Nervously he paced the room, clenching and unclenching his fists. Then he looked out onto the quiet street. He leaned over a chair to examine the huge painting more closely. A muscular-looking king sat with an oversized crown, while noblemen in furs knelt before him, gathered at his feet. Horrid the Great, Jezil presumed, but this realization didn't make him happy either. Bayaz's favorite, and also most boring topic of conversation, had been the achievements of this man. As far as Jezil was concerned, Horrid the Great could have been pickled in vinegar. Horrid the Great could go jump in a lake. Well, look at that. She stood in the doorway, the bright light from the hallway shimmering behind her on her dark hair and the edges of her white dress. Her head was tilted slightly to the side, and the faintest trace of a smile lay on her shadow-framed face. Apparently, she had barely changed. Often in life, those moments one longs for are great disappointments. But the reunion with Artie after this long separation was clearly an exception to that rule. All his carefully prepared conversation vanished in a fraction of a moment, and his head was suddenly as empty as on the day he first laid eyes on her. "So, you're still alive," she said softly. "Yes, just barely." He managed a crooked smile. "Did you think I was dead?" "I had hoped so." That immediately wiped the smile from his face. "Because I didn't even get a single letter. But to be honest, I rather thought you had forgotten me." Jezil grimaced. "I'm sorry I didn't write to you, truly very sorry. I wanted to." She closed the door and leaned against the wood, hands behind her back, still looking at him sullenly. "Not a day passed without me wanting to write to you, but I was called away and had no opportunity to notify anyone, not even my family. I was far, far away in the West. I heard about it."
The whole city is talking about it, and if I've heard it, then it must be truly common knowledge. You heard about it? Ardee gestured with her head towards the hallway. From the maid. From the maid? How in the gosh darn world could anyone in Adwa, and Ardee West's maid at that, have heard about his misfortune? Unpleasant images suddenly assailed him. Groups of servants giggling at the thought of him crying because of his battered face. That every, even moderately important person in the city gossiped about how foolish he must have looked when a scarred, coarse Northman fed him with a spoon. He felt himself blushing to the tips of his ears. What did she say? Oh, you know. She walked thoughtfully through the room. That you climbed the walls during the siege of Darmium, didn't you? That you then opened the gates to the Emperor's troops, and so on. What? Now he was even more confused than before. Darmium? I mean, who told her? She came closer now, even closer, and he grew more and more nervous until he broke off, stammering. She came even closer, and now she looked up at him with slightly parted lips. She was so close that he was sure she would take him in her arms and kiss him. So close that he leaned forward a little, full of anticipation, and half closed his eyes, while his lips already tingled. And then she walked past him, her hair almost brushing his face, and went to the display cabinet, opened a door, and took out a decanter, leaving him stranded on the carpet. Speechless like a fool, he watched her fill 2 glasses and hold one out to him, the wine sloshing over the rim and running stickily down the glass. "You've changed." Jezil felt sudden shame, and his hand twitched to his chin, instinctively covering the scar on his jaw. "I don't mean that. Not just that, anyway. Everything. You're somehow different. The power she held over him was, if anything, even stronger than before.
There hadn't been the weight of expectations, the long daydreams, and the anticipation in the wilderness then. "I missed you." He said it without thinking, then realized he was blushing and tried to change the subject. "Have you heard from your brother? He wrote to me every week." She threw her head back and emptied her glass, then refilled it. "At least since I found out he was still alive." "What? I thought he was dead for a month or even longer. He had just barely escaped a battle." "There was a battle?" Jezzel squeaked, but then immediately remembered that there was a war. Of course, there must have been battles. He brought his voice back under control. "What kind of battle?" "The one where Prince Ladislaw was killed." "Ladislaw is dead?" he now squeaked, and again his voice shot to girlish heights. He had seen the Crown Prince only a few times, and the man had always given such a self-centered impression that he seemed untouchable. It was hardly conceivable that he could simply have been struck down with a sword or shot with an arrow and then died like anyone else, but so it was. And then his brother was murdered. Reynold? Murdered? In his bed in the palace. When the king dies, a new one will be chosen by election in the open council. An election? Jezzel's voice reached such heights that he almost felt a little vomit at the back of his throat. She was already refilling her glass. Uthman's ambassador was hanged for the murder, although he was most likely innocent, and because of that, the war with the Gurkish drags on. We're also at war with the Gurkish? Dagoska fell at the beginning of the year. Dagoska fell? Jezzel emptied his glass with a long gulp and stared at the carpet, trying to sort all this news in his head. He shouldn't have been surprised that a lot had happened while he was away, but he hadn't expected the whole world to be almost turned upside down. War with the Gurkish? Battles in the north? An election to appoint the next king? "Do you need another drink?" R.D. asked, swirling the decanter in her hand. "I think I should have another, yes." Great events, of course, just as Bayaz had said. He watched her pour, how she tensely and almost angrily observed the wine gurgling from the opening. He noticed a small scar on her upper lip that he had never seen before, and he suddenly felt the desire to touch her, to run his fingers through her hair and pull her close. Great events, but they suddenly seemed insignificant compared to what was happening here, in this room. Who could predict it? His whole life might change in the next few moments, if only he could find the right words and bring himself to say them. "I really missed you," he managed, a pathetic attempt, which she met with a contemptuous snort. "Don't be silly." He reached for her hand and forced her to look him in the face. "I've been silly my whole life, but not now. There were times, out there on the plains, when only one thought kept me alive, the thought that I might be with you again. Every day I wanted to see you again." She did nothing but stare at him completely unimpressed. Her refusal to melt into his arms was highly frustrating after all he had been through. "R.D., please, I haven't come to argue with you." She cast a grim look at the floor as she downed another glass. "I have no idea why you came at all. Because I love you, and because I never want to be without you again. Please tell me you'll be my wife." He almost spoke these words aloud, but at the last moment, he noticed her contemptuous expression and stopped. He had completely forgotten how difficult she could be. "I've come to apologize. I know. I hurried here as fast as I could, but I see you're not in the right mood. I'll come back another time." He pushed past her and headed for the door, but R.D. was faster, turned the key in the lock, and pulled it out. "You leave me here all alone. Don't even write to me, and when you come back, you want to leave me without a kiss?" With that, she abruptly took a step towards him, and Jezzel involuntarily recoiled. "R.D., you're drunk." She angrily tossed her head. "I'm always drunk. Didn't you say you missed me?" "But," he mumbled, and for some reason suddenly began to feel a little afraid. "I thought, there's your problem, you see. Thinking. It doesn't suit you particularly well." She drove him back until he bumped against the tabletop, and his leg got so awkwardly caught behind his sword that he had to reach back with his hand and brace himself to avoid falling. "Haven't I waited too?" she whispered, and her breath, which brushed his face, was hot and sweet sour from the wine. "Just as you asked me to?" Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. It was a very pleasant feeling, but at the same time more than just a little irritating. He looked nervously at the door. "What about the servants?" he croaked. "If you don't like something, you can really go find another place. You're not here at my instigation." "But who brought you? Ah!" She clawed her fingers into his hair and painfully yanked his head back so that she now looked him directly in the face. "Forget that. You came here because of me, didn't you?" "Yes, of course." "Then say it." Her hand moved intimately. It almost hurt a little, but only almost. I came here because of you." "Well, here I am." And she moved closer to him. "You don't have to be shy now." He tried to grab her wrist. "RD, wait." Her other hand delivered a hard slap to his face, throwing his head to the side, violently enough that his ears rang. "I've been sitting here for 6 months doing nothing," she hissed in his face, the words slightly indistinct. "Do you even know how bored I've been? And now you're asking me to wait? Really, go to hell." Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Often in life, those moments one longs for are great disappointments. This moment was undoubtedly one of them.
Again and again, he had imagined reuniting with Artie during all the endless hours on the wide plain, spent saddle-sore and fearing for his life. But he had never imagined such a quick and intense act on the table in her tasteless living room. Afterwards, he felt guilty, ashamed, and terribly miserable. He heard the click of his belt buckle and would have liked to smash his face against the wall. She straightened up, let her skirts slide down and smoothed them, her face turned to the floor. He reached for her shoulder. "Artie." Angrily, she pushed him away and walked off. As she did so, she threw something behind her onto the floor, which clattered onto the carpet. The key to the door. "You can go." "I can what?" "Go! You got what you wanted, didn't you?" He licked his bloody lip in disbelief. "You think that's what I wanted?" Silence answered him. "I love you." She gave a kind of cough, as if she was about to be sick, then slowly shook her head. Why? He wasn't sure if he knew that. He also wasn't clear about what he meant or how he felt at all. He would have liked to start over, but he didn't know how to do it. The whole affair was an inexplicable nightmare from which he hoped to wake up quickly. "What do you mean, why?" She leaned forward, fists clenched, and screamed at him. "I'm a really nothing. Everyone who knows me hates me. My own father hated me. My own brother." Her voice broke, her face contorted, and her mouth twitched with anger and inner torment. "Everything I touch, I destroy. I'm nothing but dirt. Why don't you understand that?" With that, she put her hands over her face, turned her back to him, and her shoulders twitched. He blinked at her, and his own lips trembled too. The old Jazal Dan Luthar would probably have quickly dived for the key, run out of the room, and fled into the street, never to return, and he would have considered himself lucky to have gotten away so easily. The new one also thought about this possibility, very intensely in fact. But he had more character. At least, that's what he told himself. "I love you." The words tasted like a lie in his bloody mouth, but he had gone too far to turn back now. "I still love you." Now he walked towards her, and although she tried to push him away, he put his arm around her. Nothing has changed. He buried his fingers in her hair and gently pressed her head against his chest, while she quietly cried and let snot drip onto his colorful uniform. "Nothing has changed," he whispered. But that wasn't true. Footering sight, it wasn't obvious that they had anything to do with each other. They weren't sitting close enough together for that. Two men who, in the course of their daily business, happened to press their bottoms onto the same piece of wood. It was still early morning, and although the sun blinded Glokta with a harsh ray and gave a golden shimmer to the dew-wet grass, the rustling trees, and the rippling water of the lake in the park, the air was still deceptively cool. Lord Wetterlant was obviously an early riser, but so am I. Nothing makes a man leave his bed faster than being kept awake all night by tormenting cramps.
Lord Wetterland reached into a paper bag, took a few breadcrumbs between his thumb and forefinger, and threw them before his feet. A flock of self-important ducks had already gathered there, now angrily hindering each other in their efforts to get at the crumbs, while the old nobleman watched them, his furrowed face a slack and expressionless mask. "I harbor no illusions, Herr Superior," he boomed, barely moving his lips and not looking up at all. "I am not so great a man that I could participate in this competition, not even if I wanted to. But I am great enough to earn something from the whole affair, and I intend to take everything I can get." Finally, someone who gets straight to the point, without having to talk about the weather, the children's health, or the merits of ducks of different colors. That's no shame. I think so too. I have to support a family that grows larger year by year. I can only advise everyone never to have too many children. That danger no longer exists for me anyway. Then I also keep dogs, and they too need to be fed, and they have quite an appetite. Wetterland let out a long, wheezing sigh and threw a few more scraps to the ducks. "The higher one climbs, Herr Superior, the more dependents beg for alms. That's a sad fact." "You bear great responsibility, Lord Wetterland." Glokta grimaced as a cramp seized his leg, and then carefully stretched it out until he heard his knee crack. "How great, if I may ask?" "Of course, I have my own vote, and I control 3 other seats in the Open Council, from families bound to me by land ownership, friendship, marriage, and long tradition. Such connections can quickly prove to be unsustainable in times like these." "And you are absolutely sure of these 3? Wetterland looked at Glokta with his cold eyes. "I am no fool, Herr Superior. I keep my dogs on a short leash. I am sure of them, as sure as one can be in these uncertain times." He threw more breadcrumbs into the grass, and the ducks quacked, pecked, and chased each other with hard wing beats. 4 votes in total, then. No small part of the whole big pie. 4 votes in total. Glokta cleared his throat, then quickly made sure no one was within earshot. A girl with a sad face stood a little distance away on the park path, staring indifferently at the water. 2 disheveled-looking royalist officers sat on a bench on the other side, loudly discussing who had been drunker the previous evening. Is the sad girl perhaps listening for Lord Brock? Are the 2 officers perhaps reporting to Archlector Morovia? I see spies everywhere, and that's a good thing, because they are everywhere. He lowered his voice to a whisper. His Eminence would be willing to offer 15,000 marks for each vote. I understand. Wetterland's shadowed eyes didn't even twitch. So little meat would hardly satisfy my dogs, and there would be nothing left for my own table. Perhaps I should tell you that Lord Barrizon hinted to me that he would offer 18,000 for each vote, and also add an excellent piece of land bordering my own estates, forests with good game. Do you hunt, Superior? Once upon a time, but not for some time now. Ah, how regrettable. I have always loved this sport very much. But then Lord Brock sought me out. How delightful for both of you. He was kind enough to make me an offer of 20,000, and also promised to marry his youngest daughter to my eldest son, a very good match. Did you agree? I told him it was too early to accept such an offer. I'm sure His Eminence could raise it to 21, but that would be the limit. Archlector Morovia's representative has already offered me 25. Harlan Morrow, Glokta hissed through his remaining teeth. Lord Wetterland raised an eyebrow. Yes, I believe that was his name. I'm sorry, but for now I can only match that offer. I will inform His Eminence of your position. His delight will surely know no bounds. Let me hear from you, Superior. Wetterland turned back to the ducks and threw them another handful of breadcrumbs. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he watched them squabble. Glokta leant painfully to the ordinary house on the ordinary street, while almost a smile flitted across his lips. A moment away from the oppressive company of the great and powerful. A moment where I don't have to lie, cheat, or expect a knife in my back.
Perhaps I'll even find a room that doesn't smell of Harlan Morrow. That would be refreshing. The door was flung open, though he had only just raised his fist to knock, and he unexpectedly stared into the grinning face of a man wearing the royalist uniform. It was so unexpected that Glokta didn't recognize him at first. Then he felt a wave of dismay wash over him.
Well, Captain Luthar, what a surprise. A most unpleasant one, no question. The captain had changed greatly. While he used to look boyish and slick, he now appeared more angular, almost weather-beaten. And while he once held his chin arrogantly high, there was now an almost apologetic expression on his face. He had also grown a beard, perhaps in an unsuccessful attempt to hide a deep scar that ran through his lip and across his jaw, although, unfortunately, it doesn't make him look ugly at all. Inquisitor Glokta, superior. Indeed? Luthar looked at him blankly for a moment. Well, in that case. The friendly smile returned, and Glokta was surprised to find the officer heartily shaking his hand. Congratulations. I'd love to chat with you for a while, but duty calls. I won't be staying in the city long, you see, heading north with everything that entails. Of course. Glokta watched him with a frown as Luthar stepped cheerfully into the street, casting only a fleeting glance behind him before turning the corner. That leaves only the question of why he was here at all. Glokta limped through the open door and quietly closed it behind him. Though, honestly, a young man leaving a young woman's house in the early morning? To unravel this mystery, one hardly needs to bother His Majesty's Inquisition. Haven't I left more apartments in the early morning hours than I should have? Always pretending to hope no one would observe me, yet always counting on the opposite happening? He stepped through the door into the living room. Or was that another man? Artie West had her back to him, and he heard wine splashing into a glass. "Did you forget something?" she asked over her shoulder in a soft and playful voice. A tone women rarely use with me. Horror, disgust, and perhaps a hint of pity are more the rule. A clinking sound rang out as she put the bottle away. "Or did you decide you absolutely needed another?" A crooked smile was on her face as she turned, but it vanished when she saw who stood behind her. Glokta snorted. "Don't worry, that's how everyone reacts to me. Even myself, every morning when I look in the mirror. At least when I manage to stand up upright in front of the gosh darn thing. That's not it, and you know it. I just didn't expect you to drop in like this. Then I suppose we've all had our little fright this morning. You won't guess who I just met in your hallway." She froze for a tiny moment, then threw her head back contemptuously and sipped some wine from her glass. "Perhaps you'd like to give me a little hint?" "I'd be happy to." Glokta grimaced in pain as he sank into a chair and stretched out his aching leg. It was a young royalist officer, one who undoubtedly has a brilliant future ahead of him, although, of course, we can always hope for the opposite. Artie stared at him over the rim of her glass. "There are so many royalist officers that I can barely tell them apart." "Indeed? The one I'm talking about won the tournament last year, if I recall correctly." "I can barely remember who was in the final. One year is much like another, don't you think?" "That's true. Since I participated, this competition has steadily gone downhill. But I thought you might remember this winner. He looked as if something had hit him in the face since our last meeting. Quite hard, I'd say. Though not half as hard as I would have wished." "You're angry with me," Ardee said without the slightest trace of concern in her voice. "Disappointed, I'd say. But what did you expect? I would have thought you smarter." "Cleverness is no guarantee of sensible behavior. My father always said that." She tipped her wine down her throat with a practiced flick of her wrist. "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." "No, you can't. You've clearly demonstrated that. Are you aware of what will happen if people find out? You'll be shunned." "And what would change then?" she asked contemptuously. "It might surprise you, but I'm rarely invited to the palace. I'm barely considered an embarrassment. No one talks to me.
Except me, of course, but I'm hardly the kind of company a young woman longs for. No one gives a gosh darn about what I do, and if people find out, they'll say that nothing else was to be expected from a difficult person like me. Gosh darn commoners, they have no more self-control than an animal, but that was clear. And didn't you tell me I could be intimate with whoever I wanted? I also told you, the less you are intimate, the better. I suppose you told all your conquests that, didn't you? Glokta grimaced. Not necessarily. I lured and begged, I threatened and urged. Your beauty has struck my heart. I am devastated. Without you I will die. Have you no pity? Do you not love me at all? I only stopped just before the instruments were bared, and when I had gotten what I wanted, I cast them aside and cheerfully turned to the next without a backward glance. Huh! R.D. snorted, as if she had guessed what was going through his mind. Sandan Glokta lecturing here on the virtues of chastity? Please. How many women did you ruin before the Gurkish ruined you? You were notorious. A muscle in his neck began to twitch, and he rolled his shoulder until it loosened again. She's quite right about that. Perhaps a small, quiet conversation with the nobleman in question will suffice. A quiet conversation, or a wild night with practical frost? The bed is everyone's own business, as they say in Styria. Aber wie kommt es überhaupt, dass sich der große Hauptmann Luther unter gemeine Zivilisten mischt? Gibt es keine Nordmänner mehr, die er verjagen kann? Wer wird denn Angland verteidigen, wenn er nicht mehr da ist? Er war gar nicht in Angland, nicht? So hat ihm sein Vater also einen hübschen Posten abseits des Geschehens besorgt, was? Er war im alten Kaiserreich oder so, irgendwo auf der anderen Seite des Meers, weit, weit im Westen. Sie seufzte, als ob sie bereits reichlich davon gehört hätte und von dem Thema gründlich gelangweilt wäre. Im alten Kaiserreich? Was zum Heck hat er dort getrieben? Wieso fragen Sie ihn nicht selbst? Es war irgend so eine Reise. Er hat ziemlich viel von einem Nordmann erzählt. Neunfinger oder so. Gloktas Kopf fuhr hoch. Neunfinger? Von dem und von irgendeinem alten Glatzkopf. Ein Schwall von Zuckungen rann über Gloktas Gesicht. Bajaz. Adi zuckte die Achseln und trank wieder aus ihrem Glas, wobei ihre Bewegungen allmählich von leicht angetrunkener Ungeschicklichkeit geprägt waren. Bajaz. Das ist genau das, was wir so kurz vor dieser Wahl brauchen, dass dieser alte, kahle Lügenbold überall seine Nase hineinsteckt. Ist er jetzt hier in der Stadt? Woher soll ich das wissen? Brummte Adi. Mir erzählt doch keiner was. Similarities. Pharaoh schlich durch das Zimmer und verzog das Gesicht. Ihre Verachtung ergoss sich in die süß duftende Luft, über die raschelnden Vorhänge, die großen Fenster und den hohen Balkon dahinter. Sie ließ einen abfälligen Blick über die dunklen Bilder dicker, blecher Könige gleiten, über die polierten Möbel, die überall in dem großen Raum herumstanden. Sie hasste diesen Ort mit seinen weichen Betten und seinen weichen Menschen. Den Staub und den Durst der wüsten Lande von Kanta zog sie eindeutig vor. Dort war das Leben schwer und heiß und kurz. Aber es war auch ehrlich. Diese Union, vor allem die Stadt Adua und ganz besonders die Festung, der Agriont, waren bis zum Bersten mit Lügen vollgestopft. Sie fühlte sie auf ihrer Haut wie einen Fettfleck, den sie nicht wegreiben konnte. Und Bajaz steckte tief mit drin. Er hatte sie dazu verlockt, mit ihm durch die ganze Welt zu reisen, für nichts. Sie hatten keine uralte Waffe gefunden, die man im Krieg gegen die Gürkischen hätte einsetzen können. Nun grinste er und lachte und tauschte mit anderen alten Männern geflüsterte Geheimnisse aus.
Männer, die, wenn sie hereinkamen, von der Hitze draußen schwitzten und die, wenn sie hinausgingen, sogar noch mehr ins Schwitzen gekommen waren. Sie hätte es nie einem anderen Menschen gegenüber zugegeben, und sie hasste es, dass sie es sich selbst eingestehen musste. Sie vermisste Neunfinger. Zwar hatte sie es nie zeigen können, aber es war beruhigend gewesen, jemanden in der Nähe zu wissen, den man halbwegs vertrauen konnte. Jetzt musste sie ständig selbst über ihre Schulter gucken. Der Zauberlehrling bildete ihre einzige Gesellschaft, und das war schlimmer als allein zu sein. Er saß da und beobachtete sie schweigend, während sein Buch unbeachtet neben ihm auf dem Tisch lag. Es sah ihr zu und lächelte freudlos, als ob er etwas wusste, das sie ebenfalls längst hätte erraten sollen. Als ob er sie für eine Närrin hielt, dass sie es nicht erkannte. Das machte sie nur noch wütender. Und so schlich sie durchs Zimmer und bedachte alles mit düsterem Blick, die Fäuste geballt und die Zähne zusammengebissen. »Du solltest wieder in den Süden zurückkehren, Ferro.« Sie hielt inne und sah Quay finster an. Er hatte natürlich recht. Nichts wäre ihr lieber gewesen, als diese gottlosen Rosigs auf ewig hinter sich zu lassen und die Gurkisen mit Waffen anzugreifen, von denen sie etwas verstand. Und wenn sie sich die Rache mit den Zähnen herausreißen musste. Er hatte recht, doch das änderte nichts. Ferro hatte nie viel Wert auf den guten Rat anderer gelegt. »Was weißt du denn davon, was ich tun sollte, du mickriger, närrischer Rosig?« »Mehr als du glaubst.« Nicht einen Augenblick entließ er sie aus seinem trägen Blick. »Wir sind uns ähnlich, du und ich. Das erkennst du vielleicht nicht, aber dennoch ist es so. Wir haben viele Gemeinsamkeiten.« Ferro runzelte die Stirn. Sie wusste nicht, was der kränkliche Idiot damit meinte, aber es klang nicht gut in ihren Ohren. »Bayas wird dir nichts geben, was du wirklich brauchst. Man kann ihm nicht vertrauen. Das habe ich zu spät erkannt, aber du hast noch Zeit. Du solltest einen anderen Herrn suchen.« »Ich habe keinen Herrn«, fuhr sie ihn an. »Ich bin frei.« Einer von Quays bleichen Mundwinkeln zuckte nach oben. »Niemand von uns wird je wirklich frei sein. Geh. Es gibt hier nichts für dich zu tun.« »Wieso bleibst du dann noch?« »Wegen der Rache.« Ferro blickte noch finsterer drein. »Rache wofür?« Der Zauberlehrling beugte sich vor und seine hellen Augen blickten fest in ihre. Die Tür schwang knarrend auf und er klappte den Mund wieder zu, lehnte sich zurück und sah aus dem Fenster. Als ob er nie etwas hätte sagen wollen. Darn Apprentice Wizard mit seinen Darn-Rätseln. Ferro wandte ihr missmutiges Gesicht der Tür zu. Bayas betrat gemächlich das Zimmer, eine Teetasse in der Hand, die er sorgfältig gerade hielt. Er sah nicht einmal in Ferros Richtung, als er an ihr vorbeirauschte und durch die geöffnete Tür auf den Balkon trat. Dan Magus. Sie schlich ihm nach und verengte die Augen in dem gleißenden Licht draußen. Sie standen hoch über dem Agriont, der sich unter ihnen ausbreitete. Ganz ähnlich wie damals, als sie mit Neunfinger über die Dächer geklettert war, vor langer Zeit. Kleine Grüppchen fauler Rosigs bummelten über das schimmernde Gras unter ihnen, genau wie sie es getan hatten, bevor Ferro ins alte Kaiserreich aufgebrochen war. Und dennoch war jetzt nicht mehr alles so wie zuvor. Überall in der Stadt war nun eine Art von Angst zu spüren. Sie konnte es in jedem der weichen, blassen Gesichter sehen. Sie spürte es in jedem ihrer Worte, in jeder ihrer Gesten. Es herrschte eine atemlose Spannung, ähnlich der Luft kurz bevor ein Sturm losbricht. Wie ein Feld trockenen Grases, das beim geringsten Funken in Flammen aufgehen wird. Sie wusste nicht, worauf sie warteten, und ihr war es egal. Aber sie hatte viel Gerede über eine Wahl gehört. Der erste der Magi beobachtete sie, als sie durch die Tür trat, und das helle Sonnenlicht schimmerte auf seinem kahlen Kopf. »Tee, Ferro?« Ferro hasste Tee, und Bayas wusste das. Die Darn-Gurkhisen tranken Tee, wenn sie Verrat im Sinn hatten. Sie erinnerte sich daran, dass die Soldaten Tee getrunken hatten, während sie abgekämpft im Staub gelegen hatte. Die Sklavenhändler hatten Tee getrunken, als sie über Preise verhandelt hatten. Uthman hatte Tee getrunken, während er sich über ihre Wut und ihre Hilflosigkeit amüsiert hatte. Und jetzt trank Bayas ihn, die kleine Tasse anmutig zwischen dem dicken Daumen und dem Zeigefinger haltend, und er lächelte. Ferro knirschte mit den Zähnen. »Ich bin hier fertig, Rosig. Du hast mir Rache versprochen, aber du hast mir nichts gegeben. Ich gehe wieder in den Süden.« »Tatsächlich? Es täte uns leid, dich zu verlieren. Aber Gurkul und die Union liegen miteinander im Krieg. Gegenwärtig segeln keine Schiffe nach Kanta. Das mag eine Zeit lang so bleiben. Wie komme ich dann dorthin? Du hast ausdrücklich klargemacht, dass ich nicht für dich verantwortlich bin. Ich habe dir ein Dach über dem Kopf gegeben, und du zeigst dich dafür kaum dankbar. Wenn du zu gehen wünschst, dann kannst du deine eigenen Vorbereitungen treffen. Mein Bruder Julwei wird bald wieder zu uns stoßen. Vielleicht wird er bereit sein, dich unter seine Fittiche zu nehmen.« Das reicht nicht. Bayas starrte sie an. Ein beängstigender Blick, durchaus, aber Ferro war nicht Langfuß oder Luthar oder Quay. Sie hatte keinen Herrn und würde niemals wieder zulassen, dass jemand über sie verfügte. Das reicht nicht, habe ich gesagt. Was steckt nur in dir, dass du es immer wieder darauf anlegst, die Grenzen meiner Geduld auszuloten?
Sie ist nicht ohne Ende, musst du wissen, ebenso wenig wie meine. Bayas schnaubte. Deine hat kaum einen Anfang, wie Meister Neunfinger sicherlich bestätigen kann. Ich muss schon sagen, Ferro, du hast den Liebreiz einer Ziege mit einem sehr bockigen Wesen. Er spitzte die Lippen, setzte das Tässchen an den Mund und schlürfte anmutig von seinem Rand. Es kostete Ferro große Beherrschung, es ihm nicht aus der Hand zu schlagen und dem alten Jörg noch dazu eine harte Kopfnuss zu verpassen. Aber wenn du immer noch den Kampf gegen die Gurkisen im Sinn hast, immer, dann bin ich sicher, dass ich eine Verwendung für deine Talente finden kann. Eine Arbeit, bei der keinerlei Humor vonnöten ist. Meine Ziele hinsichtlich der Gurkisen haben sich nicht geändert. Der Kampf muss weitergehen, wenn auch mit anderen Waffen. Seine Augen glitten zu dem großen Turm, der über der Festung aufragte. Ferro wusste wenig über Schönheit und gab üblicherweise auch nichts darauf, aber dieses Gebäude erschien ihr einfach überwältigend. Der Berg aus nacktem Stein hatte nichts Weiches oder Verzärteltes an sich. Seine Form verriet brutale Ehrlichkeit. Eine gnadenlose Präzision lag in seinen eckigen schwarzen Kanten. Irgendetwas daran faszinierte sie. »Was ist das da drüben?« fragte sie. Bayas sah sie mit zusammengekniffenen Augen an. »Das Haus des Schöpfers.« »Was ist da drin?« »Das geht dich nichts an.« Ferro spuckte beinahe vor Zorn. »Du hast da gelebt, du hast Kanidias gedient, du hast dem Schöpfer bei seiner Arbeit geholfen. All das hast du uns erzählt, damals, auf der Ebene. Also sag mir, was da drin ist. Du hast ein gutes Gedächtnis, Ferro, aber du vergisst eines. Wir haben den Samen nicht gefunden. Ich brauche dich nicht. Und deine endlosen Fragen muss ich schon gar nicht mehr beantworten. Stell dir mal vor, das trifft mich richtig hart.« He drank his tea again in small sips, raised his eyebrows and looked down at the lazy rosigs in the park. Ferro forced a smile onto her face, or at least what passed for a smile with her. At least she showed her teeth. She remembered all too well what the bitter old woman, Cow Neal, had said and how much it had angered Bayas. She would challenge him in the same way. The Creator. You tried to steal his secrets. And you tried to steal his daughter. Her name was Ptolemy. Her father threw her from the roof, as punishment for her betrayal, because she had opened the gates for you.
Am I wrong? Bayaz shook the last drops from the cup over the balustrade. Pharaoh watched them sparkle in the sun as they fell. Yes, Pharaoh, the Creator threw his daughter from the roof. As it seems, we both have no luck in love, do we? We're just unlucky. Even more unlucky are our lovers. Who would have thought we had so much in common? Pharaoh thought about sending that jerk of a Rosig down the same path as the tea-drops and simply pushing him off the balcony. But he still owed her something, and she wanted to collect that debt. So she just glared at him and slunk back into the room. A newcomer had appeared there in the meantime, a man with curly hair and a broad smile. He carried a long staff in his hand and had a bag of weather-beaten leather slung over his shoulder. His eyes were strange. One was bright, one dark. There was something in his scrutinizing gaze that made Pharaoh suspicious, even more than usual. Ah, the famous Pharaoh Malgin. Forgive my curiosity, but one does not meet a person with your remarkable ancestry every day. Pharaoh didn't like that he knew her name and her ancestry, or anything about her at all. Who are you? Where are my manners? I am Yoru Sulphur of the Order of Magi. With that he offered her his hand. She didn't take it, but he just smiled. Not one of the original 12, of course not. More of a latecomer, a later addition. I was once the apprentice of the great Bayaz. Pharaoh snorted. That didn't make him particularly trustworthy in her eyes. And what happened then? I finished my apprenticeship. Bayaz placed his cup on the table by the window with a loud clatter. Yoru, he said, and the newcomer humbly bowed his head. I thank you for your work so far, precise and to the point, as always. Sulphur's smile widened even further. A small cog in a big machine, Master Bayaz, but I try to be a robust cog. You have never disappointed me. I have not forgotten that. How is your latest little plan developing? It's all ready. We can begin as soon as you command it. Then let's start now. We gain nothing by waiting any longer. I will make the preparations. I also brought you this, as you wished. He slid the bag from his shoulder and reached inside. Slowly, he pulled out a book. Large and black, the heavy covers carved, scarred, and marked by fire. "Glustrod's book," he murmured softly, as if afraid to speak the words. Bayaz frowned. "Keep it for a while longer. There was an unexpected problem." "A problem?" Sulfur let the book slide back into its sheath with obvious relief. "What we were looking for was not there." "Then?" "As for our other plans, however, nothing has changed." "Of course." Sulfur bowed his head again. "Lord Isher is already on his way." "Very good." Bayaz looked over at Pharaoh, as if he had only just noticed her presence. "Would you be so kind as to leave us alone for a moment? A visitor is coming with whom I need to discuss something." She was only too happy to leave the room, but she took her time, precisely because Bayaz wanted to get rid of her quickly. She uncrossed her arms, stood still, and stretched. Then she ambled to the door with a detour, dragging her feet across the floorboards, filling the room with an ugly scratching sound. Then she paused to look at a picture, to poke the upholstery of an armchair, and to give a polished pot a little nudge, although none of these things interested her in the slightest. Meanwhile, Quay watched her, and Sulfur showed his knowing little smile. She stopped in the doorway. "Now?" "Yes, now," Bayaz snapped at her. She looked around the room again. "Gosh, Magi," she snorted, and slipped out the door. In the room behind, she almost collided with a tall, old Rosid. He wore, despite the heat, a heavy robe, and had a sparkling chain draped over his shoulders. A large man lurked behind him, grim and watchful, a bodyguard. Pharaoh didn't like the way the old Rozig looked at her. He looked down at her from above, chin raised, as if she were a dog, as if she were a slave. "Sss," she hissed in his face as she pushed past him. He snorted angrily, and his bodyguard gave Pharaoh a dangerous look. She paid no attention. Dangerous looks meant nothing. If he wanted to ram his knee into her face, he could try, but he didn't. The two walked into the room she had just left. "Ah, Lord Isher," she heard Bayaz say before the door closed. "I'm glad you could visit us on such short notice." "I set off immediately. My grandfather always said that." "Your grandfather was a wise man and a good friend. If I may, I would like to discuss the situation in the open council with you. Would you like some tea?" Honesty. Jezzel lay on his back, hands clasped behind his head, the sheet around his hips. He watched Ardi, who was looking out the window, and he thanked the goddesses of fate that some long-forgotten uniform tailor had short-waisted jackets. He thanked them with utmost seriousness, for at the moment Ardi wore nothing but his jacket. It was incredible how much their relationship had changed since that brief, bitter reunion. For a week now they hadn't spent a night apart, and for a week a permanent smile had been on his face. Occasionally a memory surfaced, unwelcome and terribly sudden, like a bloated corpse in a pond while one is having a picnic on the bank. The memory of how she had bitten and hit him, how she had cried and screamed at him. But when that happened, he held on to his grin and saw her smile at him, and he quickly managed to push those unpleasant thoughts back, at least for a short time. Then he congratulated himself on having been mature enough to endure it and not to judge her prematurely. "Ardi," he coaxed her. Come back to bed." "Why?" "Because I love you." Strange, the more often he said it, the easier it became. She let out a bored sigh. "You keep saying that." "Because it's true." She turned around, hands resting on the windowsill behind her, her body outlined as a dark silhouette against the bright window. "And what exactly does that mean? That we've been intimate for a week and still haven't had enough? I don't think I'll ever get enough of that." "Well," she pushed herself off the windowsill and padded across the floorboards. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to find out, would it? At least no more than it's already hurting us." She stopped at the foot of the bed. "Just one thing you have to promise me." Jezzel swallowed. He feared her question, and he feared what he would answer. "Whatever you want," he murmured, forcing a smile. "Never leave me." His smile relaxed. He could affirm that with a light heart. He was, after all, a reformed man. "Of course, I promise." "Good." She crawled on all fours onto the bed, her eyes fixed on his face, while he, full of anticipation, played with his toes under the sheet. She rose to her knees, legs spread over him, and pulled the jacket smooth over her body with a jerk. "Well, Captain, would I pass inspection like this?" "I'd say." He grabbed the front of the jacket and pulled it down towards him, then slid his hands under the garment. "You are undoubtedly the prettiest soldier in my company." Their bodies moved together, desire growing. "Ah, the captain is ready for attack again. For you, always." Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Loud and distinctly, there were 2 knocks on the door, and both froze. The knocking repeated. R.D. lifted her head and pushed the hair from her flushed face. "What is it?" she called, her voice thick and hoarse. "Someone is here for the captain." The maid. Is he still here?" R.D.'s eyes slid to Jezzel. "I think I could get a message to him." He bit his lips to suppress a laugh, then reached out to her. She slapped his hand away. "Who is it? A herald knight?" Jezzel felt his smile fade. These fellows never seemed to bring good news, and always at the most inconvenient times.
Lord Marshal Varus urgently needs to speak with the captain. They're searching the whole city for him, Jezzel muttered under his breath. Apparently, the army had finally realized he had returned. "Tell him I'll give the captain the message when I see him," R.D. called, and the footsteps in the hallway outside the room moved away. "Gosh," Jezzel hissed, barely sure the girl was no longer outside the door, though she must surely have long understood the situation. "I have to go." "Now?" "Now, very well. If I don't go, they'll keep searching, and the faster I leave now, the faster I'll be back." She sighed and rolled onto her back as he stood up and gathered his scattered clothes from around the room. His shirt had a wine stain on the front, his trousers were creased and wrinkled, but they would have to do. It was no longer his goal to appear perfectly dressed in every situation anyway. He sat on the bed to pull on his boots and felt her kneeling behind him. Her hands glided over his chest, her lips gently touched his ear as she whispered to him, "So you're going to leave me alone again, aren't you? And you're going to move to England to slaughter the Northmen with my brother?" Jezzel leaned forward with some effort and maneuvered one foot into his boot. Perhaps, perhaps not. The thought of a soldier's life no longer seemed particularly appealing to him. He had seen enough bloodshed up close to know that it was extremely frightening and terribly painful. Glory and honor seemed a rather small reward, given the dangers one had to face for them. "I'm seriously thinking about giving back my officer's commission." "Seriously? And what will you do then?" "I don't know exactly yet." He turned his head to her and raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps I'll find a good woman and settle down somewhere." "A good woman? Do you know one?" "I was hoping you might have a suggestion." She pressed her lips together. "Let me think. Does she have to be beautiful?" "No, no. Beautiful women are always so very demanding. I'd prefer a nice plain Jane." "Clever?" Jezzel snorted. "Certainly not. I'm notorious for being a complete blockhead. Next to a clever woman, I'd look like an idiot all the time." He pulled up his other boot, released her hands, and stood up. "A goggle-eyed, brainless calf would be ideal, someone who always agrees with me." R.D. clapped her hands. "Oh yes, I can see her by your side, dangling like an empty dress on your arm, a kind of echo, only in a higher pitch. But of noble blood, of course, I suppose." "Of course, only the best. In that regard, I'm not willing to compromise. And she must be blonde. I have a weakness for that." "I completely agree with you there. Dark hair is so common. It's the color of dirt, of mud, of refuse." She shivered. "I feel soiled just thinking about it." "But above all," he added, as he slid his sword through the loop on his belt, "she must possess a calm and balanced temperament. I've had enough hard times." "Of course. Life is difficult enough without a woman constantly causing trouble. That's so undignified." She raised her eyebrows. "I'll go through my acquaintances." "Excellent. In the meantime, I need my jacket back, even if you wear it with far more elegance than I ever could." "Oh, of course, Captain." She undressed and threw him the jacket, then settled back on the bed. "But you won't leave me alone for too long, will you?" He looked at her for a moment. "Don't you dare move a very inch from there," he growled hoarsely, then pulled on his jacket and hurried out the door.
He hoped to compose himself before the meeting with the Lord Marshal, but he wasn't entirely sure. Once again, Jezzel found himself in one of Crown Judge Moravia's Call Grand Halls, standing alone on the largely unfurnished floor before the gigantic polished table, from the other side of which 3 old men stared grimly at him. As the scribe closed the tall doors with a resounding bang, Jezzel had the alarming feeling that he had experienced all this before. On that day, when he had been ordered off the ship that was supposed to take him to England, when he had been separated from his friends and his ambitious future plans, and sent on a crazy, doomed-from-the-start journey to nowhere, a journey that had cost him his good looks and almost his life. It was anything but a pleasant feeling to stand here again now, and he earnestly hoped that he would fare better this time. In that sense, it was already reassuring that the first of the Magi was not present, although he faced a panel whose composition did not exactly make him happy either. He looked directly into the hard, old faces of Lord Marshal Varus, Crown Judge Moravia, and Lord Treasurer Hoff. Varus was busy elaborating on Jezzel's excellent achievements in the Old Empire. He had apparently heard an account of events that hardly matched Jezzel's memory at all. Great adventures in the West, with which, as I have heard, he brought much honor to the Union on foreign soil. I was particularly impressed by the story of your sally on the bridge of Darmium. Did that really happen as I was told? On the bridge of Darmium, well, if I'm honest, he probably should have asked the old fool what in the world he was talking about, but Jezzel was too busy thinking of R.D. Gosh, on his country, duty could go to the world. If he gave back his commission instantly, he could be back with her before the hour was up. The thing is, that was your favorite story, was it? Hoff asked, lowering his wine goblet. I was particularly fascinated by the report about the Emperor's daughter. He looked at Jezzel with a wink that suggested the story in question was a somewhat delicate one. Honestly, Your Honor, I haven't the slightest idea how that rumor started. Nothing of the sort happened, I can assure you. The whole thing seems to have been completely exaggerated somehow. Well, a glorious rumor is worth 10 disappointing truths, don't you agree? Jezzel blanked. Well, either way, Varus interrupted him, the closed council has received excellent reports about your conduct abroad. Indeed? Many different reports, all full of praise. Jezzel couldn't suppress a grin, though he wondered who such reports might have come from. He could hardly imagine Pharaoh Malgin raving about his outstanding talents. Well, gentlemen, you are very kind, but due to the determination and courage you have shown in fulfilling this difficult and important task, I am pleased to inform you that you have been promoted to the rank of colonel with immediate effect. Now Jezzel's eyes widened. Really? That's right, my boy, and there's probably no one who deserves it more than you. To rise 2 ranks in one afternoon? That was an unprecedented honor, especially since he had fought no battles, recently performed no other heroic deeds, or made great sacrifices. Unless one wanted to count that he had gotten out of his best friend's sister's bed. That was a sacrifice, no question, but not one of the kind that usually earned one the king's favor. He couldn't help but feel a slight flush of satisfaction at this development. A new uniform, even more braids, and perhaps even more people he could tell what to do. Glory and honor might be a small reward, sure, but he had already faced the dangers, and now he just had to say yes. Had he not suffered? Had he not deserved it? He didn't have to think about it for too long. In fact, he didn't have to think about it at all. The idea of leaving the army and settling down somewhere receded into the distant future. I am very honored to accept this unusual, honor. Then I suppose we are all equally delighted, Hoff said sourly. But now to business. You are surely aware, Colonel Luthar, that there has recently been some trouble with the farmers. Surprisingly, such news had barely reached R.D.'s bedroom.
But surely nothing serious, Your Honor. Only if you would call a full-blown rebellion nothing serious. Rebellion? Jezzel swallowed. This fellow, this Tanner, hissed the Lord Treasurer.
For several months he has been traveling through the country, inciting the discontented, sowing the seeds of rebellion, and instigating the farmers to commit crimes against their lords, against their nobles, against their king. No one ever thought it would actually come to open rebellion. Varus's jaw muscles ground angrily. But after a rally near Keln, a group of farmers, encouraged by this tanner, armed themselves and then refused to disperse. They struck a decisive blow against the local landowner, and the unrest spread further. Now we have learned that yesterday they defeated a considerable force under Lord Finster, burned down his country house, and hanged 3 tax collectors. They are moving through the country, leaving a trail of devastation and heading towards Adwa. Devastation? Jezzel breathed, looking at the door. Devastation was indeed a very nasty word. It is a most unpleasant story, Morovia regretted. Half of these people are honest men, loyal to their king, who were merely driven to these acts by the greed of the landowners. Varus snorted contemptuously. There is no excuse for high treason. The other half consists of thieves, scoundrels, and malcontents. They should all be brought to the gallows. The closed council has made its decision, Half interrupted him. This tanner has declared his intention to present the king with a list of demands. To the king? New freedoms, new rights, every man equal to his brother, and similar dangerous nonsense. It will soon be known that they are on their way here, and then panic will break out. There will be riots, some for the farmers, others against them. The situation in the country is already extremely precarious. We are involved in 2 wars, and the king's health is poor, and he has no heir. Half slammed his fist on the table, making Jezzel flinch. We must prevent the rabble from reaching the city. Marshal Varus folded his hands. We will send out the 2 regiments of royalists remaining in Midland to confront this threat. A list of concessions, he grimaced at the word, has been prepared by us. If the farmers agree to negotiations and return to their farms, their lives will be spared. However, should this tanner refuse to listen to reason, then his so-called army must be crushed, scattered to the winds, disbanded. Destroyed, said Half, rubbing a spot on the tabletop with his broad thumb, and the instigators must be handed over to the Inquisition. Regrettable, Jezzel murmured without thinking, and at the mere mention of the Inquisition a cold shiver ran down his spine. Necessary, said Morovia, shaking his head sadly, but it will hardly be easy to accomplish. Varus glared grimly at Jezzel across the table. In every village, every town, every field, and every farm they have passed, their army has swelled with new recruits. The country is teeming with malcontents. Of course, they lack discipline and are not well equipped, but according to our latest estimate, we are talking about 40,000 rebels. 40,000! Jezzel shifted nervously from one foot to the other. He had assumed it was perhaps a few hundred, and poorly shod at that. Of course, here, behind the safe walls of the Agriant, there was no danger. But 40,000, that was a very large number of agitated people, even if they were farmers. The Royalists are already preparing, 1 mounted regiment, 1 with foot soldiers. Now all that's missing is a commander for this undertaking. Jezzel grumbled. He by no means envied the unfortunate man his task of commanding an army facing a horde of savages, outnumbered 5 to 1, and furthermore hyped up by self-righteousness and small victories, drunk with hatred for the nobles and the royal house, greedy for blood and plunder. Now Jezzel's eyes grew even wider. Me? You? He searched for words. I don't want to appear ungrateful, please understand, but I mean, there are surely men who would be better suited for this task. Lord Marshal, you yourself have. These are difficult times. Half looked sternly at Jezzel from under his bushy brows. Very difficult times. We need someone without personal entanglements. We need a clean slate. You fulfill this requirement excellently.
But negotiating with the farmers, Your Honor, Lord Chief Justice, Lord Marshal, I understand nothing of such things. I understand nothing of the laws." "We are well aware of your shortcomings," Hoff said. "Therefore, a representative of the closed council will come with you, someone who possesses undisputed expertise in all those areas." A heavy hand suddenly rested on Jezel's shoulder. "I told you we would surely see you again sooner rather than later, my boy." Jezel slowly turned his head, and paralyzing despair spread within him. There stood the first of the Magi, grinning directly into his face, not even an arm's length away, and was indeed suddenly very present. It was basically no surprise that this bald old know-it-all was involved in the whole thing. Strange and painful events seemed to follow him like stray dogs follow a butcher's cart. The peasant army, if we want to call it that, is camped 4 loose days' march from the city, widely scattered across the land and looking for plunder. Varus leaned forward with a long neck and tapped the table with a finger. "You will set off immediately to intercept them. All our hopes rest on this, Colonel Luthar. Do you understand your order?" "Yes, Lord Marshal," Jezel whispered, trying to let at least a little enthusiasm resonate, but failing miserably. "So we're together again, aren't we?" Bayaz chuckled. "They'd better get out of the way, eh, my boy?" "Of course," Jezel murmured dejectedly. He had had the chance to turn his back on all of it and start a new life, but he had thrown it away for 1 or 2 extra stars on his jacket. Too late he realized what a terrible mistake he had made. Bayaz's grip on his shoulder tightened, pulling him paternally closer, and made no move to release him. There was truly no escape. Jezel was in a great hurry as he left his quarters, and he cursed as he dragged his Chester behind him. It was truly an outrageous imposition to make him carry his own luggage, but he was in a great hurry if he wanted to save the Union from the madness of its own citizens. He had only very briefly considered rushing to the harbor and boarding the first ship sailing to distant Suljik before angrily dismissing that idea. He had accepted the promotion with open eyes, and now, he told himself, he had no choice but to somehow manage this task. If you have to do something you fear, it's better to tackle it right away instead of living with the fear for a long time, and so on. He turned the key in the lock, turned around, and flinched, gasping like a little girl in fright. Someone was waiting in the shadows opposite his door, and his horror increased when he recognized who it was. The cripple Glokta stood against the wall, leaning heavily on his stick, and grinned in his disgusting, toothless way. "A word, Colonel Luthar. If you mean the business with the farmers, the matter is entirely under control." Jezel tried to banish the contempt he felt from his features, but he failed. "You don't have to bother about that. It's not about that matter." "What then?" "About R.D. West." The hallway suddenly seemed very empty and very quiet. The soldiers, the officers, the servants, they were all far away in England. As far as Jezel knew, only the 2 of them were here, all alone in the barracks. "I don't understand to what extent that concerns you. Your brother, our mutual friend, Colum West, do you remember him? A fellow with many worry lines on his face and a receding hairline."
A bit hot-headed. Jezel felt a slight blush rise to his face from guilt. He remembered West and his hot-headed nature all too well, of course. "He came to me shortly before he went to war in England. He asked me to look after his sister's well-being while he risked his life abroad. I promised him that." Glokta shuffled a little closer, and Jezel got goosebumps. "And I take this responsibility just as seriously as any assignment the Archlector gives me, I assure you." "I understand," Jezel croaked. At least that explained the cripple's appearance at R.D.'s doorstep a few days ago, which he hadn't been able to place until now. But it didn't make his heart any lighter, on the contrary. "I hardly think Colum West would be particularly thrilled about what has happened in the last few days, or what do you think?" Jezel shifted guiltily from one foot to the other. "I admit I visited her." "Your visits," the cripple whispered, "are not good for the young woman's reputation. So, now we have 3 options. The first, and personally my favorite, would be for you to simply disappear, pretend you never met her, and never see her again. That is completely unacceptable, Jezal heard himself say, and his voice sounded surprisingly resolute. The second, you marry the lady, and all is forgotten. This was a path Jezal certainly considered, but he'd be very displeased if he let himself be pressured into it by this twisted shadow of a man. And the third, he asked, in what he considered an appropriately dismissive tone. The third. A series of particularly repulsive spasms crossed Glokta's ravaged face. I don't think you'd want to know too much about the third. Let's just say it would involve a long night of torment with a brazier and some razors, and an even longer morning with a sack, an anvil, at the bottom of the canal. You'll probably come to realize that you prefer the first two. Before he knew what he was doing, Jezal had taken a step forward, forcing Glokta to stagger back to the wall, his face contorted in pain. I owe you no explanation. My visits concern only me and the lady in question. But just for your information, I decided a long time ago to marry her, and I'm just waiting for the right moment. Jezal stood in the darkness and could barely believe what he had just said. It was always the same with his big mouth. It always got him into trouble. Glokta's narrow left eye blinked. Ah, the lucky one. Jezal involuntarily moved forward again, almost headbutting the cripple and pressing him helplessly against the wall. That's right, and that's why you can take your threats and shove them. Even under such pressure, Glokta's surprise lasted only a very short time. Then he twisted his face into his toothless grin, his eyelid trembled, and a long tear track ran down his emaciated cheek. But, Colonel Luthor, it's hard for me to concentrate when you come so close. He stroked Jezal's uniformed chest with the back of his hand. Especially since you're unexpectedly showing a certain interest in me. Jezal recoiled, feeling a sour taste in his mouth from disgust. It seems Bayaz actually succeeded where Varuz tried in vain, eh? He showed you where your backbone is. My congratulations on your upcoming marriage. But I think I'll keep my razors ready anyway, just in case you change your mind. Nice that we had the opportunity to talk briefly. With that, Glokta limped towards the stairs, his cane clattering against the floorboards, dragging his left boot. I thought so too, Jezal yelled after him. But nothing could have been further from the truth. Ghosts. Ufrith looked very different from before. Well, it had been years since Logen had last seen the city, and that too, at night, after the siege. Bethot's carls had roamed the streets in groups, roaring, singing, and drinking. In search of people to rob and harm, they had burned down everything that would catch fire. Logen remembered lying in that room after the victory over Three Trees, howling and gurgling as the pain overwhelmed him. He remembered peeking out the window, seeing the glow of the flames, and listening to the screams. How much he had wished to wreak havoc out there with the others, while at the time he had to wonder if he would ever get up again. Now that the Union controlled the city, some things had changed, but it wasn't much more orderly than before. The gray harbor overflowed with ships too large for the small berths. Soldiers swarmed through the narrow streets, dropping pieces of their equipment everywhere. Carts and mules and horses, all heavily laden, tried to squeeze through the crowd. Wounded hobbled on crutches down to the harbor, or were carried on stretchers through the drizzle, while the newcomers, streaming in the other direction, stared wide-eyed at the bloody bandages. Here and there, Northmen, mostly women, children, and old men, stood in their doorways, looking utterly bewildered at the great flood of strangers rolling through their city. Logen walked quickly along the steep streets, pushing through the crowd with his head down under a hood. He kept his fists clenched so no one would notice the stump of his missing finger. The sword Bayaz had given him he carried wrapped in a blanket on his back under his luggage so as not to scare anyone with it. Nevertheless, his shoulders tingled with every step he took.
Every moment he expected someone to shout, "Here comes the bloody nine," and for all the people to flee, scream, and throw rubbish at him, their faces contorted in terror. But no one did. Another figure who didn't belong here was hardly noticeable in this damp chaos, and if anyone had recognized him, he certainly didn't expect to see him here. Presumably, they had all heard that he had turned to mud somewhere far away, and surely everyone was glad and happy about it. Nevertheless, there was no point in staying here longer than absolutely necessary. He approached a Union officer who looked as if he had something to say, pushed back his hood, and tried to smile. His efforts earned him a contemptuous look. "We have no work for you, if that's what you're looking for." "You don't have my kind of work anyway." Logan held out the letter Baez had given him. The man unfolded it with a suspicious expression and scanned it. Then he frowned and read it again. Finally, he looked at Logan doubtfully, and his jaw muscles ground. "Well, I understand." He pointed to a group of young men who stood a few steps away, nervous and uncertain, huddling miserably together as the rain grew heavier. "There's a convoy leaving this afternoon to reinforce the front. You can travel with us." "All right." These frightened-looking boys didn't seem like they could be a reinforcement for anyone, but he didn't care. He didn't care about his companions as long as the journey led towards Bethot. The trees rustled past on both sides of the road, dark green and black, full of shadows. Perhaps also full of surprises. It was a hard way to travel, hard on the hands, with which he clung to the wagon's ladders the whole time, and even harder on his seat, which was jostled back and forth on the bare wood. But they were making progress, bit by bit, and that, Logan thought, was the main thing. Behind them, more carts rattled along the road in a slow convoy, laden with men, food, clothing, weapons, and all the other stuff needed for war. A flickering lantern hung from the front of each, and so a trail of swaying lights stretched through the twilight, along the valley and up the hill at its end, marking the course of the road they followed through the forests. Logan turned and looked at the Unionists huddled in the front of the cart. There were 9 young lads who were swayed and thrown back and forth with every jolt of the axles, and who kept as much distance from him as possible. "Have you ever seen a guy with so many scars?" one asked in a low voice, apparently assuming he didn't understand their language.
"Who is that anyway?" "No idea. A Northman, I think." "I can see he's a Northman, you idiot. I mean, what's he doing here with us?" "Maybe he's a scout. But he's a pretty rough-looking guy for a scout, isn't he?" Logan grinned to himself as he watched the trees pass by. He felt the cool breeze on his face, smelled the fog, the earth, the cold, damp air. He never thought he'd be happy to be back in the north, but he was. It was good, after all that time as a stranger, to find himself in a place where he knew the rules. They camped on the road, a small group of 10 men. One of many resting here in the woods, each pressed close to their cart. 9 lads on one side of a large fire, over which a pot of meat stew simmered, giving off a delicious smell. Logan watched them stir it, tell each other about their homes, and talk about what was coming for them now and how long they would be out here. After a while, one of them spooned the food into bowls and distributed them. After he had served his comrades, he looked over at Logan and filled another bowl. Then he moved towards the Northmen, carefully, as if approaching a wolf's den. He held the bowl at arm's length. "Soup?" With that, he opened his mouth wide and pointed into it with his free hand. "Thanks, my friend," Logan said, taking the bowl from him. "I already know what to do with it." The young lads all stared at him, a row of worried faces on the other side of the fire, illuminated by the flickering yellow light. And it seemed to make them even more suspicious that he understood their language. "You speak the common tongue? You haven't let on until now, have you? In my experience, it's better to seem less than you are." "If you say so," said the soldier who had given him the bowl. "What's your name?" Logan briefly wondered if he should resort to a lie. Some insignificant name no one would ever have heard of. But he was who he was, and sooner or later someone would recognize him anyway. Besides, he had never had much talent for lying. "They call me Logen Ninefingers." The soldiers looked at him blankly. They had never heard of him. How could they? They were farmers' sons from far away, from the sunny Union. From the looks of them, they barely knew their own names. "And why are you here?" one of them asked him. "For the same reason as you. I'm here to kill." The young lads looked a little startled. "Not you, don't worry. I still have a few scores to settle." He nodded up the road. "With Bethed." The soldiers looked at each other, then one of them shrugged. "Well, as long as you're on our side, everything's fine." He stood up and pulled a bottle from his backpack. "Would you like a drink?" "Gladly." Logen grinned and held out his cup. "I've never said no to that." He gulped down the liquid in one swallow and licked his lips as he felt the wine warm his throat. The young man poured him another. "Thanks, but don't give me too much." "Why?" asked the soldier. "Would you kill us then?" "Kill you? If you're lucky. And if not?" Logen grinned into his cup. "Then I sing." The soldier smiled, and one of his comrades laughed loudly. The next moment, an arrow struck his side, and he spat blood onto his shirt. The bottle fell into the grass, and wine gurgled into the grass. Another had an arrow stuck in his thigh. He sat there frozen, staring at the shaft. Where did that? Then shouts broke out. Everyone grabbed their weapons or threw themselves flat on their stomachs. More arrows whizzed over them. One hit the fire and sent up a shower of sparks. Logen dropped the soup bowl, snatched his sword, and ran. He bumped into one of the soldiers, knocking him over, then slipped and almost fell himself. He quickly righted himself and ran at full speed towards the trees from which the arrows had come. Either you ran directly towards the danger, or you ran away from it, and he had decided without thinking. Sometimes it didn't matter what choice you made, as long as you did it quickly and then stuck with your decision. Logen saw one of the archers as he charged, a brief flash of pale skin in the darkness as he reached for another arrow. He drew the Maker's sword from its worn sheath and let out a mighty battle cry. The archer could have fired his arrow before Logen reached him, but it would have been close, and ultimately he didn't have the nerve to stand and wait. Few men can properly weigh their options when death comes rushing at them. He dropped the bow too late and tried to run, but Logen cut him down before he had gone more than 2 steps, and the man fell screaming into the undergrowth. There he rolled onto his back, hindered by the thicket, and tried to pull out his knife with much shouting. Logen raised the sword to put an end to it. Blood sprayed from the archer's mouth, a shudder ran through his body, and then he was still. Still alive, Logen breathed to himself, ducking beside the dead man and trying to make out something in the darkness. It probably would have been better for everyone involved if he had run in the other direction, but it was too late for that now. Even better would have been if he had stayed in Adua, but it was certainly too late for that now. Very north, he cursed in a whisper. If he let these difficult people escape, they would cause nothing but mischief all the way to the front, and Logen wouldn't get another wink of sleep because he'd constantly have to worry about getting an arrow in the face. It was better to ambush the enemy than to wait for them to ambush you. He had learned that the hard way. He could hear the remaining men who had laid the ambush breaking through the bushes, and he pursued them, his fist clenched tightly around the hilt of his sword. He felt his way between the tree trunks, keeping a careful distance. The light of the fire and the noise the Unionists made grew fainter behind him, until he had penetrated deep into the woods, smelling pines and wet earth, and could only guide himself by the sound of hurrying men's feet. That, however, was not particularly difficult. He merged with the forest, just as he always used to. This ability returned to him suddenly, as if he had been creeping among trees every night for years. Voices echoed through the night, and Logen paused and stood perfectly still behind a tree to listen. "Where's Dirtnose?" A pause followed. "Dead, I suppose." "Dead? How so?" "They had someone with them. Crow. Some big jerk." Crow. Logen knew that name, and he recognized the voice now, too. A renowned man who had fought for Littlebones. They probably weren't exactly friends, he and Logen, but they had met. They had fought, more or less side by side, in the Battle of Carleon. And now they were close again. Only a few steps separated them, and they were more than willing to kill each other. Strange how the tide sometimes turns. Whether you fight with or against a man is often very close.
Closer, at least, than not fighting at all. A Northman, right? Crow's voice sounded. Maybe. Whoever it was, he knows his business. He came at us really fast. I didn't have time to loose an arrow. Very difficult person. We can't let him escape. We'll camp here and follow them tomorrow. Maybe we'll get him then, this big guy. Oh, we'll get him for sure, very much so. Don't worry about it. I'll cut his throat, that jerk. Good that you see it that way. Until then, you can keep an eye out for him while the rest of us get some sleep. Maybe your anger will keep you awake this time, eh? Sure, Chief. You're right. Logen remained seated and watched them. Through the trees, he could see a little of their camp, and he observed how 4 of them spread out their blankets and rolled up to sleep. The 5th took his place with his back to the others and looked in the direction from which they had come. He stood guard. Logen waited until he heard one of them begin to snore. Rain came on, dripping and trickling onto the pine branches.
After a short time, it ran into Logen's hair, onto his clothes, down his face, and onto the wet ground. Drip, drip, drip. Logen sat there, as still and quiet as a stone. Patience can be a terrible weapon, one that few men truly master. It is a tough challenge to remain firmly resolved to kill, even when no longer in danger and the blood cools. But Logen had always mastered this trick, and so he sat there, letting the slow time pass and thinking of days gone by, until the moon stood high in the sky and pale light with the drizzling rain penetrated through the branches, light enough for him to see what he had to do. He uncrossed his legs and set himself in motion. Carefully, he felt his way between the tree trunks, placing his feet gently and quietly into the undergrowth. The rain was his ally, for the dripping and pattering overlaid the soft sound of his boots as he circled around and crept up on the guard from behind. He drew a knife. The wet blade gleamed in the patches of moonlight as he emerged from between the trees and crept into their camp. He walked right through the row of sleeping men, so close he could have touched them, close as a brother. The guard sniffed and stirred grumpily, pulling the wet blanket, studded with pearly, shimmering raindrops, around his shoulders. Logen paused and waited, looking down at the pale face of a sleeper lying on his side, eyes closed and mouth wide open, his breath streaming like thin mist into the damp night air. The guard now sat still, and Logen, holding his breath, glided very close behind him. He stretched out his left hand, extending his fingers into the clammy air, sensing the right moment. Then he stretched out his right hand, his fist clenched tightly around the hard hilt of the knife. He felt his lips release his clenched teeth. Now was the right moment, and when it comes, you must strike without hesitation. Logen reached forward, pressed his hand firmly over the guard's mouth, and swiftly and violently slit his throat, so deep that he felt the blade hit the neck bones. The guard twitched and struggled briefly, but Logen held him tight as a lover, and his victim produced no more than a soft gurgle. Logen felt blood stream over his hands, hot and sticky. He wasn't worried about the others yet. If one of them woke up, he would see nothing more than the outline of a man in the darkness, and that was exactly what they all expected. It wasn't long before the guard went limp, and Logen gently laid him on his side, his head wobbling slightly. 4 outlines lay beneath their wet blankets, helpless. Perhaps there had once been a time when Logen would have had to force himself to commit such an act, a time when he would have wondered if he was doing the right thing. But if that time had ever existed, it was long past now. In the North, the moment you thought was considered the very moment you were killed. Now they were merely 4 tasks that needed to be done. He crept up to the first, raised his bloody knife high, and stabbed the man through his coat directly into the heart, while pressing his free hand over his mouth. He died more quietly than he had slept. Logen now approached the second, intending to do the same. His boot clattered against a metal object, perhaps a water bottle. Whatever it was, it made a hell of a noise. The sleeper's eyes snapped open, and he tried to sit up. Logen plunged the knife into his stomach and ripped it upwards, slitting his belly open. The man let out a kind of gasp, mouth and eyes wide open, and clawed at Logen's arm. Huh? The third sat up and stared at him.
Logen shook off the injured man and drew his sword. What in the... The man instinctively raised his arm, and the dull, gleaming blade severed his hand just below the wrist and plunged deep into his skull, as black drops of blood splattered into the wet air. He fell backward. But that gave the last man enough time to unwrap himself from his blanket and grab an axe. And now he stood there, bent forward, legs spread, ready for battle like a man with much practice. Crow. Logen heard his breath hiss, emerging from his mouth as white mist. "You should have started with me," he snarled. Logen couldn't deny it. He had focused on killing them all, not on the order. But now it was too late to worry about it. He shrugged. Whether at the end or at the beginning, it comes to the same thing. We'll see about that. Crow raised his axe speculatively into the damp air, shifting from one leg to the other, looking for a gap in Logen's defense. Logen stood still, holding his breath, letting the sword hang down, feeling the grip cold and wet in his clenched fist. He was one of those who only moved when the right moment came. "Tell me your name while you still have the breath. I always like to know who I've killed." "You already know me, Crow." Logen now held up his other hand and spread his fingers. The moonlight gleamed on his bloody palm, and on the bloody stump of his missing finger. "We fought side by side at Carleon. Wouldn't have thought you'd forget me so quickly, but things often turn out differently than expected, don't they?" Now Crow had stopped moving. Logen could barely make out more than the glimmer of his eyes in the darkness, but he recognized fear and doubt in the way the other held himself. "No," he whispered, shaking his head in the dark. "That can't be. Ninefingers is dead." "Is he?" Logen took a deep breath and slowly let it out into the damp night. "Then I suppose I'm his ghost." They had dug a kind of hole, the Unionists, in which they now entrenched themselves, piling sacks and crates as a wall on the sides. Logen saw a face occasionally appear over this barrier, peering towards the forest, and the faint light of the almost dying fire shimmered on the tips of arrows or spears. They had dug in and were waiting for the next attack. Having been tense before, they were probably wetting themselves now. Most likely, one of them would lose their nerve and shoot him as soon as he showed himself. The very Union bows had a device that would release the arrow from the string with just a touch once it was drawn. That's all he needed, to be shot for no reason in the middle of nowhere, by his own people no less. But he had no other choice, unless he wanted to continue marching to the front on foot. So he cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Please don't shoot now!" A string released with a loud whir, and a bolt struck a tree a few paces to his left. Logen ducked to the muddy ground. "I said, don't shoot!" "Who's there?" "It's me, Ninefingers." Silence. "The Northman who was on the wagon." A long pause, and there was whispering. "All right, but come over to us slowly, and keep your hands where we can see them." "No problem." He straightened up again and emerged from the darkness of the forest, hands raised high. "Just please don't shoot me, okay? That's your part of the bargain." He walked towards the fire, arms outstretched, fearing every moment that a bolt would pierce his chest. He recognized the faces of the soldiers he had traveled with, and that of the officer commanding the supply column. Some of them followed him with their bows, as the officer slowly climbed over the makeshift wall, and then jumped into the trench that had been dug in front of the fire, though not particularly well. A large puddle of water had formed on the ground. "Where in the world have you been?" the officer thundered angrily. "I was chasing the fellows who attacked us tonight." "And did you catch them?" one of the soldiers asked. "Indeed." "And?" "Dead." Logen nodded down at the puddle on the bottom of the hole. "So you don't have to sleep in the water tonight. Is there any soup left?" "How many were there?" the officer barked. Logen poked at the embers of the fire, but the pot was empty. That was typical again. 5. "You all alone against 5? At first there were 6, but I took care of one right away."
"He's lying back there somewhere among the trees." Logen rummaged a crust of bread from his backpack and dipped it into the kettle, hoping to get at least a little of the meat broth. Then I waited until they slept, so I would only have one against me at a time. I've always had luck with that tactic so far. However, he didn't feel like he'd had luck. His hand was still blood-stained in the firelight. Dark blood was under his fingernails and had penetrated deep into the lines of his hand.
I always had luck. The officer looked unconvinced. How do we know you're not one of them? That you're not spying for them? That these fellows aren't out there waiting for you to give them a signal when we're particularly vulnerable? You've been particularly vulnerable the whole journey, Logen snorted. But it's a fair question. I figured you'd think that. He pulled a linen pouch from his belt. That's why I brought you this. The officer frowned, grabbed the pouch, and looked suspiciously inside. Then he swallowed. As I said, there were 5. That's why there are 5 thumbs in there. Are you satisfied with that? The officer looked more like he was about to be sick, but he nodded, lips pressed tightly together, and held the pouch back out to Logen with an outstretched arm. Logen shook his head. You can keep those. I'm missing a finger. But I have all the thumbs I need. The cart came to a halt with a jolt. For the last hour of the journey, they had only been moving at a snail's pace. Now the road, if one could even call this mud pit that, was choked with scurrying men. They made their muddy way from one relatively dry spot to the next, squeezing through the fine rain between stuck wagons and unfortunate horses, between stacked crates and barrels and poorly erected tents. Logen watched a group of mud-smeared lads struggling to free a cart that had sunk up to its axles in the mire without much success. It was like watching an army slowly sinking into a bog, a shipwreck of immense proportions, only on land. The number of Logen's traveling companions had dwindled to 7, huddled and emaciated. The sleepless nights and bad weather on the journey had taken a heavy toll on them. One was dead. A second had been sent back to Ufrith with an arrow in his leg. Not a good start for their deployment here in the north, but Logen doubted things would get better from now on. He climbed down from the cart, and his boots immediately sank into the mud crisscrossed with many wagon tracks. Then he stretched his back, extended his aching legs, and pulled his backpack from the wagon. "Good luck, then," he said to the soldiers. No one answered. They had barely said a word to him since the attack anyway. Apparently, the whole business with the thumbs had somehow frightened them. But as long as they didn't see anything worse than that, they could count themselves lucky, Logen thought. He shrugged and turned away to make his own way through the mud. Just a short distance ahead of him, the supply column officer was getting a severe dressing down from a tall, grim-looking man in a red uniform, who seemed to be the one most likely to be in charge amidst all the chaos. After a brief look, Logen was surprised to realize he knew him. They had sat next to each other at a feast, in a completely different setting, and talked about warfare. He looked older, leaner, and harder now. His face bore a grim expression, and there were many gray streaks in his wet hair. But he grinned when he saw Logen standing there and came towards him with an outstretched hand. "By the dead," he said in good Northern, "but fate certainly plays funny tricks on you. I know you." "And I you. Ninefingers, isn't it?" "That's right. And you're west from England." "That's right, too. I'm sorry I can't offer you a better welcome, but the troops only arrived a day or 2 ago, and as you can see, things aren't as they should be yet." "Not there, idiot!" he roared at a driver trying to squeeze his wagon between 2 others, even though the gap wasn't nearly wide enough. "Is there even such a thing as summer in your very country?" "You're experiencing it now. Haven't you already had a winter?" There's something to that. What brings you here anyway?" Logen handed West a letter. The officer bent over it to protect the document from the rain and read it with a furrowed brow. "Signed by Lord Treasurer Hoff himself, eh? Is that good?" West pursed his lips as he handed Logen the letter back. "I'd say that depends. It shows you have some powerful friends. Or powerful enemies." "Probably a bit of both." West grinned. "I've found that often goes hand in hand. You've come to fight?" "That's right." "Good. We can always use a man with experience here." He watched the recruits climbing from the carts and let out a long sigh. "Unfortunately, we still have far too many here who lack just that. You should best join the other Northmen." "You have Northmen with you?" "Yes, and more every day. Apparently, many are not satisfied with the way their king has led them so far. Especially his agreement with the Shenka doesn't sit well with them." "Agreement? With the Shenka?" Logen frowned. He wouldn't have thought Bethod would sink so low. But then again, it wasn't the first time he'd been disappointed in that regard. "The Flatheads are fighting for him?"
Exactly. He has flatheads, and we have Northmen. It's a crazy world. Indeed, Logen said, shaking his head. How many do you have? About 300 by the last count, though they don't particularly like being counted. Then I'll make sure it's 301 if you want me. They're camped back there on the left flank, West said, pointing to the dark tree line under the evening sky. All right, who's their chief? He's called Dogman. Logen stared at him for a moment. He's called what? Dogman. Do you know him? You could say that, Logen whispered, and a smile spread across his face. You could say that. Dusk drew in, quickly followed by night, and they had just lit the long fire when Logen came up to them. The carles, who settled beside it, were visible as black outlines of their heads and shoulders against the flames. Their voices and laughter sounded loud in the still evening air, now that the rain had stopped. It had been a long time since he had heard a larger group of people speaking Northern, and it sounded strange to his ears, even though it was his native tongue. Ugly memories returned. A crowd yelling at him, cheering them on. Men attacking with loud roars, celebrating their victories, mourning their dead. From somewhere, the smell of cooked meat drifted to him, a sweet, rich smell that tickled his nose and made his stomach rumble. A torch was fastened to a pole by the path, and a bored-looking young fellow stood beside it with a spear. He looked at Logen suspiciously as he approached. He had probably drawn the short straw, having to stand guard here while the others ate, and he didn't look particularly happy either. "What do you want?" he growled. "Is Dogman here?" "Yes, why?" "I need to speak to him." "What, now?" Another came to them, a warrior past his prime, with gray hair and a leathery face. "What's going on here?" "A newcomer," the boy growled, "wants to speak to the chief." The old man looked at Logen with narrowed eyes. "Do I know you, friend?" Logen raised his face so that the torchlight fell upon it. It was always better to look another in the eye, to show oneself and prove one had no fear. That's how his father had taught him. "I don't know. Do you know me?" "Where did you come from? From Schlamanna's troop or what?" "No, I've been working alone." "Alone? Well then, I think I recognize." The old man's eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and his face turned chalk white. "By all the very dead," he breathed, stumbling back a step. "It's the bloody 9!" Perhaps Logen had hoped no one would recognize him, that they would all have forgotten him.
That they would have new worries and he would be a man like any other. But now he saw the old man's expression, which made it seem as if he was about to soil himself. And with that he knew how it would be, just like before. And the worst part was, now that Logen had been recognized and discovered fear, horror, and respect in the other's eyes, he wasn't sure if he didn't actually like exactly that. He had earned it, hadn't he? After all, facts were facts. He was the bloody 9. The boy still hadn't understood. "Are you trying to fool me? Next you'll probably tell me Bethot himself is coming by, eh?" But none of them laughed, and Logen raised his hand and looked through the gap his middle finger had left. The boy looked from the stump to the trembling old man and back again. "Oh gosh," he croaked. "Where's your chief, lad?" Logen was startled to hear his own voice, flat and dead and cold as winter. He's... The boy pointed with a trembling finger at the fires. "Good, then I'll find him myself." The two stumbled aside for Logen. As he passed them, he didn't exactly smile. Rather, he pulled back his lips to bare his teeth. After all, her reputation had to be maintained. "Don't worry," he hissed into their faces. "I'm on your side, aren't I?" No one said a word to him as he walked past the carles and headed for the head of the fire. A few men looked at him over their shoulders, but he drew no more glances than any newcomer to such a camp. They had no idea who he was yet, but soon they would. The boy and the old man would whisper it, and the whispers would spread around the fire, as they always did, and then everyone would look at him again. He flinched as a large shadow moved beside him, so large that he had initially mistaken it for a tree. A huge, tall man, scratching his beard and smiling into the fire. Tull Dum.
The thunderhead could not be mistaken, not even in this dim light. For a man of his size, that was impossible. Logen wondered once again how he had ever managed to defeat the giant. At that moment, he felt a strange urge to lower his head and just keep walking, to disappear into the night and never return. Then he would never have to be the Bloody Nine again. Then there would only be a greenhorn and an old man who would swear they had seen a ghost one night. He could have moved far away and started a new life, where he could be whoever he wanted to be. But he had tried that before, and it hadn't done him any good. The past always lurked right behind him, breathing down his neck. It was time to turn around and face it. "Everything all right with you, big man?" Tull peered over at him in the twilight. An orange light and black shadows moved across his craggy, rock-like face and thick carpet of beard. Wait a minute. Logen swallowed. Now that he thought about it, he had no idea how the others would react to seeing him again so suddenly. After all, before they became friends, they had been enemies long enough. Each of them had fought against him, and each had good reasons to do so. Then he had run off south and left them to the Shanka. What if, after a year or more of separation, he received nothing but cold stares? But then Tull grabbed him and enveloped him in a hug that made all his bones crack. "You're alive!" The giant let him go briefly, as if to check he had the right person, and then hugged him again. "Yes, I'm still alive," Logen gasped, having just enough air in his lungs to utter those words. Now it seemed like a warm welcome after all. Tull grinned across his big face. "Come with me." And with that, he motioned for Logen to follow him. "The boys will be really excited." His heart pounded in his throat as he followed Tull to the head of the fire, where the chief camped with those notable men closest to him. And there they were, sitting on the ground. Dogman sat in the middle, quietly whispering something to Dow. Grim crouched on the other side, leaning on an elbow, plucking at the fletching of his arrows. It was as if nothing had changed. "I have someone here who wants to speak to you, Dogman," said Tull, croaking a little in his attempt to hide his surprise. "You do ya?" Dogman looked up at Logen, who, however, hid in the shadows behind Tull's broad shoulder. "Can't it wait until we've eaten?" "You know, I don't think so." "Why? Who is it?" "Who it is?" Tull grabbed Logen by the shoulder and shoved him with a jerk into the firelight. "Nobody special, just the very Ninefingers Logen." Logen's boots slipped in the mud, he almost sat on his backside, and he had to flail his arms to keep his balance. Immediately all conversation around the fire ceased, and all faces were turned towards him. 2 long, shivering rows in the flickering light, and nothing was heard but the sighing wind and the crackling fire. Dogman stared at him as if seeing the dead walk, and his mouth dropped open wider and wider with each passing moment. "I thought you had all been killed," Logen said, once he was standing securely again. But perhaps one can be too realistic. Now Dogman slowly got to his feet. He held out his hand, and Logen slapped it. There was nothing to say. Not for men who had experienced so much together as they both had, fighting the Shanka, crossing the mountains, in the wars and afterwards. Long years. Dogman squeezed Logen's hand, and Logen placed his second hand over it, and then Dogman also added his other hand. They grinned at each other and nodded, and everything was exactly as it had always been. Words were not necessary. "Grim, good to see ya." Grim grumbled, handed him a cup, and then turned back to his arrows, as if Logen had just gone to pee for a moment and had now returned. Logen had to grin. He had expected nothing less. "Is Black Dow hiding back there, perhaps? I would have hidden if I'd known you were coming." Dow gave Logen a look that held no pure welcome. "If it isn't Ninefingers himself. Didn't you say he fell over a cliff?" he barked at Dogman. "That's what I saw." "Oh, I actually did fall down there." Logen remembered the wind in his mouth, how rock walls and snow rushed around him, and the impact when the water had squeezed all the air from his lungs. "I went down there,
but then I was washed ashore more or less in one piece. Dogman made room for him on the furs spread out by the fire. He sat down, and the others joined him. Dao shook his head. You've always been a jerk who's had a lot of luck when it comes to survival. I should have known you'd turn up again. I really thought the Flatheads had gotten all of you, Logen said. How did you get out of that jam? 3 trees got us out, Dogman said. Tull nodded. Led us over the mountains, then on a wild chase through the north and finally to England. And the whole way you probably bickered like a bunch of old women, right? Dogman grinned in Dao's direction. There was a bit of grumbling. Where is 3 trees anyway? Logen was very much looking forward to exchanging a word with the old warrior. Dead, Grim said. Logen's face twisted in pain. He had almost expected it, as Dogman was now leading the group. Tull bowed his large head, fell in battle, led a sally against the Shanka, then died fighting that thing. That feared, very disgusting beast. Dao spat some saliva into the mud. What about Forley? Dead too, Dao barked. He went to Carleon to warn Bethot that the Shanka were coming over the mountains. Calder had him killed, just for fun. Jerk, he spat again. Dao had always liked to spit. Dead. Logen shook his head. Forley dead and 3 trees too? That was a very shame. But it hadn't been that long since he thought they had all turned back to mud, and so it was a good thing that at least 4 of them were still on their feet. Well, good men, both of them. The best. And from the sound of it, they died well. As well as a man possibly can, anyway. Aye, said Tull, raising a cup. As well as it goes. To the dead. They all drank in silence, and Logen licked his lips as he tasted the beer. It had been too long.
Well, a year has passed now, Dao grumbled. We've killed and come a long way, and we've fought in a very bad battle. We've lost 2 men, and we have a new chief. What in the world have you been doing, Ninefingers? Well, that's a long story. Logen wondered if it could be told briefly, but he wasn't sure. I thought the Shanka had finished you all off, for life has taught me to always expect the worst. So I set off south, and I ran into this wizard. With him I went on a journey across the sea to a distant land to find a thing that then, when we arrived at our destination, wasn't even there. Now that he was telling it all, it sounded more than a little crazy. What kind of thing? Asked Turl, looking completely bewildered. You know what? Logen sucked at his teeth, enjoying the taste of the beer. Actually, I don't know at all. They all looked at each other as if they had never heard such a foolish story, and Logen had to admit that was probably true. But it doesn't matter now. As it turns out, life isn't as bad as I always thought. And with that, he gave Turl a friendly slap on the back. Dogman puffed out his cheeks. Well, we're glad you're back anyway. You'll want to take your place again now, won't you? My place? You're taking command again now, aren't you? I mean, you were our chief. I might have been once, but I have no intention of continuing. As it looks, the boys are quite happy with how things are going now. But you know much more than I do about leading men. I don't know if that's true. When I was in charge, it didn't turn out well for most, did it? Not for us, not for those who fought with us, and not for our enemies either. Logen slumped his shoulders at the memories. I'd do it again if you want, but I'd rather follow you. I had my time, and it wasn't a good one. Dogman looked as if he had hoped for a different answer. All right, if you're sure. I am. With that, Logen clapped him on the shoulder. It's not easy being chief, is it? No, Dogman grumbled, it really isn't. Aside from that, I think a really lot of the boys here have had disagreements with me, and they won't necessarily be happy to see me again. Logen looked at the hard faces around the fire, heard the murmuring in which his name kept appearing. It was too quiet to understand what was actually being said, but he could guess that they weren't pleasantries. They'll be pretty glad to have you on their side when it comes to fighting, don't you worry about that. Maybe. It was a shame that it probably had to come to killing before people would even nod at him.
Now there were more sharp glances from the darkness, dark, grim faces in the shadows and flickering light. Men he didn't know, almost trembling with fear, and those who had an old score to settle with him. Much fear, many open scores. He could count the people who were glad he was still alive on one hand, and that was despite missing a finger. And this was the side he wanted to fight for. Dogman had been right. Some wounds are better left untouched. Logen stood up. His shoulders tingled as he walked back to the head of the fire, where talking was easier for him. He didn't doubt in the slightest that Shivers still wanted to kill him just as much as before, but that was no surprise. One had to be realistic. There truly were no words that could have set straight what he had done. Bad deaths. Lord Superior Glokta, although we have never been formally introduced, I have heard your name very frequently in recent weeks. Without wishing to offend you, it seems as if you have just left, or are about to enter, every room I come into, and as if every negotiation I conduct is made more difficult by your actions. Although our clients in this matter pursue highly different goals, there is no reason why we should not behave like civilized people. Perhaps you and I can come to an agreement that will give us both less work and better progress. I will wait for you tomorrow from 6 o'clock in the slaughterhouse near the Four Corners. Please excuse me for choosing such a noisy place for our meeting, but I think our conversation should remain unheard. I also suspect that neither of us is deterred by a little dirt under our boots.
Harton Morrow, Secretary to Archlector Morovia. Even when viewed charitably, it stank here beastly. Apparently, a few hundred living pigs smell less sweet than one might suspect. Their stinking droppings made the floor of the shadow-shrouded warehouse slippery, and the desperate noise they made permeated the heavy air. They snorted and squealed, grunted and jostled each other in the narrow pens, as if they sensed that the butcher's knife was not far from them. But, as Morrow had already suspected, Glokta was not one to be deterred by noise or knives or even an unpleasant smell. After all, I spend my days wading through proverbial dirt, so why not through real dirt for once? The slippery ground, however, was a bigger problem. He limped forward with tiny steps, and his leg burned. Imagine me appearing at this meeting covered in pig manure. That would hardly serve to convey the right impression of terrifying ruthlessness, would it? Now he also saw Morrow leaning against one of the pens, like a farmer admiring his prize-winning herd. Glokta shuffled towards him with squelching boots, pained and breathing heavily, sweat running down his back. "Well, Morrow, you certainly know how to make a girl feel special." Morovia's secretary grinned at him. He was a small man with a round face and spectacles. "Superior Glokta, may I first assure you that I have the greatest respect for your achievements in Gurkul, as well as for your negotiation methods, and—" "I'm not here to exchange compliments, Morrow. If you have nothing more important to say, perhaps we could do this somewhere that smells better. And no doubt in more pleasant company. Good, then to business. We live in difficult times. So far I can follow you. Changes, uncertainty, dissatisfaction among the farmers. It's probably a little more than dissatisfaction, don't you think? Then let's talk about uprisings. Let's hope that the closed council's trust in Colonel Luthar is justified and that he can hold back the rebels at the gates. I wouldn't count on his corpse stopping an arrow, but I suppose the closed council had good reasons for their choice. That's always the way it is, although the members are, of course, not always of one mind. They are basically never of one mind. That's kind of the basic rule of this stupid institution. But it is those who serve them, Morrow looked meaningfully over the rim of his spectacles, who must suffer from their lack of unity. Especially the two of us, I think, have already stepped on each other's toes far too much. Glokta grumbled with contempt, wiggling his numb toes in his boot. I hope your feet haven't suffered too much yet. I would never forgive myself if you had to limp because of me. Do you perhaps have a solution to our problem? You could say that.
Morrow smiled at the pigs, which squealed and grunted and crowded over each other. We had pigs on the farm where I grew up. Oh dear, no life story now. It was my job to feed them. I had to get up so early in the morning that it was still dark and my breath was white like hoarfrost in front of my face. Ah, and then he paints such an evocative picture. Young Morrow, up to his knees in mud, watching the pigs eat and dreaming of an escape from his existence, of an exciting, bold life in the shimmering big city. Morrow grinned up at him, and the dim light glinted on his spectacles. You know, these creatures would eat anything, even cripples. Ah, so that's how the wind blows. At that moment, Glokta spotted a man moving stealthily towards them from the furthest corner of the warehouse. He was a rough-looking fellow in a ragged coat, keeping to the shadows. He held one arm pressed to his side, his hand hidden under his sleeve. Just as if he were hiding a knife there, and not even very skillfully. It would be better to approach us with a smile on his face and carry the knife clearly visible. There are hundreds of reasons to carry a blade in a slaughterhouse, but only one to hide it. He cast a quick glance over his shoulder and grimaced as his neck cracked. Another man, quite similar to the first, crept towards him from that direction. Glokta raised his eyebrows. A couple of cutthroats? How uninventive. Perhaps not particularly inventive, but you will surely find that they serve their purpose well enough. So I'm to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse, am I, Morrow? Butchered by the butchers? Sandan Glokta, heartbreaker, winner of the tournament, hero of the Gurkish War, shat out by a dozen pigs? He snorted with laughter, and then had to wipe a little snot from his upper lip. I'm glad you appreciate the absurdity of it, said Morrow, who seemed a little irritated. But yes, fed to the pigs. It's so obvious that I honestly have to admit I didn't expect it. Glokta let out a long sigh. But not expecting something and not being prepared for it are two different things. The bowstring was inaudible over the noise of the pigs. The rough-looking man at first seemed simply to slip and drop his gleaming knife for no reason, before he himself fell to the ground. Then Glokta saw the bolt sticking in his side. That's really no big surprise, but it's still a bit like magic every time. The hired killer at the other end of the warehouse stepped back in horror, overlooking apprentice Vitari, who silently climbed over the gate of the empty pen behind him. Metal flashed in the darkness as she severed the tendons at the back of his knee, sending him crashing down, and his scream immediately silenced as she pulled her chain tight around his neck. Severad dropped lightly from the rafters to Glokta's left, the dirt squelching under his boots. He strolled with the flat bow over his shoulder to the man he had shot down, and nudged the knife that had fallen from the man's hand into the darkness. I owe you 5 marks, he called to Frost. Gosh, I completely missed his heart. The liver, perhaps? Liver? Grunted the albino, emerging from the shadows on the other side of the warehouse. The injured man struggled to his knees, clutching the shaft protruding from his side, his distorted face smeared with dirt. Frost raised his stick as he passed him and gave him a hard blow to the back of the head, which ended his screams with a crack and sent him face first into the dirt. Vitari, meanwhile, had wrestled her opponent down, kneeling on his back and pulling the chain tight around his neck. His resistance grew weaker and finally faded completely. A little more dead meat on the slaughterhouse floor. Glokta looked back at Morrow. How quickly things change, eh, Harlan? One moment everyone seeks your proximity, and the next? He tapped the dirty tip of his stick against his crippled foot. The next, you're done for. It's a hard lesson. I should know that from my own experience. Moravia's secretary recoiled. He ran his tongue over his lips and held out a hand in front of him. Now wait. Why? Glokta pushed out his lower lip. Do you really think we can still be good friends after all this? Perhaps we can come to a... It doesn't bother me that you tried to murder me, but to go about it so stupidly. We're both professionals, Morrow. It offends me that you seriously thought you could succeed with something like that against me." "I'm hurt," Severard whispered. "Hit," Vitari sang, and her chain rattled in the darkness. "Deadly wounded," Frost growled, driving Morrow back to the gate. "You should have continued to curry favor with Hoff, the drunken jerk, or perhaps you would have been best off staying on the farm with your pigs. Hard work, early in the morning and all, maybe, but you can earn a living that way too." "Wait, Severard had grabbed Morrow's shoulder from behind, rammed his knife into the side of his neck, and cut his throat as calmly as if he were guffing a fish. Blood splattered over Glokta's shoes, and he staggered back, a sharp pain shooting up his ruined leg. "I'm glad you appreciate the absurdity of it," said Morrow, who seemed a little irritated. "But yes, fed to the pigs. It's so obvious that I honestly have to admit I didn't expect it." Glokta let out a long sigh. But not expecting something and not being prepared for it are two different things. The bowstring was inaudible over the noise of the pigs. The rough-looking man at first seemed simply to slip and drop his gleaming knife for no reason, before he himself fell to the ground. Then Glokta saw the bolt sticking in his side. That's really no big surprise, but it's still a bit like magic every time. The hired killer at the other end of the warehouse stepped back in horror, overlooking apprentice Vitari, who silently climbed over the gate of the empty pen behind him. Metal flashed in the darkness as she severed the tendons at the back of his knee, sending him crashing down, and his scream immediately silenced as she pulled her chain tight around his neck. Severard dropped lightly from the rafters to Glokta's left, the dirt squelching under his boots. He strolled with the flatbow over his shoulder to the man he had shot down, and nudged the knife that had fallen from the man's hand into the darkness. "I owe you 5 marks, he called to Frost. "Gosh, I completely missed his heart. The liver, perhaps?" "Liver?" grunted the albino, emerging from the shadows on the other side of the warehouse. The injured man struggled to his knees, clutching the shaft protruding from his side, his distorted face smeared with dirt. Frost raised his stick as he passed him and gave him a hard blow to the back of the head, which ended his screams with a crack and sent him face first into the dirt. Vitari, meanwhile, had wrestled her opponent down, kneeling on his back and pulling the chain tight.
"Gosh!" he hissed through his teeth, stumbled, and almost fell on his backside into the dirt if he hadn't managed to grab hold of the gate next to him just in time. "Couldn't you have just strangled him?" Severard shrugged. "The result is the same, isn't it?" Morrow fell to his knees, his spectacles askew on his face, and clutched his severed throat with one hand, while blood bubbled onto his shirt collar. Glokta watched the scribe tip onto his back, one leg jerking into the air, his heel drawing long streaks in the foul dirt. "I feel sorry for the pigs on the farm. Never again will they see young Morrow come over the hill, back from his beautiful life in the big, shimmering city, his breath like hoarfrost in the cold, cold morning air." The secretary's convulsions grew weaker and weaker, and finally he lay still. Glokta held on to the gate for a moment and looked at the dead man. When did it happen that I became like this? Probably step by step. One action leads to the next, on a path we didn't choose, but must walk, and for every step there are reasons. We do what we must do, we do what we are told, we do what seems easiest to us. We always solve one miserable problem after another. How else could we proceed? And then, one day, we stop and realize that we have become like this. He looked at the blood glistening on his boot, wrinkled his nose, and wiped it on Morrow's trouser leg. "Well then, I'd love to indulge in these philosophical musings longer, but I have to bribe more officials, blackmail nobles, capture votes, murder secretaries, and threaten lovers. So many knives that want to be kept in the air. Whenever one clatters to the dirty ground, another must fly high.
so that the razor-sharp blade always hovers above our heads. It just doesn't get any easier. Our wizard friends are back in town. Severid lifted his mask slightly and scratched behind it. The Magi? The first of these jerks even, and his bold group of heroes. He, his slick apprentice, and that woman. And the Pathfinder, too. Keep an eye on these people, and see if we can't separate a piglet from the litter. It's high time we found out what they're up to. Do you still have your nice estate down by the water? Of course. Good. Perhaps we can get ahead of events for once, and when His Eminence demands answers, we can present them to him immediately, so that my lord and master might finally pat my head. What should we do with these here? Asked Vitari, gesturing with a movement of her spiky-haired head towards the corpses. Glokta sighed. Apparently, pigs really do eat everything. Darkness fell over the city as Glokta limped up the emptying streets to the Agriont on his crushed leg. Shopkeepers gradually closed their doors, homeowners lit their lamps, candlelight streamed through the gaps in the shutters onto the dim alleys. Happy families probably now gather for cheerful dinners, loving fathers with their pretty wives, their sweet children, and a fulfilled and meaningful life. My warmest congratulations. He pressed his remaining teeth into his sore gums as he tried to keep moving quickly. Sweat soaked his shirt, and his leg hurt more and more with each jerky step. But I won't pause for this useless lump of dead flesh. The pain crawled up from his ankle to his knee, from his knee to his hip, from his hip into his twisted spine, and finally into his skull. So much effort to kill a mid-level desk jockey who only worked a few buildings away from the House of Interrogations anyway. That's a very waste of time, isn't it? It's a very. Superior Glokta? A man approached him, full of respect, his face in shadow. Glokta looked at him with narrow eyes. Do I know? It was well orchestrated, there was no denying it. He wasn't even aware of the other fellow before a sack was pulled over his head and an arm twisted behind his back. Then he was helplessly pushed forward. He stumbled, reached for his stick, and heard it clatter onto the pavement. Urgh! A violent cramp seized his back as he unsuccessfully tried to free his arm, but then was forced to let it fall limp. He gasped in pain under the sack. Quickly, his opponents tied his wrists together, and he felt strong hands slide under his armpits. Then he was dragged away at a fast pace, with a man on each side gripping him, his feet barely touching the pavement. I haven't run this fast in a long while. Their grip wasn't rough, but unyieldingly hard. True professionals. A much better class of cutthroats than those figures Morrow had employed. Whoever orchestrated this is no fool. So, who could it have been? Sult himself, or one of Sult's enemies? One of his rivals in the race for the throne? Crown Judge Morovia? Lord Brock? Someone from the Great Open Council? Or could it be the Gurkish? They were never my greatest friends. Perhaps Valent and Bulk's banking house, finally wanting to collect their debts? Or did I perhaps misjudge young Captain Luthar? Or could it simply be Superior Goyle, who no longer wants to share his work with a cripple? It was quite a pretty list, now that he thought about it. He heard the footsteps of the others echoing around him. Narrow alleys. He had no idea how far they might have gone. His breath filled the sack, panting, rough, guttural. His heart pounded, his skin tingled with cold sweat. With excitement, even with fear. What do they intend to do with me? One is not intercepted on the open street to be showered with promotions, treats, or tender kisses. Unfortunately, I know why one intercepts a person on the street. They went down a few stairs, the tips of his boots helplessly hitting the steps. Then came the sound of a heavy door being closed with great force. Footsteps echoed through a tiled corridor. Another door closed. He felt himself being unceremoniously dropped onto a chair. And now, without a doubt, we will find out what good or bad awaits us.
With a jerk, the sack was pulled from his head, and Glokta blinked as the harsh light stung his eyes. A white room, far too brightly lit. Rooms of this kind are, unfortunately, familiar to me, and yet they look much uglier from this side of the table. Someone sat opposite him, at least the blurred outline of someone. He closed one eye, focused on the other, and his vision cleared. "Look there," he murmured. "What a surprise. A pleasant one, I hope. We'll find that out." Carlotte Dan Eider had changed, and clearly exile had not treated her badly. Her hair had grown back, not yet to full length, but far enough to be styled very advantageously. The choke marks around her neck had faded, and only very faint signs remained that her cheek had once been covered in scabs. She had exchanged the sackcloth of traders for the travel attire of a wealthy lady, and it suited her extremely well. Jewels gleamed on her fingers and shimmered at her neck. She looked as rich and elegant as she had at their first meeting, and she was smiling. The smile of a player holding all the trump cards. Why do I never learn? Never do anyone a good turn, especially not a woman. A small pair of scissors lay before her within easy reach on the table. Scissors of the kind used by wealthy women for nail trimming. But they are, of course, just as good for peeling the skin from a man's soles, widening his nostrils, cutting off his ears, one strip after another, very slowly. Glokta found it extremely difficult to tear his gaze from these polished little blades, glittering in the bright lamplight. "I thought I forbade you to ever return," he said, but his voice lacked its usual authority. "You did, but then I thought, why not? I have assets in this city that I didn't want to forego, and besides, there are good opportunities for new business here that I'd like to take advantage of." She picked up the scissors, snipped a tiny piece from an already perfectly shaped thumbnail, and examined the result with a frown.
"And it's certainly not as if you'd tell anyone I'm here, would you? My worries about your safety are all gone," Glokta sighed. "My worries about my own, however, grow with each passing moment. Even a very crippled man can be further destroyed. Did you really have to go to so much trouble just to tell me your travel plans?" Her smile, if anything, widened a little more. "I hope my men didn't hurt you. They were instructed to be gentle with you. At least for now. A gentle kidnapping is still a kidnapping, don't you think? Kidnapping is such an ugly word. Why don't we consider it an invitation you couldn't resist? At least I left you your clothes, didn't I? That favor should be a mercy for both of us, I can assure you." "An invitation to what, if I may ask? Aside from a painful jostling and a brief conversation." "It hurts me that that alone isn't enough for you. But there is indeed something else, now that you bring it up." She snipped off another small crescent of nail, and her eyes darted to his. "A small debt remaining from the time in Dagoska. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep peacefully until it's settled." "A few weeks in a black cell and an acquaintance with a garrote that almost led to death? What kind of restitution will she demand from me?" "Then please," Glokta hissed through his toothless jaws, and his eyelid twitched as he watched the scissor blades snip, snip, snip. "I can barely stand the tension. The Gurkish are coming." He hadn't expected that. He paused briefly. "Here?" "Yes. To Mitterland. To Ottawa. To you. They have secretly built a fleet. They started right after the last war, and now it's finished. Ships that are quite equal to anything the Union has to offer." She threw the scissors back onto the table and let out a long sigh. "At least, that's what I've heard. A Gurkish fleet, just as my midnight visitor Yulway told me. Rumors and ghosts, perhaps, but rumors are not necessarily lies. When will they be here? I can't say. Such an undertaking requires excellent organization. But the Gurkish have always been much better organized than us. That's why it's such a pleasure to do business with them. My own dealings with these people were less pleasant, but let's leave it at that. In what numbers will they arrive? In very large numbers, I would imagine. Glokta snorted. Forgive me if I regard the words of a convicted traitor with a certain skepticism, especially since you're not exactly going into detail. As you wish. You are here because I want to warn you, not to convince you, but I believe I owe you that much for letting me live. What a wonderfully old-fashioned attitude. And that's all? She spread her fingers. Can't a lady cut her nails without causing displeasure? Couldn't you have just written to me? Glokta snarled. Then you would have spared me being chafed raw under the arms. Oh, come on. You never struck me as a man who minds a little chafing. Besides, it gave us the opportunity to renew a thoroughly pleasant acquaintance. And you must grant me a small moment of triumph after all I've been through at your hands. Well, that's probably true. I've been threatened in less pleasant ways often enough, and at least she has more taste than to meet me in a pigsty. Then can I just leave now? Did anyone pick up a stick? No one spoke. Eider smiled contentedly, showing Glokta her perfect white teeth. Well, then you can probably just crawl away. How does that sound? Better than the prospect of rising to the surface of a canal after a few days at its bottom, bloated like a large pale slug, and stinking like all the graves in the city combined. As good as possible under the circumstances. However, I wonder one thing. What will stop me from letting my apprentices pick up the scent of an expensive perfume after we're done here, so they can finish what they started back in Dagosca? It's typical of you to say something like that, she sighed. I should inform you that an old and very trustworthy business partner of mine received a sealed letter. In the event of my death, this letter would be sent to the Archlector, informing him precisely about the details of my conviction in Dagosca. Glokta unhappily sucked on his gums. Exactly what I need, another knife to be held in the air. And what happens if you go to the grave without any involvement from me? If a house collapses on you? Or if you choke on a piece of bread? She widened her eyes, as if this thought had only just occurred to her. In those cases, I suppose, the letter would still be sent, even if you are innocent. She let out a helpless laugh. Unfortunately, the world is not noble in any respect as I think it should be, and I suspect that the inhabitants of Dagosca, the enslaved mercenaries, and the slaughtered Union soldiers you made fight for your lost cause would agree with me on that. She smiled as kindly as if they were discussing gardening. The situation would probably have been simpler for you if you had just let me strangle you back then. You read my thoughts. But it's too late for that now. I've done a good deed, and of course, there's a price to pay for it. But tell me, before our paths part for what we both can only hope is the last time, are you involved in this election story? Glokta felt his eye twitch. My duties indeed touch upon this matter. Let's say I'm occupied with it every waking moment. Carlot Don Eider leaned conspiratorially close to him, elbows on the table, chin resting in her hands. Who will be the next king of the Union? What do you think? Will it be Brock, Isher, or someone else entirely? It's still a little too early to say. I'm still working on it. Then hobble along. She pushed out her lower lip. And it would probably be better if you didn't mention our little meeting to His Eminence. She nodded, and Glokta felt the sack being pulled over his head again. The Ragtag Army. Jezel's command post, if one wanted to use that expression, given the confusion and cluelessness he felt, lay on the summit of a gently sloping hill and offered a fantastic view over the flat valley. At least it would have been a fantastic view earlier. As things stood, the prospect was anything but pleasant. The largest group of rebels stretched across some wide fields down in the valley, appearing like a dark, dirty, and menacing pest infestation.
Bright steel flashed repeatedly, presumably agricultural implements and tools, but certainly sharpened to perfection. Even at this distance, a disturbing degree of organization was discernible. There were straight, regular gaps between the men, through which messengers could rush back and forth, and provisions could be transported. It was clear even to Jezel's untrained eye that this was less an unruly mob and more an army, and that there was someone down there who knew exactly what they were doing. Most likely, considerably better than he himself. Smaller, less well-organized rebel groups, each of considerable size, had spread out across the landscape. Men were sent out to procure food and water, and they were literally grazing the land. The swarming black horde on the green fields reminded Jezel of an army of black ants climbing over a pile of discarded apple peels. He had no idea how many there might be, but from this distance it seemed as if their number, estimated at 40,000, might even be considerably underestimated. Fires burned in the village behind the main body of the insurgents at the bottom of the valley. Whether they were bonfires or buildings was hard to say, but Jezel feared that it was indeed houses falling victim to the flames there. 3 tall, dark columns of smoke rose into the sky, spreading out at altitude and filling the air with a faint, unsettling smell of burning. A commander-in-chief in this situation now had to strike a fearless tone that would make his men follow him as if by instinct. Jezel knew this, of course.
And yet, as he looked across the wide, gradually sloping field, his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the large number of men on the other side, who were working with such ominous purpose. He also had to keep looking back at his own lines, which stretched so thin, so meager, so obviously uncertain across the hill. He tried to suppress it, but he couldn't. Again and again, he twisted his face in agony and tugged uncomfortably at his collar. The very fabric felt much too tight. "What formation of regiments have you planned, Colonel?" asked his adjutant, Major Opker, with a look that managed to be both condescending and obsequious. "Formation? Yes." Jezel racked his brain for a halfway appropriate, preferably even correct, answer. Early in his military career, he had discovered that as long as one had a capable and experienced officer above him and capable and experienced soldiers below him, one didn't need to know or be able to do anything oneself. With this strategy, he had comfortably navigated several peaceful years, but now the disadvantage of this tactic became clear. If, by some miracle, one finds oneself in a position to lead the supreme command, the whole system collapses. "Formation," he grumbled, furrowing his brow and trying to give the impression that he was meticulously examining the terrain, although he had only a very vague idea of what that actually meant. "The infantry in 2 ranks," he then continued, as a fragment of a story Cullum West had once told him came back to mind. "Here, behind this bush." At the same time, he gestured in the said direction with the marshal's staff. At least the use of this staff was familiar to him, as he had practiced it extensively in front of the mirror. "In front of the bush," the colonel meant, of course, Beaz smoothly interjected. "The infantry should be deployed in double ranks on both sides of the milestone over there. The light cavalry here under the trees, the heavy cavalry on the outermost flank, where they can gain the greatest advantage in the open field." He seemed uncannily familiar with military tactics. "The flatbows behind the bush, where they can initially hide from the enemy and best shoot at him from above." He nodded to Jezel. "An excellent strategy, Colonel, if I may say so." "Of course," Opker rasped and turned away to give the corresponding orders. Jezel held the marshal's staff behind his back and gripped it tightly, while nervously stroking his chin with the other hand. Giving orders was apparently not quite so simple after all, and meant more than just being addressed as Colonel by everyone. He would actually have to read a few books when he returned to Adua, if he ever did. 3 small dots had detached themselves from the swarming crowd down in the valley and were heading towards the hill on which they stood. Jezel shaded his eyes with one hand and could make out a white scrap fluttering in the air above them.
a flag of truce. Now he also felt Beaz's distinctly unsettling hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, my boy, we are well prepared for any acts of violence, but I am confident that it won't come to that." He grinned down at the sprawling crowd. Very confident. Jezal wished with all his heart that he could have said the same about himself. For a famous rebel, traitor, and rabble-rouser, the man they called the Tanner seemed surprisingly inconspicuous. He sat quietly on his folding chair at the table in Jezal's tent, his ordinary face topped by a mop of curly hair, a man of medium height in a coat of a most ordinary color and simple cut. The smile on his face showed that he knew all too well that he held all the cards. "They call me the Tanner," he said, "and I have been appointed to speak for the Confederation of the oppressed, the exploited, and the subjugated there in the valley. These are two of my partners in this righteous and entirely patriotic endeavor, my two generals, one might say. Gutman Cap," he nodded towards a burly man to his right, whose flushed face was framed by a spade-like beard and betrayed anger and wrath, "and Splint Holst." With that, he made a head movement in the other direction, towards a weasel-like fellow with a long scar across his cheek and a weak eye. "I am honored," Jezal replied watchfully, as the two seemed more like brigands than generals to him. "I am Colonel Luthar." "I know. I saw you win the tournament. Excellent swordsmanship, my friend. Excellent." "Oh, well, thank you very much. This is my adjutant, Major Opker, and this is Beaz, the first of the Magi." Gutman Kopp snorted in disbelief, but the Tanner merely stroked his lower lip thoughtfully. "Good. And have you come to fight or to negotiate?" "Both are certainly possible," Jezal said, beginning to recite his spiel. "While the closed council has condemned the means you have resorted to draw attention to your situation, it has conceded that your demands may be justified." Cap let out a piercing growl. "What other choice do these jerks have?" Jezal struggled onward. "Well, I have been asked to present these concessions to you." With that, he lifted the scroll that Hoff had prepared for him, a huge thing with elaborately carved handles and a seal the size of a saucer. "But I must warn you," he continued, doing his best to appear confident. "Should you refuse to agree to these proposals, we are ready for battle, and my men are as well trained, armed, and prepared as no other troop in the king's service. Each of them is worth 20 of your rabble." The burly peasant let out a menacing chuckle. "Lord Finster thought the same, and our rabble dealt with him harshly and chased him across his lands. He would have almost been hanged for that assessment if he had a slower horse. How fast is your horse, Colonel?" The Tanner touched his shoulder lightly. "Keep the peace for now, my hot-blooded friend. We have come here to hear the terms and see if they are acceptable. Why don't you show us what you have there, Colonel, and then we will know if there is any reason to make further threats." Jezal held out the weighty document to them, and Kopp angrily snatched it from his hand, unrolled it, and began to read. The thick paper rustled as he unrolled it further. The more he read, the darker his face became. "That's an insult," he barked, looking up again and staring furiously at Jezal. "Less taxes and some gosh about the use of the commons, and probably no one will even stick to that." He threw the scroll sideways to the Tanner, and Jezal swallowed. He didn't understand in the slightest what the concessions or their possible shortcomings could be, but Cap's reaction did not exactly promise a quick agreement. The Tanner's eyes slowly glided over the parchment. He had different colored eyes, Jezal now noticed. One was blue, the other green. When he reached the end, he laid the document down and let out a theatrical sigh. "We can accept these terms." "You accept them?" Jezal's eyes widened in surprise, though not nearly as wide as Gutman Kopp's. "But that leaves us even worse off than with the last offer," the peasant roared. "Before we chased Finster's men away. You said we could only agree if we were promised land for every man." The Tanner grimaced. "That was then." "That was then?" Kopp repeated, mouth agape in disbelief. "What about honest pay for honest work? What about shared profit?
What about equal rights, no matter the cost? You stood over there and promised me exactly that. He pointed down into the valley. You promised them all that. What has changed now, apart from Ajua being within reach? We can get everything we want. I said we accept these terms, the tanner snarled, filled with sudden rage.
Unless you want to fight the king's soldiers on your own. The people follow me, Cap, not you, if you haven't noticed yet. But you promised us freedom, freedom for all. I trusted you. The peasant's face was slack with horror. We all trusted you. Jazal had never seen a man look as detached as the tanner did now. I suppose I have a face that easily earns people's trust, he boomed, and his friend Holst shrugged and looked at his fingernails. Gosh, you all! With that, Cap turned away and stormed furiously through the tent flap. Jazal noticed that Beyaz had turned aside and was whispering something to Major Opger. Have that man arrested before he gets through our lines. Arrest him, Lord Beyaz? But he came under a flag of truce. Arrest him, put him in irons, and take him to the house of interrogations. A scrap of white cloth must not provide a hiding place from royal justice. If I am correct, Superior Goyle is leading the investigations. Of course. Opger stood up and followed the peasant out of the tent, while Jazal smiled nervously. There could be no doubt that the tanner had overheard the brief conversation, but he grinned as if the future of his former comrade was completely indifferent to him. I must apologize for my negotiating partner. In such a matter, you simply cannot please everyone. He made a theatrical gesture. But don't worry, I will give a grand speech to the common folk and tell them that we got everything we fought for, and then they will soon return to their farms and no great harm will have been done. A few might want to continue causing trouble, but I am sure you can round up those people with little effort, can't you, Colonel Luthar? Well, Jazal mumbled, now completely confused about what was actually happening. I mean, we should. Excellent. The tanner jumped up. I'm afraid I must leave you now. There is still so much to do. One never gets any peace, does one, Colonel Luthar? One never gets any peace. He exchanged a long look with Beyaz, then ducked under the tent flap at the entrance and was gone. If anyone asks you, the first of the Magi whispered into Jazal's ear, I would answer that it was a tough negotiation, with unyielding, unpleasant opponents, but that you kept your nerve and reminded them that the common people also have a duty to king and country, that you implored the peasants to return to their farms, and so on. But Jazal felt as if he wanted to cry, so confused was he. Completely confused and at the same time completely relieved. But just in case anyone asks. There was an undertone in Beyaz's voice that made it clear that this matter was now settled for him. The moon's favor. The dogman stood there, blinking up at the sun and watching the Unionists shuffle away in the other direction. Defeated men often show the lost battle in their slow movements, their stooped posture, their mud-splattered clothes, and the way they seem powerfully interested in staring at the ground. The dogman had seen this many times. He had felt that way himself, more than once. The regret of defeat, the shame of being beaten, the guilt of having simply given up, even without serious injury. The dogman knew how that felt and what a gnawing feeling it could be, but guilt was a good deal less painful than a sword stroke and healed a very great deal faster. Some of the wounded were not so bad off. They limped around on a stick with bandages or splints, or had an arm slung around a comrade's shoulders, injured enough to be assigned only light duty for a few weeks. Others had been less fortunate. The dogman thought he knew one of them. He was an officer, not old enough to have grown a beard. His smooth face was now contorted with burning pain and horror. His leg had been taken off just below the knee, and his clothes, the stretcher, and the two men carrying it were splattered with dark blood. He had been sitting at the gate when Dogman and Three Trees had come to Ostenhorn to defect to the Union. It was that fellow who had looked at them as if they were two piles of gosh. Now he no longer sounded as smooth and self-righteous as he lay on his stretcher screaming, but that didn't bring a smile to Dogman's face. The loss of a leg seemed to him a rather harsh punishment for arrogance. West stood a little distance away on the path, speaking with an officer who wore a dirty bandage around his head. Dogman couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could roughly guess. From time to time, one of them pointed towards the hills they had come through. Two steep, ugly elevations, mostly wooded, interspersed with some bare rock faces. West turned away and looked over at Dogman, his face darker than a gravedigger's. You didn't have to be a quick thinker to realize that the war wasn't won yet. Gosh, Dogman muttered, suppressed. He felt that pulling sensation in his stomach. That despondency he always felt when he had to scout unknown territory, when 3 trees called to arms, when there was nothing but cold water for breakfast. Since he had become chief, that feeling seemed to barely leave him. Everything was his problem now. Nothing to be done? West shook his head as he came over to him. Bethode was waiting for us with a large force. He has dug in here in these mountains, very deep and very well supplied, and he sits right between us and Carleon. Most likely he had already prepared for this before he even crossed the border. He's always liked to plan ahead, this Bethode. Can't we get past him? Croy tried both roads and got a severe beating on both. Now Polder tried a direct march through the mountains and suffered an even heavier defeat. Dogman sighed. We can't get around him. Not without offering Bethode a nice opportunity to let us run straight into the knife. And Bethode doesn't let such opportunities pass him by. That's exactly what he'll hoped for. The Lord Marshal sees it that way too. He wants you to lead your men north. West looked over at the gray-shrouded peaks of further mountains in the distance. He wants you to look for a weak spot. Bethode can't possibly hold the entire ridge. Can't he? Dogman asked. I guess we'll have to find that out. Then he disappeared into the trees. His boys would love this task. He followed the path and soon came to where his people were camped. There were more and more of them. Counting everyone, there were now about 400, and they were tough fellows, especially those who had never cared much for Bethode and who had fought in feuds against him. And against Dogman, too, of course. The woods teemed with them. They sat around their fires, cooking, sharpening their weapons, and maintaining their gear, and a few practiced armed combat. Dogman grimaced as the bright clang of steel on steel reached his ears. They would hear enough of that, but with bloodier results, he was sure. "Chief!" they called to him. "The Dogman! The chief! Hey, hey!" They clapped their hands and knocked their weapons on the stones they sat on. Dogman raised his fist, grinned at one or another, and said, "Yeah, good, good," and such. To be honest, he still had no idea how to behave as a chief, and so he acted exactly as he always had. His people were apparently satisfied with that. They always were, he thought, until they lost a few battles and then concluded that they needed a new chief. He reached the fire where the best of the named men spent the day. Logen was nowhere to be seen, but the rest of the old crew sat there, looking bored. Those, at least, who weren't dead yet. Toole saw him coming. "The Dogman is back." Grumbled Grim, who was trimming some feathers with a razor. Dow was busy wiping the last grease from a pan with a piece of bread. Well, how did the Union fare in the mountains? There was a certain contempt in his voice, suggesting he already knew the answer.
They completely messed it up, didn't they? They came in second, if that's what you wanted to know. I call that messed up, if there were only 2 parties. Dogman took a deep breath and didn't elaborate. Bethode has dug in really well and guards all roads to Carleon. Nobody knows an easy way to overcome him or bypass him. He's prepared pretty well for this situation, I guess. "I could have told you that," Dow barked, spitting out a small shower of greasy crumbs. "He'll have Little Bones on one of these mountains and Schlomnon on the other, and Snowpale and Goring further out. The 4 of them won't make it easy for anyone, but even if, Bethode will be lurking behind them with his Shanka and his gosh-dreaded ones to quickly dispatch the Union.
That's pretty likely. Tool held up his sword and then set about polishing the blade again. Bethod has always liked to plan ahead. And what do those who hold our leashes say? Dow asked dismissively. What kind of work does Wild Fury have for his little animals now? Burr wants us to move a bit north, through the woods, and see if Bethod has overlooked a weak spot anywhere. Pah, Dow snorted. Bethod doesn't have a habit of leaving loopholes, unless it's on purpose, so we fall into them and break our necks. Well, then we should probably be extra careful where we step, shouldn't we? Playing the gosh errand boy again? Dogman suspected he was gradually getting as fed up with Dow's grumbling as Three Trees used to be. What else is there to do? That's just how life is. You always have to take on dirty work now and then. If you're worth anything at all, you try to do that work as well as possible. What bug has crawled up your nose anyway? This, Dow gestured towards the forest, just this. Nothing has changed, has it? We've crossed the White Flow and are back in the north, but Bethod has dug himself in splendidly up there, and the Union has no way to get past him without getting properly beaten. And if they beat him off the mountains, then what? And if they reach Carleon and conquer the city, only to set it on fire, just like Ninefingers last time, then what? That means nothing at all. Bethod will continue as always, he'll fight and retreat again, and there will always be new mountains to entrench in and new tricks to outsmart us. Eventually the Union will get fed up and leave again for the south, and we'll have to bear the brunt of it. Because then Bethod will turn back, and before you know it, he'll be the one chasing us through the whole very north and back. Winter, summer, always the same, gosh. Here we sit, fewer people than before, but we're still hiding in the woods. Doesn't that sound familiar? So it was, now that he said it, but Dogman didn't know what he could have changed about it. Logen is back, isn't he? That'll help a bit. Dow snorted again. Ha! Since when has the Bloody Nine brought anything but death? Hold on a moment, Tool growled. You owe him something. Have you forgotten? We all owe him. But there are limits to how long a man is indebted to another, I'd say. Dow threw his pan next to the fire, stood up, and wiped his hands on his coat. Where has he been anyway, huh? Left us sitting up there in the valleys without a word, didn't he? Left us to the flatheads and wandered halfway across the world. Who's to say he won't just leave again if he feels like it, or defect to Bethod, kill someone for no reason, or do something else? Dogman looked over at Tool, and Tool looked back with a guilty face. They had all witnessed that Logen had indeed committed very dark deeds when he was in the mood for it. That was a long time ago, Tool said. Things change. Dow just grinned. No, they don't. You can tell yourself that story if it helps you sleep better, but I'll keep an eye open, I can tell you that. We're talking about the Bloody Nine here. Who knows what he'll do next? I have a feeling about that. Dogman turned and saw Logen leaning against a tree, and he was about to smile when he saw his expression. It was a look he knew well from times past, one that brought back all sorts of ugly memories. It was a look like the dead have, when life has left them and they care about nothing anymore. If you have something to say, you can say it to my face. Logen came towards them, planted himself directly in front of Dow, and tilted his head to one side. The scars stood out white on his tired face. Huntsman felt the hairs on his arms stand up and a cold shiver run over him, even though the sun warmed him. Come on, Logen, Tool tried to mediate, attempting to sound as if the whole thing had just been a joke. Yet it was so deadly obvious that there could be no talk of a joke. Dow didn't mean it that way, he just wanted to... Logen interrupted him, staring long into Dow's face with his corpse-like eyes. I thought when I gave you your last lesson, you'd never need a repeat. But apparently, some people have short memories. He took another step closer to Dow, so close that their faces almost touched. Well, do you need another lesson, little one? Huntsman grimaced in agony. They seemed so determined to kill each other, and he had no idea how he would stop them once they started fighting. The tension was immense, and the moment felt like an eternity. Black Dow would not have let any other man say such a thing to him, dead or alive. But finally, a yellow grin spread across his face.
No, that one lesson was enough. With that, he turned his head to the side, coughed up phlegm, and spat. Then he retreated, without haste, still grinning, as if to say that while he had accepted the reprimand, he couldn't guarantee it would be the same next time. After he had left, and there had been no bloodshed, Toole exhaled loudly, as if great misfortune had just passed them by. "All right, north then? Then one of us should get the boys moving." Grim said, sliding the last arrow into his quiver and following him into the forest. Logen stood for a moment, watching them. When they were out of sight, he turned and sat by the fire, leaning forward, arms on his knees, head bowed. "Thanks to the dead, I almost messed myself." Huntsman realized he had been holding his breath the whole time, and now let it stream, gasping from his lungs. "I think I almost did, a little bit anyway. Did that really have to happen? You know that. If you allow a man like Tao any liberties, he knows no bounds. Then eventually the other boys will get the impression that the Bloody Nine isn't half as fearsome as they've always heard, and then it's only a matter of time until one of those who still have something against me waits for me with a blade." Huntsman shook his head. "That's a harsh view of things. But that's how it is. Things haven't changed a bit. They never do." Perhaps that was true, but they certainly wouldn't change if no one gave them the chance. Still, are you sure something like that is necessary? Maybe not with you. You have something about you that people like. Logen scratched his chin and looked sadly into the forest. "I think I squandered my last chance for that about 15 years ago, and I won't get another." The forests were warm and familiar. Birds chirped in the branches, not caring a wet gosh about federal union or human affairs at all. No place had ever seemed more peaceful, and Huntsman didn't like that at all. He sniffed, letting the air flow through his nose and over his tongue. These days he was doubly cautious, ever since that arrow had whizzed by and killed Caffel in battle. Perhaps he could have saved her if he had trusted his own nose a little more. He wished he could have saved her. But wishing helped nothing. Tao squatted behind a bush and stared into the silent forest. "What is it, Huntsman? What do you smell?" "Men, I'd say, but somehow bitter." He sniffed again.
"Smells like." An arrow flew from between the trees, struck the tree trunk right next to Huntsman, and remained there, quivering. "Very!" he shrieked, sliding onto his backside and hastily tearing his own bow from his shoulder, as always, much too late. Tao fell cursing beside him, and they tangled together. Huntsman almost poked out an eye on Tao's axe before he could push him aside. Then Huntsman held out his open palm to his men as a sign for them to stop, but they had already taken cover, crawling on their bellies towards trees or rocks, drawing their weapons and staring into the forest. A voice rang out from between the trunks in front of them. "Are you fighting for Bethode?" Whoever it was, he spoke northern with a strange accent. Tao and Huntsman looked at each other for a moment, then shrugged. "No!" Tao roared back. "And if you are, then you'd best prepare to face the dead." A pause followed. "We don't fight for that jerk, and never will." "All right," Huntsman now called out, raising his head barely an inch, his bow strung and ready to fire in his hands. "Then show yourselves." About 6 paces away, a man stepped out from behind a tree. Huntsman was so startled that he almost released the string and shot the arrow. More men emerged from the forest around them, dozens. Their hair was matted, their faces smeared with brown earth and blue paint. Their clothing consisted of ragged furs and half-tanned hides. But the tips of their spears and arrows and the blades of their roughly forged swords gleamed bright and clean. "Mountain men," Huntsman whispered. "We are mountain men, and we are proud of it." A full, loud voice echoed from the forest. A few of the men moved aside as if to make way for someone. Huntsman blinked. A child came through them, a girl, perhaps 10 years old, with dirty, bare feet. She carried a huge hammer over one shoulder, consisting of a thick wooden club, perhaps a pace long, and a scarred lump of iron the size of a brick. It was far too big for the little one to swing. She already had difficulty carrying it. Next came a small boy. He had a round shield strapped to his back that was far too wide for him, and a large axe that he carried with both hands. A second boy walked beside him, armed with a spear twice as long as himself.
its bright tip wobbling high above his head. In the sunspots that pierced the canopy, gold shimmered beneath the blade. The boy kept looking up to avoid the tip striking a branch. "I'm dreaming," Huntsman murmured. "Or am I?" Dao frowned. "If this is a dream, it's a pretty strange one." They were not alone, these 3 children. A huge fellow appeared behind them. A frayed fur lay around his enormously broad shoulders, and a wide collar hung down to his fat belly. It was made of bones. Finger bones, Huntsman saw as he came closer, human fingers. Between them hung flat pieces of wood into which strange symbols were carved. A yellow-toothed grin was carved out of his gray-brown beard, but it did not make Huntsman feel any better. "Oh gosh," Dao ground. "Let's go back, south, and stop all this mess." "Why? Do you know him?" Dao turned his head away and spat. "Of course, Crummock fail." Huntsman almost wished now that it had been an ambush and not a parley, for every child knew that. Crummock fail, chief of the mountain men, was probably the craziest jerk in the whole very north. The man gently pushed the spears and arrows out of the way as he came closer. "That's probably not necessary now, is it, my beauties? We're all friends, or at least have the same enemies, which is even better, you understand. We all have plenty of enemies up there in the mountains, don't we? The moon knows I'm never averse to a good fight, but an attack against the great rocks where Bethode and his sycophants have entrenched themselves? That would probably be a bit too much of a fight for anyone, wouldn't it? Even for your new friends from the south." He stopped directly in front of them, and the finger bones swung clattering back and forth. The 3 children paused behind him, fiddling with their gigantic weapons and looking at Dao and Huntsman with ill intent. "I am Crummock fail," he said, "chief of all mountain men, or at least all mountain men who are worth anything." He grinned as if he had just crashed a wedding. "And who, pray tell, is in charge of this pleasant outing?" Huntsman felt that pulling sensation again, but it couldn't be changed. "That would be me." Crummock looked at him with raised eyebrows. "Really? But you're a pretty small guy to be able to tell all these big boys here what to do, aren't you? Then you must carry a pretty big name on your shoulders, if I'm not mistaken." "I am the Dog Man. This here is Black Dao." "But you have a strange crew with you here," Dao said, casting a grim look at the children. "Ah, and how? And how? And such a brave one. The boy with the spear, that's my son Scofin. The one with my axe is my son Rond." Crummock looked at the girl with the hammer and frowned. "I don't remember the name of this boy." "I'm your daughter," cried the girl. "What, did I have no sons left? Sken has grown too old. You gave him his own sword, and Sheft is still too small to carry anything." Crummock shook his head. "Still doesn't feel right to me that a woman takes the hammer." The girl slammed the weapon to the ground and kicked Crummock in the shin. "Then you can haul that gosh darn thing yourself, you old jerk." "Ouch!" he roared, laughing and rubbing his leg at the same time. "Now I remember you, Eisern. Your kick brought you back to my memory. You can take the hammer, of course. The smallest always has to carry the biggest burden, right? Do you want the axe, Pa?" The smaller boy held the weapon unsteadily aloft. "Do you want the hammer?" The girl pulled it by the handle from the undergrowth and pushed her brother out of the way. "No, my darlings. At the moment, I only need words, and of those I have more than enough, even without your support. You can soon watch your father again in Murder and Mayhem, if all goes well. But today we have no use for axes or hammers. We haven't come here to kill." "Why are you here, then?" asked the Dog Man, who wasn't sure if he really wanted to know. "Straight to business, and no time for pleasantries?" Crummock tilted his head to the side, arms raised, then lifted a foot and shook it. "I came here because I awoke in the night, and I went out into the darkness. The moon whispered something to me. In the forest, you understand, in the trees, and in the voices of the owls in the trees. And do you know what the moon said?" "That you're completely crazy," growled Dao. Crummock slapped his thick thigh. "You have a pretty way of talking for an ugly fellow, Black Dao, but no. The moon said," and he beckoned the Dog Man closer, as if to share a secret, You have the Bloody Nine with you. And what if it were so? Logen stepped calmly from the back ranks, hand on the hilt of his sword. Tool and Grim came forward with him, looking grimly at the mountain people with their painted faces, at the 3 dirty children, and especially at their big, fat father. "And there he is!" Crummock roared, stretching out a finger thick as a sausage. "Take your fist off your blade, Bloody Nine, before I pee my pants!" He dropped to his knees in the dirt. "That's him! That's the man!" He crawled on his knees across the forest floor and clutched Logen's leg, against which he now pressed like a dog against its master. Logen stared at him. "Let go of my leg." "I will." Crummock pulled away with a jerk and dropped onto his fat backside. The dogman had never seen such a performance. Apparently the rumors about his madness were quite true. "Do you know something beautiful, Bloody Nine?" "I'd know a few things." "Then I'll tell you something else. I saw you fight Shama Heartless. I saw you gut him like a pig for the cooking pot, and I couldn't have done it better myself. Such a beautiful sight." The dogman frowned.
He had been there too, but he couldn't remember anything beautiful about it. "Back then," I said. Crummock rose to his knees, and I repeated it again and again. With that, he came to his feet, and I said it again when I came from the mountains to look for you. Now he raised his arm and pointed at Logen. "That you are a man who stands in the moon's favor like no other." The dogman looked over at Logen, and Logen shrugged. "Who's to say what the moon likes and what it doesn't? What's it about? What's it about? I could watch him kill the whole world, and what a glorious sight that would be. What it's about, I'll explain to you. I have a plan. It emerged with the cold springs deep beneath the earth, and it was carried by the streams under the stones and washed ashore on the bank of the sacred lake right next to me, just as I was dipping my toes into the icy water." Logen scratched his scarred jaw. "We still have a task to complete, Crummock. If you have something important to say, then get to the point." "I will. Bethod hates me, and the feeling is mutual. But he hates you even more, because you stood up against him and because you are living proof that a man in the north can be his own master, without bending the knee to that jerk with his golden hat, his 2 fat sons, and his witch, and serving them completely." He frowned thoughtfully. "I'd even be persuaded to show them great deference. Can you follow me so far?" "No problem," Logen said, but the dogman wasn't so sure if that was really true. "Just whistle briefly if you get stuck somewhere, then I'll start over. I see it this way. If Bethod sniffed out a good opportunity to catch you alone without your friends from the Union, those sunshine lovers from the south who crawl around here like ants, then he might give a lot to exploit that. Perhaps one could even lure him from his beautiful mountains with such an opportunity. At least that's what I think. You're counting on him really hating me. What? Do you doubt that a man could hate you so much?" Crummock turned away and spread his long arms towards Tool and Grim. "But it's not just about you, Bloody Nine. It's about all of you, and me too, and my 3 sons." The girl threw the hammer down again and put her arms on her hips, but Crummock continued talking without paying attention to her. "I think your boys should team up with my boys. Then we'd have about 800 spears. We'll march north, as if we wanted to go up to the high heights, to fall upon Bethod from behind and surprise him from the rear. I think that will make him absolutely furious. I believe he won't be able to resist the prospect of turning us all back into mud." The dogman thought about it. One could assume that many of Bethod's men were gradually becoming restless, that they didn't like fighting on the wrong side of the white flow. Perhaps they had also heard that the Bloody Nine was back, and now believed themselves to be on the wrong side. Bethod would love nothing more than to stick a few heads on stakes for all to see. Those of Ninefingers and Crummock of Tool Duru and Black Dow, and perhaps also that of the dogman. That would please him, this Bethod. That's how he would prove to the north that there was no other future than with him. He would even like that very much.
Supposing we were to move further north, asked the dogman, how would Bethod even find out about it? Crummock grinned even wider than ever. Oh, he'll know, because his witch will find out about it. Gosh darn witch, interjected the boy with the spear, whose arms trembled from the effort to hold the weapon straight. This witch with her spells and painted face, whom Bethod has with him. Or is it she who has him? That might even be the question. But either way, she's watching us. Or isn't she, Bloody Nine? I know who you mean, said Logen, who didn't look happy at all. Korib. A friend of mine once told me she has the long eye. The dogman had not the slightest idea what it was about, but if Logen took the matter so seriously, it was certainly better to do the same. The long eye, eh? Crummock grinned. Your friend has a pretty name for a nasty trick. She sees all sorts of things with it, all sorts of things that it would be better for us if she didn't. These days, Bethod trusts her eyes more than his own, and he will have her watch out for us, and for you especially. She will keep both her long eyes open for you, you can be sure of that. I may not be a wizard, and with that he twirled one of the wooden tokens on his chain, but the moon knows that when it comes to magical powers, I'm not entirely unversed either. And what if it turns out as you say, growled Tool. What happens then? Apart from us giving Bethod our heads. Oh, I like my head where it is, my big one. We lure him further and further north. That's what the forest told me. There's a place up in the mountains, a place the moon loves very much. Ein befestetes Tal, über das die Toten meiner Familie wachen, und die Toten der Berge, seit die Welt erschaffen wurde. Huntsmann kratzte sich den Kopf. Eine Festung in den Bergen? Eine starke, hohe Höhe. Hoch und stark genug, dass nur wenige Männer sehr vielen so lange standhalten können, bis man ihnen zu Hilfe kommt. Wir locken ihn in das Tal, und eure Freunde von der Union folgen in gemächlichem Abstand, weit genug entfernt, dass seine Hexe sie nicht kommen sieht, weil sie so sehr damit beschäftigt ist, uns zu beobachten. Und dann, während Bethod ganz und gar darin aufgeht, uns das Lebenslicht auszublasen, schleichen sich die Südländer von hinten an und... Er klatschte schallend die Handflächen zusammen. Wir zerquetschen ihn zwischen uns, den wirklich awful person. Awful person, fluchte das Mädchen und trat nach dem Hammer, der auf dem Boden lag. Sie alle sahen einander einen Augenblick an. Huntsmann fand, dass sich das alles nach keinem besonders guten Plan anhörte. Ihm gefiel auch der Gedanke nicht, ihr Leben davon abhängig zu machen, dass es stimmte, was dieser verrückte Bergmensch sagte. Aber es klang zumindest nach einer Möglichkeit. Und das immerhin so weit, dass er nicht einfach Nein sagen konnte, egal wie gern er das vielleicht getan hätte. Wir müssen darüber reden. Natürlich müsst ihr das, meine neuen besten Freunde, natürlich. Aber denkt nicht zu lange darüber nach, hört ihr. Crummock grinste breit. Ich bin schon viel zu lange weg von den hohen Höhen und von meinen wunderschönen Kindern und meinen wunderschönen Frauen, und auch die wunderschönen Berge selbst werden mich vermissen. Denkt an die Vorteile, die diese Sache hat. Wenn Bethod uns nicht folgt, dann habt ihr ein paar schöne Nächte in den hohen Höhen, bevor der Sommer vergeht. Ihr könnt euch an meinem Feuer wärmen und meine Lieder hören und die Sonne über den Bergen untergehen sehen. Hört sich das so schlecht an? Wirklich? Denkst du darüber nach, auf den Vorschlag dieses verrückten Jerks einzugehen? Brummte Tool, kaum dass sie außer Hörweite waren. Hexen und Zauberer und dieser ganze Quatsch, das hat er doch alles spontan erfunden. Logen kratzte sich das Gesicht. Er ist nicht annähernd so verrückt, wie er sich hört. Er hat Bethod die ganzen letzten Jahre widerstanden. Als einziger. Seit 12 Wintern hat er sich versteckt, hat kleine Überfälle durchgeführt und immer einen Schritt voraus gewesen. Schön, weit oben in den Bergen, aber trotzdem. Man muss so glitschig wie ein Fisch und so hart wie Eisen sein, um das zu schaffen. »Du vertraust ihm also?« fragte Huntsmann. »Vertrauen?« Logen schnaubte. »Kasch, nein. Aber seine Fehde mit Bethod geht tiefer als selbst die unsere. Was die Hexe betrifft, so hat er recht.
Ich habe sie gesehen. Und ich habe ein paar andere Dinge im letzten Jahr gesehen. Wenn er sagt, dass sie uns beobachten kann, dann denke ich mal, dass ich ihm das glaube. Und wenn sie uns nicht sieht und Bethod nicht kommt, na, dann haben wir doch nichts verloren. Der Hundsmann hatte wieder dieses leere Gefühl, schlimmer denn je.
Er sah zu Cromog hinüber, der im Kreise seiner Kinder auf einem Stein saß, und der Verrückte zeigte einen Mund voller gelber Zähne, als er ihm zugrinste. Er war sicherlich kein Mann, an den man all seine Hoffnungen knüpfen wollte, aber Hundsmann fühlte bereits, dass der Wind aus einer anderen Richtung wehte. »Wir gehen trotzdem ein very großes Risiko ein«, brummte Kurva. »Was, wenn Bethod uns einholt und dann doch bekommt, was er will? Wir müssen eben schnell sein«, knurrte Dau. »Wir sind im Krieg, man geht halt Risiken ein, wenn man auf Sieg setzt.« Brummte Grimm. Tool nickte mit seinem großen Kopf. »Wir müssen irgendwas tun. Ich bin nicht hierher gekommen, um Bethod auf einem Berg sitzen zu sehen. Wir müssen ihn dort runterholen. Und zwar an einen Platz, wo wir ihn in die Zange nehmen können«, zischte Dau. »Aber es ist deine Entscheidung.« Logen klopfte dem Hundsmann auf die Schulter. »Du bist der Häuptling.« Er war der Häuptling. Er erinnerte sich, wie sie das beschlossen hatten, damals, als sie an Dreibaums Grab standen. Hundsmann musste zugeben, dass er Cromog am liebsten gesagt hätte, er solle sich ins Knie gehen, um dann umzudrehen, zurückzulaufen und West zu erzählen, dass sie nichts außer Wald gefunden hätten. Aber wenn man einmal eine Aufgabe übernommen hat, dann muss man sie auch erfüllen. Das hätte Dreibaum gesagt. Hundsmann seufzte tief, und das Gefühl in seinem Bauch wurde so intensiv, dass er beinahe glaubte, er müsse sich übergeben. »In Ordnung, aber dieser Plan wird uns höchstens ins Grab bringen, wenn die Union nicht bereit ist, ihren Beitrag zu leisten und vor allem rechtzeitig an Ort und Stelle zu sein. Wir werden Wildzorn davon erzählen und ihren Häuptling Burr wissen lassen, was wir planen.« »Wildzorn?« fragte Logen. Tool grinste. »Eine lange Geschichte.« Beifall und Blumen. Jezal hatte nicht die geringste Ahnung, warum es so wichtig sein sollte, dass er seine beste Uniform trug. Das Very-Ding war steif wie ein Brett und knirschte vor Tressen. Es war dafür entworfen worden, dekorativ stillzustehen, nicht aber zum Reiten, und dementsprechend schnitt ihm die Jacke bei jeder Bewegung seines Pferdes in den Bauch. Aber Bayas hatte darauf bestanden, und es war überraschend schwer, sich dem alten Narren zu widersetzen. Da spielte es auch keine Rolle, ob Jezal nun den Oberbefehl führte oder nicht. Letztlich hatte er das Gefühl gehabt, es sei leichter, einfach zu tun, was man ihm sagte. Daher fühlte er sich, während er an der Spitze der Kolonne ritt, ziemlich unbehaglich. Er zupfte ständig an seiner Jacke und schwitzte heftig in der hellen Sonne. Der einzige Trost dabei war, dass er wenigstens frische Luft zum Atmen hatte. Alle anderen mussten seinen Staub schlucken. Noch unangenehmer wurde der Ritt dadurch, dass Bayas fest entschlossen war, weiter über jene Themen zu schwadronieren, mit denen er Jezal bereits den ganzen Weg bis zum Ende der Welt und wieder zurückgelangweilt hatte. Für einen König ist es von entscheidender Wichtigkeit, dass seine Untertanen eine gute Meinung von ihm haben, und das ist gar nicht so schwer zu erreichen. Die niederen Stände haben nur kleine Ziele und sind mit kleinen Geschenken zufrieden. Sie brauchen keine faire Behandlung, sie müssen nur das Gefühl haben, sie bekämen sie. Jezal stellte nach einer Weile fest, dass er das Dröhnen der Stimme des Alten tatsächlich überhören konnte, ganz ähnlich wie man beispielsweise das Kläffen eines alten Hundes irgendwann nicht mehr wahrnimmt, wenn er die ganze Zeit über bellt. Er sackte ein wenig im Sattel zusammen und ließ die Gedanken schweifen. Und wohin schweiften sie wohl, wenn nicht zu AD? Er hatte sich in eine ganz schöne Zwickmühle hineinmanövriert. Draußen auf der Ebene hatte alles so einfach ausgesehen. Nach Hause fahren, sie heiraten und bis ans Lebensende glücklich sein. Jetzt, da er wieder in Ardua im Kreise der Mächtigen war und seine alten Gewohnheiten aufgenommen hatte, schien das Leben mit jedem Tag komplizierter zu werden. Die Tatsache, dass seinem Ruf und seinen Aussichten erheblicher Schaden entstehen könnte, war nicht so einfach vom Tisch zu wischen. Er war Oberst der Königstreuen, und das bedeutete, dass er bestimmten Erwartungen entsprechen musste. Harod der Große hatte stets Respekt vor dem gemeinen Mann. Mehr als einmal war dies das Geheimnis hinter seinen Siegen über seine Weggefährten. Auch war AD im wahren Leben wesentlich komplizierter, als sie es in seiner Erinnerung gewesen war. Zu 9 Teilen war sie schlagfertig, klug, furchtlos und ungemein anziehend. Zu einem Teil war sie eine gehässige, zerstörerische Trinkerin. Jeder Augenblick an ihrer Seite war reinstes Glücksspiel, und vielleicht war es genau dieses Gefühl von Gefahr, das die Funken zum Sprühen brachte, wenn sie sich berührten, das seine Haut kribbeln und seinen Mund trocken werden ließ. Seine Haut kribbelte auch jetzt, wenn er nur daran dachte.
Nie zuvor hatte er so für eine Frau empfunden, noch nie. Das war ganz sicher Liebe. Es musste Liebe sein. Aber war Liebe auch genug? Wie lange würde sie halten? Die Ehe war schließlich für die Ewigkeit, und die Ewigkeit war eine ziemlich lange Zeit. Ihm wäre es am liebsten gewesen, wenn sich ihre derzeitige nicht ganz so heimliche Romanze endlos so hätte weiterführen lassen, aber diese Möglichkeit hatte ihm der Very Glokta mit einem Tritt seines verkrüppelten Fußes zunichte gemacht. Ambosse, Säcke und Kanäle. Jesal erinnerte sich noch gut daran, wie dieses weiße Ungeheuer einem Gefangenen auf offener Straße einen Sack über den Kopf gezogen hatte, und er erschauerte bei dem Gedanken. Aber er musste zugeben, dass der Krüppel recht hatte. Jesals Besuche waren nicht gut für den Ruf der jungen Frau. Man sollte andere so behandeln, wie man selbst behandelt werden wollte, dachte er, ganz wie Neunfinger einmal zu ihm gesagt hatte. Aber dieser Grundsatz war Gosch wirklich höchst lästig. »Hören Sie überhaupt zu, mein Junge?« »Was?« Ja, natürlich, Harod der Große und so weiter. Der große Respekt, den er für das gemeine Volk hatte. Den er scheinbar hatte, knurrte Bayas. Und er wusste auch, wie er eine Lektion lernen musste. Sie näherten sich nun Adua, und die Felder wichen eng beieinander stehenden Hütten, hastig zusammengezimmerten Unterkünften, billigen Gasthöfen und noch billigeren Bordellen, die sich vor den Toren entlang der Straße angesiedelt hatten, beinahe wie eine eigene Stadt. Sie reichten bis hin zum langen Schatten des Kasamirwalls, der äußersten Verteidigungslinie Aduas. Ein schlecht gelauter Wachposten stand auf jeder Seite des hohen Torbogens, und die Tore selbst, die mit der goldenen Sonne der Union verziert waren, standen offen. Sie ritten kurz durch den dunklen Gang und kamen wieder ins Licht. Jesal blinzelte. Eine nicht unbeträchtliche Zahl von Menschen hatte sich in dem gepflasterten Bereich dahinter versammelt und drängte von beiden Seiten zur Straße. Soldaten der Stadtwache hielten sie zurück. Die Leute brachen in fröhliche Beifallsrufe aus, als sie sahen, dass Jesal durch das Tor ritt. Er fragte sich kurz, ob man ihn vielleicht mit jemandem verwechselte und ob sie wohl jemanden erwartet hatten, der wirklich von Bedeutung war. Harod den Großen vielleicht? Was wusste er denn? Schon bald hörte er jedoch aus dem Jubel den Namen Luta heraus. Ein Mädchen, das ganz vorn stand, warf ihm eine Blume zu, die unter die Hufe seines Pferdes geriet, und rief etwas, das er nicht verstehen konnte. Aber ihr Verhalten bewies Jesal eindeutig, dass sich die Menge tatsächlich seinetwegen hier versammelt hatte. »Was ist denn hier los?« flüsterte er dem ersten der Magi zu. Bayas grinste, als hätte zumindest er ein solches Schauspiel erwartet. »Ich vermute, dass die Menschen von Adua ihren Sieg über die Rebellen mit ihnen feiern wollen.« »Tatsächlich?« Jesal verzog gequält das Gesicht und winkte mit schlaffer Handbewegung, und die Lautstärke des Beifalls stieg merklich an.
Als sie weiter voranritten und die Straßen schmaler wurden, schien sich die Menge noch zu verdichten. Überall standen Menschen in den engen Gassen, reckten sich aus den Fenstern im Erdgeschoss und auch weiter oben, jubelten und klatschten. Noch mehr Blumen wurden von einem Balkon hoch über der Straße hinuntergeworfen. Eine verfing sich in seinem Sattel, und Jesal nahm sie auf und drehte sie in seiner Hand. Und das alles wegen mir? Haben Sie denn nicht die Stadt gerettet? Haben Sie nicht die Aufständischen aufgehalten, noch dazu ohne einen Tropfen Blutvergießen auf beiden Seiten? Aber Sie haben grundlos aufgegeben. Ich habe gar nichts getan. Bayaz zuckte die Achseln, riss Jesal die Blume aus der Hand und roch daran. Dann warf er sie weg und nickte einer Gruppe jubelnder Geschäftsleute zu, die sich an einer Straßenecke zusammendrängten. Offenbar sind die Leute anderer Meinung. Halten Sie einfach die Klappe und lächeln Sie. Damit macht man nie etwas verkehrt. Jesal tat sein Bestes, diesem Vorschlag Folge zu leisten, aber das Lächeln fiel ihm nicht leicht. Logen Ninefingers, da war er sich verhältnismäßig sicher, hätte das hier nicht gefallen. Es widersprach völlig seinem damaligen Rat, stets geringer zu scheinen, als man war. Jesal sah sich nervös um und war überzeugt, dass die Menge schon bald merken würde, dass er nichts weiter als ein Betrüger war, um dann sofort die Blumen und die Bewunderungsrufe durch Schmähungen und den Inhalt ihrer Nachttöpfe zu ersetzen. Aber das geschah nicht. Der Jubel hielt an, als Jesal und seine lange Kolonne von Soldaten sich langsam durch den Bezirk der 3 Höfe vorankämpften. Jesal merkte, dass er sich mit jeder Straße, die hinter ihm lag, weiter entspannte. Allmählich fühlte er sich schon fast so, als ob er tatsächlich etwas geleistet hätte, das eine derartige Ehrenbezeigung wert gewesen wäre. Er fragte sich, ob er vielleicht wirklich ein unerschrockener Befehlshaber, ein meisterlicher Unterhändler gewesen war. Und schließlich sagte er, wenn die Stadtbevölkerung ihn unbedingt als ihren Helden feiern wollte, dann wäre es doch ungezogen, sich dem zu verweigern. Sie zogen durch ein Tor im Arnautwall und erreichten das Herz der Stadt. Jezahl hatte sich in seinem Sattel gerade aufgerichtet und drückte die Brust vor. Bajaz fiel hinter ihm zurück und wahrte respektvollen Abstand, um ihn allein seine Soldaten führen zu lassen. Der Jubel verstärkte sich, als sie den breiten Mittenweg herunterkamen, an den 4 Ecken vorbei und auf den Agriont zuhielten. Er fühlte sich wie nach dem Sieg beim Turnier, nur war diesmal wesentlich weniger Arbeit dafür nötig gewesen. Aber war das wirklich etwas Schlechtes? Welcher Schaden sollte schon dadurch entstehen? Neunfinger und seine Bescheidenheit konnten ihn mal. Jezahl hatte sich diese Aufmerksamkeit verdient. Er setzte ein strahlendes Lächeln auf, hob den Arm mit hochmütiger Selbstsicherheit und winkte. Die hohen Mauern des Agrions ragten vor ihnen auf, und Jezahl überquerte den Burggraben und hielt auf das südliche Torhaus zu. Dann ritt er durch den langen Tunnel, der zur Festung führte, und die klappernden Hufe und die schweren Stiefel der Königstreuen hallten hinter ihm durch die Dunkelheit. Langsam kam er den Weg der Könige hinunter, während die großen, in Stein gehauenen Herrscher von einst mitsamt ihren Beratern zustimmend auf ihn herabsahen, und hielt zwischen den hohen Gebäuden, die voller Zuschauer waren, auf den Marschallsplatz zu. Die Menschenmenge fasste die große, offene Fläche von jeder Seite ein und ließ eine lange Spur aus nacktem Stein in der Mitte frei. An ihrem Ende war eine breite Reihe von Bänken aufgestellt worden, und ein karmesinroter Baldakin zeigte an, dass Mitglieder der königlichen Familie zugegen waren. Der Lärm und das ganze Spektakel waren atemberaubend. Jezahl erinnerte sich an den triumphalen Empfang, den man Marschall Varuz bereitet hatte, als er von seinem Sieg über die Gurkisen heimgekehrt war, und er wusste noch, dass er damals kaum mehr als ein Kind mit weit aufgerissenen Augen zugesehen hatte. Er hatte einen kurzen Blick auf den Marschall selbst erhascht, der auf einem grauen Schlachtross saß, aber nie hatte er sich träumen lassen, dass ihm selbst einmal eine solche Ehre zuteil werden würde. Es kam ihm immer noch seltsam vor, wenn er ganz ehrlich war. Er hatte schließlich nur einen Pöbelhaufen aufsässiger Bauern geschlagen, nicht aber die mächtigste Nation im ganzen Weltenrund. Aber dennoch war es wohl kaum an ihm zu beurteilen, wer einen solchen Triumph verdient hatte und wer nicht, oder? Und daher spornte Jezahl sein Pferd an und ritt zwischen den Reihen lächelnder Gesichter und winkender Arme hindurch, und die Luft war durchdrungen vor Beifall und Unterstützung. Er sah, dass die großen Männer des geschlossenen Rates auf der ersten Reihe der Bänke Platz genommen hatten. Er erkannte Erzlektor Sult in leuchtendem Weiß und Kronrichter Marovia in gemessenem Schwarz. Sein früherer Fechtlehrer, Lord Marschall Varuz, saß dort neben Lord Schatzmeister Hoff. Alle applaudierten, die meisten jedoch auf leicht geringschätziger Weise, die Jezahl ziemlich unangemessen fand. In der Mitte, gut gestützt auf einem goldenen Sessel, saß der König höchstpersönlich. Jezahl, der sich jetzt voll und ganz auf die Rolle als ruhmreicher Kriegsheld eingestellt hatte, zog hart am Zügel, um sein Ross steigen zu lassen, so dass es mit den vorderen Hufen theatralisch durch die Luft schlug. Er sprang aus dem Sattel, schritt auf das königliche Podest zu und ließ sich elegant auf ein Knie sinken, den Kopf gebeugt und umrandet vom Beifall der Menge, um den Dank des Königs zu erwarten. War es vermessen, auf eine weitere Beförderung zu hoffen? Es erschien ihm plötzlich schwer vorstellbar, dass er vor noch gar nicht allzu langer Zeit ein ruhiges Leben abseits aller Aufmerksamkeit in Erwägung gezogen hatte. »Euer Majestät«, hörte er Hoff sagen und schielte unter seinen Brauen nach oben. Der König schlief, seine Augen waren fest geschlossen und der Mund stand offen. Es war zwar eigentlich keine große Überraschung, denn es war schließlich bekannt, dass der Mann seine besten Jahre schon lange hinter sich hatte, aber Jezahl konnte trotzdem nicht umhin, eine gewisse Bitterkeit zu empfinden. Es war schließlich schon das zweite Mal, dass der König einen von Jezahls Triumphen verschlafen hatte. Hoff stieß den Herrscher so unauffällig wie möglich mit dem Ellbogen an, aber als er dennoch nicht erwachte, blieb dem Schatzmeister nichts anderes übrig, als sich zu ihm herabzubeugen und ihm ins Ohr zu flüstern. »Euer Majestät.« Weiter kam er nicht. Der König rutschte zur Seite, der Kopf kippte nach vorn, und ganz plötzlich fiel er von seinem vergoldeten Sessel und lag ausgestreckt auf dem Rücken vor den Mitgliedern des geschlossenen Rates, wie ein gestrandeter Wal. Seine Robe klaffte auf und enthüllte einen großen nassen Fleck auf seinen Hosen, und dann fiel ihm die Krone vom Kopf, prallte einmal auf und schlitterte klappernd über die Steinplatten. Ein kollektives Aufstöhnen ging durch die Menge, unterbrochen vom Schrei einer Dame, die weiter hinten stand. Jezahl starrte mit offenem Mund den Lord Schatzmeister an, der auf die Knie fiel und sich über den gefällten König beugte. Ein kurzes Schweigen folgte, und für einen Augenblick hielt jeder auf dem Marschallsplatz den Atem an.
Dann stand Hoff langsam wieder auf. Jegliche Röte war aus seinem Gesicht gewichen. »Der König ist tot«, heulte er, und seine gequälten Worte hallten von den Türmen und Gebäuden rund um den Platz wieder. Jezal verzog das Gesicht. Das war mal wieder typisch. Jetzt würde ihn niemand mehr bejubeln. Zu viele Messer. Logen saß auf einem Stein, 20 Schritt von dem Pfad entfernt, den Crummock sie hinaufführte. Crummock Ifail kannte alle Pfade und alle Wege im Norden, so lautete das Gerücht, und Logen hoffte, dass es stimmte. Er hatte keine Lust, direkt in einen Hinterhalt geführt zu werden.
Sie hielten nach Norden auf die Berge zu und hofften, Bethod damit von seinen Bergen und zu den hohen Höhen zu locken. Und sie hofften, dass die Union Bethod langsam folgen würde, damit er später in der Falle saß. Es war schon verdammt viel Hoffnung in diesem Spiel. Es war ein heißer, sonniger Tag, und die Erde unter den Bäumen war ein Flickenteppich aus Schatten und hellem Sonnenlicht, der sich ständig verschob, während sich die Äste im Wind bewegten, so dass die Sonne immer wieder durch das Blätterdach brach und Logen blendete. Vögel zwitscherten und sangen, Bäume knarrten und rauschten, Insekten schwebten in der stillen Luft, und der Waldboden war mit blauen und weißen Wildblumen bedeckt. Sommer im Norden, aber Logens Laune machte das nicht besser. A not inconsiderable number of people had gathered in the paved area behind and pressed from both sides to the street. Soldiers of the city guard held them back. The people broke into joyful cheers when they saw Jezal ride through the gate. He briefly wondered if he was being mistaken for someone else, and if they had perhaps expected someone truly important. Herod the Great, perhaps? What did he know? Soon, however, he heard the name Luthar from the cheering. A girl standing at the very front threw him a flower, which fell under his horse's hoofs, and shouted something he couldn't understand. But her behavior clearly proved to Jezal that the crowd had indeed gathered because of him. "What's going on here?" he whispered to the first of the Magi. Bayas grinned, as if allein had expected such a spectacle. "I suppose the people of Ardua want to celebrate your victory over the rebels with you." "Really?" Jezal grimaced painfully and waved with a limp hand, and the volume of the applause noticeably increased. As they rode further und die Straßen näherten, the crowd seemed to thicken even mehr. Everywhere people stood in the narrow alleys, craned out of ground-floor windows and higher up, cheering and clapping. More flowers were thrown down from a balcony high above the street. One caught in his saddle, and Jezal picked it up and twirled it in his hand. "And all thus for me? Did you not save the city? Did you not stop the insurgents, and without a drop of bloodshed on either side? But they gave up for no reason. I didn't do anything." Bayas shrugged, snatched the flower from Jezal's hand and smelt it, then threw it away and nodded to a group of cheering merchants huddled on a street corner. "Apparently the people think otherwise. Just shut up and smile. You can never go wrong with that." Jezal did his best to follow this suggestion, but smiling didn't come easily to him. Logen Ninefingers, he was relatively sure, would nicht haben gemocht. Es komplett kontradierte seinem Rat an der Zeit, immer aussehen, weniger zu sein, als man war. Jezal looked around nervously, convinced, dass der Crowd würde soon realisen, er war nichts mehr als ein Fraud, und dann immediat die Flauern und Shouts von Admiration mit Insults und den Contents seiner Chamberpots. But that didn't happen. The cheering continued as Jezal und seine lange Kolonne von Soldaten slowly fought their way durch das District of the Three Courts. Jezal noticed, dass mit jeder Straße hinter sich er relaxte further. Gradually, he almost felt as if he had actually accomplished something worthy von such an honor. He wondered if he really had been ein fearless commander, ein masterful negotiator. And finally, he told himself, if the city folk absolutely wanted to celebrate him als der Hero, dann es wäre rude zu refusen. They passed through a gate in the Arnold Wall and reached the heart of the city. Jezal had just straightened in his saddle and puffed out sein chest. Bayas fell back behind him, maintaining a respectful distance to let him lead his soldiers alone. The cheering intensifierte, als sie den langen Mittenweg passte die 4 Ecken hinunter und zur Agriont hinaufgingen. Er fühlte leicht wie nach dem Turnier, nur diesmal manch weniger Arbeit hatte er geleistet. Aber war das wirklich eine schlechte Sache? Was schaden könnte es? Ninefingers und seine Modest können in den Hall. Jezal hat erlebt diese Aufmerksamkeit. Er pur einen radianten Schmeil, reichte den Arm mit hoher Selbstersicherung und wehte.
Die hohen Wände des Agriont loomten bevor ihnen, und Jezal crossed the moat und headed for the Southern Gatehouse. Dann erriet er durch das lange Tunnel, ledens zu der Festung, und der klatternde Hufe und Heavy Boots der Royalisten echoten dahinter durch die Dunkelheit. Langsam kam er den Kingsway hinunter, während die großen Ruder von Alt, geferst in Stein, allein mit ihren Anweisern, lugten auf in Ahnernfühlen und stoppten zwischen den hohen Gebäuden, die voll von Zuschauern waren, zur Marshall Square hinauf. Der Crowd umschloss das große offene Raum von allen Seiten, ließ einen langen Strick glatter Stein in der Mitte, an dessen Ende eine weite Reihe von Bänken aufgestellt war, und ein crimsones Dach indizierte, dass Mitglieder der royalen Familie präsent waren. Der Noise und der ganze Spektakel war beeindruckend. Jezal erinnerte sich an den triumphalen Empfang, den Marschall Varus empfangen hatte, als er von seiner Sieg über die Gurkisch zurückkehrte. Und er erinnerte sich, dass er damals kaum mehr als ein Kind gewesen, mit großen Augen zuschaute. Er hatte einen kurzen Blick auf den Marschall selbst erhalten, gesetzt auf einem grauen Warhorse, aber er hatte nie geträumt, dass so eine Honor einmal auf ihn beschieden wäre. Es fehlte schon streng zu den eigenen Erfahrungen zurück. Ein Heer hatte er nur einen Rabbel von rebellischen Pesanten, nicht die permanenteste Nation im gesamten Welt. Aber schließlich war es nicht seine Aufgabe, wer darüber empfing und wer nicht, war es? Und so spurte Jezal sein Pferd und ritt zwischen den Reihen von freudigen Gesichtern und wehenden Armen, und der Atem ein war voll von Applaus und Support. Er sah, dass die großen Männer des geschlossenen Rates in der vorderen Reihe genommen hatten. Er erkannte Archlektor Sult in brillant weiß und Crown Judge Marovia in messlichem Black. Sein ehemaliger Fencing-Master, Lord Marshal Varus, saß dort bei. Alle applaudierten, most however in einer leicht dismissischen Art, die Jezal fand quite inappropriate. Im Zentrum, wohl aufgestützt in einem goldenen Stuhl, saß der König selbst. Jezal, nun voll im Reihe der glorreichen Kriegshelden, pullte hart an den Renen, um seinem Tier theatralisch aufzustehen, so dass es theatralisch die Luft schlug. Er sprang aus dem Sattel, stritt zur Reuentafel und elegant fiel auf ein Knie, Kopf geneigt und umringt von dem Applaus der Crowd, um die Königsdank zu erwarten. War es präsumiert, eine weitere Beförderung zu hoffen? Es schien plötzlich schwer zu glauben, dass nicht so lange Zeit er eine ruhige Lebensführung aller Aufmerksamkeit vermieden hatte. »Your Majesty«, hörte er Hoff sagen, und er schwielte unten von unter seinen Augen hinauf. Der König war einschlafen, seine Augen festgeschlossen und sein Maul geöffnet. Weil es keine große Überraschung war, da es bekannt war, dass der Mann lange bei Obern war, Jezal konnte nicht anders als einen gewissen Bitterkeit zu spüren. Es war allein das zweite Mal, dass der König eines von Jezals Triumphen verpasste. Hoff nudete den Ruder so diskret wie möglich mit seinem Ellbogen, aber als er immer nicht war, hatte der Treuer keine andere Wahl, als sich neigen zu lassen und in sein Ohr zu flüstern. »Your Majesty«. Er kam nicht weiter. Der König schwebte zur Seite, sein Kopf vorgekippt, und ganz plötzlich fiel er von seinem goldenen Stuhl und legte unkontrolliert auf seinem Rück vor den Mitgliedern des geschlossenen Rates nieder, wie ein gestrandeter Fisch. Seine Robe gabte auf und offenbarte einen großen nassen Fleck auf seiner Hose, und dann fiel seine Krone von seinem Kopf, purrte einmal und klatterte über die Steinpflaster. Ein kollektives Gronen ging durch die Crowd, das unterbrochen wurde von dem Schrei einer Laie, die weiter hinten stand. Jezal staunte offen Mundes auf den Lord Treasurer, der auf die Knie kniete und über den gefallenen König neigte. Eine kurze Stille folgte, und für einen Augenblick hielt jeder im Marshall Square den Atem an.
Then Hoff slowly stood up again. All color had drained from his face. "The king is dead!" he howled, and his tormented words echoed from the towers and buildings around the square. Jezal grimaced. That was typical again. Now no one would cheer him anymore. Too many knives. Logen sat on a stone, 20 paces from the path Crummock led them up. Crummock Afael knew all the paths and all the ways in the north. So the rumor went, and Logen hoped it was true. He had no desire to be led directly into an ambush. They were heading north towards the mountains, hoping to lure Bethod from his mountains to the high places. And they hoped the Union would slowly follow Bethod so he would be trapped later. There was a very lot of hope in this game. It was a hot, sunny day.
and the earth beneath the trees was a patchwork of shadows and bright sunlight, constantly shifting as the branches moved in the wind, so the sun repeatedly broke through the canopy and blinded Logen. Birds chirped and sang, trees creaked and rustled, insects hovered in the still air, and the forest floor was covered with blue and white wildflowers. Summer in the north, but it didn't improve Logen's mood. Summer was the best time for killing, and he had seen more men die in good weather than in bad. So he remained vigilant, peering between the trees, eyes wide open and ears even wider. That was the task the dogman had given him. He was to stay on the right flank and make sure none of Bethod's boys crept up while they all marched in single file along this narrow goat path. Logen liked that. It allowed him to stay far off to the side, where no one from his own side might feel like killing him. As he watched the men move quietly between the trees, voices lowered, weapons ready, memories returned. Good and bad. Most, it had to be said, were bad. A man detached himself from the others, Logen noticed, and walked through the forest towards him. He had a wide grin on his face and seemed as friendly as could be, but that meant nothing. Logen had known many men who grinned right in your face while thinking about how to extinguish your light. He had done that himself, more than once. He turned slightly to the side, moved his hand out of sight, and wrapped it around the hilt of a knife. You can never have too many knives, his father had once told him, and that had been good advice. He looked around, leisurely and relaxed, to make sure no one was lurking behind him, but there were only the gaps between the trees. So he shifted his feet back and forth until he found better balance, and remained seated, trying to give the impression that he had no worries, but internally every muscle was tensed, ready to spring up at any moment. "My name is Red Hat." The man stopped just a step away from him, still grinning. His hand rested loosely on the hilt of his sword, the other hung relaxed. Logen hastily searched his memory, thinking of all the men he had wronged, injured, or feuded with, at least those he had left alive. Red Hat. He couldn't place him anywhere, but that meant nothing. 10 men with 10 thick books couldn't have listed all the enemies he had made over the years, let alone the friends and families and allies of his enemies. And that didn't even include those who might want to kill him for no reason, just to increase their own fame. "Can't say the name means anything to me." Red Hat shrugged. "No reason for it. I used to fight for Jarl the Old. He was a good man, that Jarl, a man you could respect." "Aye," Logen said, still braced for sudden movements. "But when he turned to mud again, I found a place with little bones. I never agreed with him, not even when we fought on the same side. Me neither, to be honest. A real jerk. All puffed up because of all the victories Bethod won for him. Didn't suit me. That's why I defected, you know, when I heard Three Trees was here." He sniffed and looked at the ground. "Someone has to do something about this freaking Feared. Everyone says that." Logen had heard a lot about the Feared, and none of it good, but it would take more than a few right words for him to take his hand off the knife. "Still, I think the Dogman is a good chief, one of the best I've ever had. He knows his stuff, and he's careful. He thinks. I always thought he'd do well. Do you think Bethod is following us?" Logen didn't take his eyes off Red Hat's. "Maybe, maybe no. We'll probably only find that out when we're up in the mountains and he comes knocking. Do you think the Union will keep its promise? I don't see why not. This Burr seems to know what's what, as far as I can tell. And his lad, this Wildzorn too. They said they'd come, and I'm assuming they will. Not much we can do about it now anyway, is there?" Red Hat wiped a little sweat from his brow and peered into the forest with narrowed eyes. "You're probably right. Anyway, what I actually wanted to say is that I was at the Battle of Inward. I was on the other side, but I saw you fight and tried not to get in your way, I can tell you that." He shook his head and grinned. "I've never seen anything like it, neither before nor since. I mean, I guess I'm glad you're with us, really glad." "Really?" Logen blinked. "Yeah, all right, good."
Red Hat nodded. Yeah, that's all. See you in the fighting, I guess. Aye, in the fighting. Logen watched him go between the trees, but even when Red Hat was out of sight, he couldn't release his hand from the knife hilt, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to pay attention to what was happening behind him. Apparently, he had allowed himself to forget what it was like in the north, or he had convinced himself that it would be different than before. Now he realized it had been a mistake. He had dug his own grave years ago. He had forged a heavy chain, one bloody link after another, and he had bound himself with it. Then he had been offered a chance to free himself, a chance he didn't even remotely deserve. But instead of taking it, he had stumbled back into the old grounds. And now it would surely get bloody. He already felt it approaching. A great, deadly weight, as if the shadow of a mountain fell upon him. Every time he said something, took a step, or even had a thought, it seemed to draw closer. He drank it with every sip. He inhaled it with every breath. Logen hunched his shoulders and stared at his boots. Streaks of sunlight lay across his toes. He should never have let Pharaoh go. He should have clung to her, like a child to its mother. How many halfway good things had he encountered in his life? And now he had simply pushed one of them away, and instead decided to come back here and settle old scores. He licked his teeth and spat bitter fluid onto the ground. He should have known better. Revenge is never half as simple or half as sweet as you think. I bet you're wishing you'd never come back right now, aren't you? Logen snapped his head up, almost ready to snatch up the knife and strike. Then he saw it was just Tool, looking down at him. He pushed the blade away and let his hands hang. You know what? That thought has actually crossed my mind. The Thunderhead squatted beside him. Sometimes I find the weight of my own name hard to bear. I can't imagine how yours must press a man to the ground. It's quite a burden. I can imagine. Tool watched the men march past in single file on the dusty path. Don't mind them. They'll get used to you. And when things get really tough, you can always fall back on Black Dow's smile. Logen grinned. That's true. The man really has a unique smile. It makes the whole world seem brighter, doesn't it? Like sunshine on a cloudy day. Tool sat on the stone beside him, pulled the stopper from his canteen, and held it out to him. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Huh? That we didn't look for you after you fell over the cliff? Thought you were dead. Can't say I blame you much for that. I was pretty sure I was dead myself. I probably should have looked out for all of you, I guess.
Well, then we should have looked for each other. But I guess you unlearn hope after a while. Life teaches you to always expect the worst, doesn't it? You have to be realistic, I'd say. That's right. But it all turned out well again. You're back with us, aren't you? Aye, Logen sighed. Back in the war, crawling through the woods on bad food. Woods, Tull grumbled, then put on a wide grin. I wonder if I'll ever get tired of 'em. Logen took a sip from the canteen and then handed it back, and Tull drank too. They sat in silence for a while. I didn't want any of this. You know that, Tull. Of course not. None of us wanted it. But that doesn't mean we didn't deserve it, does it? Tull let his large hand rest on Logen's shoulder. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm here for you. Logen watched him go. He was a good man, the Thunderhead, a man you could trust. Tull and Grim and the Dogman, even Black Dow in his own way. Logen almost felt a little hope. He was almost glad he had decided to return to the north. Then he looked back at the long line of men and spotted Aspen, watching him. Logen would have liked to look away, but looking away was impossible for the Bloody Nine. So he remained sitting on his stone, and they stared at each other. Logen felt the hatred churn within him until Espe disappeared between the trees. He shook his head, sucked at his teeth again, and spat. You can never have too many knives, his father had told him, unless they are all pointing at you and in the hands of people who don't like you very much. The best of enemies. Knock, knock. Not now, raged Colonel Glokta. I still have to work through all these papers here.
There were probably 10,000 confessions waiting for his signature. His desk sagged under the high stacks, and the tip of his quill was soft as butter. With the red ink, his marks looked like dark bloodstains splashed across the pale paper. "Gosh it!" he roared as he knocked over the inkwell with his elbow, and the ink ran over the stacks of paper, dripping steadily onto the floor. "You will have time for your confessions later. Plenty of it." The colonel frowned. The air had decidedly cooled. "You again, always at the most inconvenient time. So you remember me?" "I think so." To be honest, it wasn't easy for the colonel to pinpoint exactly where the memory came from. The image of a woman sitting in a corner rose in his memory, but he couldn't make out her face. The Creator fell burning. He was shattered on the bridge. The words sounded familiar, but Glokta couldn't say where from. Old stories, nonsense. He twisted his face in agony. Gosh, his leg hurt. "I think so." The self-assurance he usually displayed seemed to vanish. The room was now ice cold, and he could see the white breath rising before his face. Uncertainly, he rose from his chair as his unwelcome visitor approached. His leg throbbed furiously. "What do you want?" he managed to say. The face now came to light. It was none other than Mothis, the man from the banking house Valent and Balk. "The seed, Colonel." And he smiled in his joyless way. "I want the seed. I. Glokta's back hit the wall. He couldn't go back any further. The seed! Now it was the face of Goyle, of Salt, of Severard, but they all demanded the same thing. "The seed! I'm losing patience." "Bayaz," he whispered, squeezing his eyes shut, and tears welled up from under his eyelids. "Bayaz knows it." "Knock, knock, torturer." Again the woman's hissing voice. A fingertip painfully poked his head. If the old liar knew that, he would already be mine. "No, you will find him." He couldn't speak for fear. "You will find him, or I will tear the price for it from your tormented flesh. So, knock, knock, time to wake up." The finger poked his skull again and dug into the side of his head like a dagger blade. "Knock, knock, cripple," the ugly voice hissed into his ear, and its breath was so cold it burned on his bare cheek. "Knock, knock. Knock, knock." For a brief moment, Glokta barely knew where he was. He shot upright with a jerk, struggled with the sheaths, looked around wildly, and felt surrounded on all sides by menacing shadows. His own pathetic breath hissed in his head. Then everything suddenly clicked into place. My new apartment. A pleasant breeze stirred the curtains in the muggy night and drew through the one open window. Glokta watched the shadow move on the opposite wall. It fell against the frame and swung back up, then closed again. Knock, knock. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Then, plagued by pain, he sank back into bed, stretched out his legs, and moved his toes against the cramp. At least those toes the Gurkish had left him. It was just a dream again. Everything is. And then it occurred to him, and he opened his eyes wide. The king is dead. Tomorrow we elect a new one. The 320 sheets hung lifelessly from their nails. In the past weeks, they had become more crumpled, worn, greasy, and smudged. Just as this business as a whole had increasingly become dirty work. Many were ink-stained, covered with angrily scribbled notes, with insertions and deletions. After men had been bought and sold, threatened and blackmailed, bribed and enticed. Many also showed holes and tears where wax had been removed, added, replaced with another color, depending on how alliances changed, promises were broken, and the pendulum swung back and forth. Arch-Lector Salt stood there, staring at the papers, like a shepherd at his unruly flock. His white coat was crumpled, his white hair disheveled. Glokta had never before seen Salt look anything less than perfect. Now he apparently finally tastes blood. His own. I'd love to laugh if my mouth weren't also filled with this terribly salty taste.
Brock has 75, Salt hissed to himself, his white-gloved hands plucking at each other behind his back. Brock has 75. Isher has 55. Skuld and Berezin 40 each. Brock has 75. Again and again he murmured the numbers to himself, as if they were an incantation to protect him from evil, or perhaps from good. Isher has 55. Glokta had to suppress a smile. Brock, then Isher, then Skuld and Berezin, while the Inquisition and the judiciary squabble over crumbs. As much as we've tried, things are still pretty much the same as before this ugly dance began. We might as well have fled the country and saved ourselves all the trouble. Perhaps it's not too late for that. Glokta cleared his throat loudly, and Salt's head snapped around. Do you have anything to contribute? In a way, Your Eminence, Glokta spoke in as dutiful a tone as he could manage. I recently received some very disturbing information. Salt gave him a grim look and nodded his head towards the papers. Even more disturbing than that. At least as much. After all, whoever wins the election will only be able to celebrate for a very short time if the Gurkish appear a week later and slaughter us all. It came to my ears that the Gurkish are preparing an attack on Midderland. A short, uncomfortable pause followed. Hardly a particularly promising reaction, but now we have already set sail. So what else is there for us to do but steer directly into the eye of the storm? An attack? Goyle asked contemptuously. With what? It's not the first time I've been told they possess a fleet. So now we desperately try to keep the leaking ship on course. A considerable fleet, built in secret after the last war. We could still easily make preparations now, and if the Gurkish then come... And what if you're wrong? The Archlector had put on an extremely grim face. From whom did you get this information? Oh dear, no, that won't do at all. Carlot Don Eider? Alive? How can that be? Drowned body found at the quay. An anonymous source, Archlector. Anonymous? His Eminence cast him a burning glance from narrowed eyes.
And you demand that I appear before the closed council at a time like this and present its members with the unconfirmed gossip of your anonymous source? The waves crash over the deck. I merely wanted to point out the possibility to your Eminence. When will they come? The torn canvas flaps back and forth in the gusts of wind. My informant did not. When will they land? The sailors fall screaming from the shrouds. As I said, Your Eminence, I cannot. The rudder breaks in my trembling hands. Glokta twisted his face in agony and decided to say nothing more. Then please refrain from distracting us with such rumors, Salt snapped, his lips curled contemptuously. The ship sinks into the merciless waves. The precious warnings it carries drag it into the depths, and its captain will not be missed. We have more urgent problems than a legion of Gurkish phantoms. Of course, Your Eminence. And when the Gurkish come, who will we hang then? Oh, superior Glokta, of course. Why didn't the gosh cripple say anything? Salt spots, however, were already circling back to their familiar patterns. We have 31 votes, and Moravia has something over 20. 31? That's not enough to achieve anything. He shook his head grimly, and his blue eyes darted over the papers. As if by piercing these sheets with his gaze, he could discover some way to change that terrible calculation. Not even close. Unless we were to come to an agreement with Crown Judge Moravia. Again, a pause followed, even more uncomfortable than the last. Oh my goodness, I must have said that out loud. An agreement? Salt hissed. With Moravia? Goyle squeaked, his eyes bulging triumphantly. When all safe options are exhausted, one simply has to take risks. Was that not what I told myself when I rode onto the bridge, on the other side of which the Gurkish awaited? Well then, let us once more venture into the storm. Glokta took a deep breath. Moravia's seat on the closed council is no more secure than that of any other party. We may have worked against each other, but that was, in a way, out of habit.
As for this election, we pursue the same goals. We want a weak candidate and to maintain the old balance. Together, you have more than 50 votes. That could well be enough to tip the scales in our favor." Goyle looked at him with contempt. "Work with that hypocritical peasant lover? Have you lost your mind?" "Shut your mouth, Goyle." Salt stared at Glokta for a long moment, his lips thoughtfully pursed. Is he perhaps thinking about my punishment right now? Will he slap me with words again? Or perhaps prefer real blows? Or will my corpse in the water by the docks? You are right. Go and talk to Morovia. San Dan Glokta, a hero once more. Goyle's jaw dropped. "But, Your Eminence, the time when we could show pride is long past," Salt barked. "We must seize every opportunity to keep Brock and the others from the throne. We must make compromises, however much they may pain us, and we must gain allies wherever we can find them. Go," he hissed over his shoulder, crossing his arms and turning back to the rustling papers. "Negotiate an agreement with Morovia." Glokta rose stiffly from his chair. "It is a shame, of course, to leave such pleasant company, but when duty calls." He gave Goyle a particularly curt, toothless smile, then picked up his stick and limped towards the door. "And Glokta!" With a pained expression he turned once more. "Morovia's goals and ours may be the same for a while, but we cannot trust him. Proceed with the utmost caution." "Of course, Your Eminence. I always do. What other choice does one have when every step hurts?" The Lord Inquisitor's private study was as large as a barn, and the ceiling was covered with old stucco garlands where dense shadows lurked. Although it was only late afternoon, the heavy ivy vines outside the windows and the thick layer of dirt on the panes plunged the hall into perpetual twilight. On every surface, precarious stacks of papers piled up. Leather-bound folios stacked one upon another. Collections of dusty parchment pieces covered with pompous, ornate script, adorned with gigantic seals of red wax and shimmering gold. From the looks of it, laws worth the entire kingdom were stored here. And it probably is just so. "Superior Glokta, good evening." Morovia himself sat at a long table near the empty fireplace. Everything was set for dinner, a flickering candelabra making every bowl and plate gleam in the gloam. "I hope you don't mind if I eat while we talk. Although I'd rather eat in my comfortable private chambers, I find myself taking my meals here more and more often. There's so much to do, you see, and one of my secretaries seems to have taken unannounced leave besides. A little trip to the floor of the slaughterhouse, taking a detour through the entrails of a herd of pigs. Would you care to join me for dinner?" Morovia gestured to a large roast, almost raw in the middle and swimming in bloody sauce. Glokta licked his empty gums as he pulled a chair opposite Morovia. "I would love to, Your Grace, but the laws of dentistry unfortunately prevent me." "Ah, of course, those laws cannot be bent, not even by a Lord Inquisitor. You have my deepest sympathy, Superior. A fine slice of meat, the bloodier the better, is one of my greatest pleasures. One must only show it the flame briefly, I always tell my cook, just very briefly." "How amusing. I always instruct my practicales to start exactly the same way. And to what circumstance do I owe this unexpected visit? Do you come of your own accord, or at the urging of your master, my esteemed colleague from the closed council, Archlector Salt? You mean his bitter mortal enemy from the closed council? His Eminence knows I am here." "He knows that, does he?" Morovia cut himself another slice and maneuvered it, dripping, onto his plate. "And with what message has he sent you to me? Does it perhaps have something to do with the proceedings that will take place tomorrow in the open council? You're spoiling the surprise for me, Your Grace. May I speak frankly? If you know how to do that." Glokta showed the Lord Inquisitor his empty grin. "This business with the election is incredibly bad for business. The doubts, the uncertainty, the worries, bad for everyone's business. For some, more than for others." Morovia's knife scraped squeakingly across the plate as he cut a strip of fat from the edge of the meat. Of course, particularly at risk are those who sit on the closed council, and also those who act on their behalf. It is unlikely that they will continue to have such free reign if men like Brock or Escher were elected to the throne. Some of us might even expect not to see the end of the week in that case. Morovia speared a carrot slice with his fork and looked at it ill-humoredly. A lamentable situation. It would be better for all involved if Reynold or Ladislaw were still alive. He thought about it for a moment. At least, if Reynold were still alive. But the election will take place tomorrow, no matter how much we tear our hair out beforehand. Now it has also become difficult to find a way out of this complicated situation. He looked from the carrot to Glokta. Or do you have a suggestion? You, Your Honor, control between 20 and 30 votes in the open council. Morovia shrugged. I have some influence, I cannot deny that. The Archlector himself commands 30 votes. How nice for His Eminence. Not necessarily. If you fight each other, as you always have, your votes will achieve nothing. One for Escher, the other for Brock, and it makes no difference at all. Morovia sighed. A sad end to our hitherto so magnificent careers. Unless you combine your forces, then together you would command 60 votes, almost as many as Brock commands. That would be enough to make Skald, Berezin, Hugin, or even a complete unknown, a king, depending on how things go.
Someone who would be much easier to influence in the future. Someone who would keep the closed council as it is, instead of electing a new one. A king who makes us all happy, eh? If you favor a particular man, then I could inform His Eminence of that. More stares, more persuasion, more disappointments. If only I had my own office where I could sit comfortably all day, while slimy jerks huff up my stares to smile at my insults, soak up my lies, and beg for my poisonous support. Shall I tell you what would make me happy, Superior Glokta? And now we come to the considerations of the next power-hungry old sack. If you wish, Your Grace. Morovia threw his cutlery onto his plate, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long, tired sigh. I would prefer no king at all. I would prefer every man to be equal before the law, to be able to participate in the administration of his country, and to choose his own leaders. I would prefer no king, no nobles, and a closed council that would be elected by the citizens themselves and accountable to them. A closed council open to all, so to speak. What do you think of that? I believe some people would say that sounds very much like high treason. Everyone else would probably just consider it madness. I think, Your Grace, that your idea is pure fantasy. Why is that? Because the vast majority of people prefer to be told what to do rather than make their own decisions. Obedience is simple. The Lord Inquisitor laughed. Perhaps you are right, but things will change. This uprising has convinced me of that. Things will change, in small steps. I am sure Lord Brock on the throne would be a small step that none of us would like to see. Lord Brock indeed has very precise ideas, especially concerning his own person. You present your case very convincingly, Superior. Morovia leaned further back, hands folded over his stomach, and looked at Glokta with narrowed eyes. Very well. You can report to Archlector Salt that this time we pursue common interests. If a neutral candidate with enough support presents himself, then I will combine my votes with his. Who would have thought? The closed council united. He slowly shook his head. These are truly strange times. They certainly are, Your Grace. Glokta painfully got to his feet, wincing as he shifted his weight onto his burning leg and limped through the gloomy, echoing room to the door. Still, it's strange how calmly our Lord Inquisitor takes the possibility of losing his position tomorrow. Rarely have I seen a man with more composure. He paused as he touched the doorknob. One might almost believe he knows something we don't yet. One might almost believe he already has a plan. He turned around once more. "Can I trust you, Lord Inquisitor?" Morovia looked up sharply, the carving knife in his hand. "What a wonderfully curious question from a man in your profession. I would say you can trust me insofar as I will act in my own interest, just as far as I trust you to do the same. Our agreement does not extend beyond that, and it shouldn't. You are a clever man, Superior. You make me smile." With that, he turned back to his roast, stabbed it with a fork, and let the blood drain out. "You should find yourself another master." Glokta shuffled out. "A nice suggestion, but I already have 2 more than I care for." The prisoner was emaciated and sinewy, naked as always and with a sack over his head, his hands securely bound behind his back. Glokta watched as Frost brought him from the cells into the domed room. His stumbling feet slapped on the cold floor. "He wasn't too hard to catch," Severad said. "He'd separated from the others a while ago, but since then he'd been hanging around the city like an old, unpleasant odor. We picked him up last night." Frost threw the prisoner onto a chair. "Where am I? Who is holding me captive? What do they want?" A terrible moment, just before the work begins. The horror and helplessness, the nauseating feeling of foreboding. My own memory of it was recently refreshed by the delightful Magister Ader. However, I was released unmolested. The prisoner sat there, his head tilted to one side. The sackcloth moved back and forth in rhythm with his hurried breathing before his mouth. I very much doubt he will have the same luck. Glokta eyes slid hesitantly to the painting above the prisoner's veiled head. Our old friend Conadius. The painted face stared grimly at him from the domed ceiling, arms outstretched, the brightly blazing fire behind him. The Creator fell, burning. He thoughtfully weighed the heavy hammer in his hand. Then, let's get it over with. Severad tore the sackcloth down with a theatrical flourish. The Pathfinder blinked into the bright lamplight, a weather-beaten face, tanned and deeply lined, with a shaved head like a priest. Or like a confessed traitor, of course. "Your name is Brother Longfoot?" "Yes, that's right, from the illustrious Order of Pathfinders. I assure you that I have committed no crime." The words gushed out of him. "I have done nothing unlawful. Oh no, that wouldn't be my way at all. I can't think of a single reason why I should be treated in this rough manner, not one." His gaze slid downwards, and he saw the anvil gleaming on the floor between him and Glokta, where the table would otherwise have stood. His voice went up a full octave. "The Order of Pathfinders is highly respected, and I am a member of very good standing, of excellent standing. Finding paths is the first of my many remarkable talents. Yes, it is, the first of." Glokta struck the top of the anvil with the hammer. The booming sound could have woken the dead. "Shut up! Hold it!" The little man blinked and stared, but he shut up. Glokta sank back into his armchair, kneaded his withered thigh, and the pain crawled tingling up his back. "Do you have any idea how tired I am, or how much I have to do? The pain I feel every morning when I get up makes a broken man out of me before the day has even begun, and this moment is particularly strenuous for me. Therefore, I am completely indifferent as to whether you can continue to walk, whether you can see, or whether you can keep your gosh to yourself for the rest of your incredibly short, incredibly painful life. Have I made myself clear?" The Pathfinder looked up with wide eyes at Frost, who loomed over him like an oversized shadow. "I understand," he whispered. "Good," said Severad. "Very good," said Frost. "Very good indeed," said Glokta. "Tell me, Brother Longfoot, do your remarkable talents also include a superhuman resistance to pain?" The prisoner swallowed. "I cannot claim that." "Then the rules of our game are quite simple. I ask a question, and you answer it, correctly, and above all, briefly and concisely. Is that clear?" "I understand completely. I'm just talking, briefly, to—" Frost's fist slammed into his stomach, and he folded over, eyes bulging.
Do you understand, Glokta hissed, that your answer should simply have been yes? The albino grabbed the gasping Pathfinder's foot and dragged him onto the anvil. Ugh, cold metal on the sensitive sole of the foot. Truly unpleasant, but it could get so much worse. And something tells me it probably will. Frost snapped a shackle around Longfoot's ankle. I must apologize for the lack of imagination, Glokta sighed. In our defense, I can only say that it's so difficult to come up with something new every time. I mean, smashing a man's foot with a sledgehammer, that's so unimaginative, Frost suggested. Glokta heard a short laugh emerge from behind Severod's mask, and he felt his own mouth twist into a grin. He really should have been a jester, not a torturer. Unimaginative, exactly. But don't worry. If we haven't gotten what we need after we've smashed everything below your knees to a pulp, then we'll see if we can't come up with something better for the rest of your legs.
How does that sound? But I haven't done anything, Longfoot shrieked, just catching his breath. I know nothing. I have. Forget all that. It's meaningless now. Glokta leaned forward slowly. How does that sound? But I haven't done anything, Longfoot shrieked, just catching his breath. I know nothing. I have. Forget all that. It's meaningless now. Glokta leaned forward slowly and menacingly, letting the tip of the hammerhead gently tap against the iron next to the navigator's foot. I want you to focus all your attention on my questions, and on your toes, and on this hammer. But don't worry if that's not easy for you right now. Believe me, once the hammer strikes, you'll have no problem banishing everything else from your thoughts. Longfoot stared at the anvil, his nostrils flaring as he breathed in and out hastily. Finally, he realized the seriousness of his situation. Now for the questions, said Glokta. Are you acquainted with the man who calls himself Beaz, first of the Magi? Yes, please, yes. Until recently, he was my master. Good. Glokta stirred in his chair, trying to find a more comfortable position as he leaned forward. Very good. You accompanied him on a journey? I found the right path for him. What was your destination? The island of Shabulian at the end of the world. Glokta tapped the hammerhead against the anvil again. Oh, come now, come now. The end of the world? Surely that's just pure fantasy. It's true, I saw it. I stood on that island with my own feet. Who traveled with you? One was Logen Ninefingers from the far north. Ah yes, the one with the scars and tightly pressed lips. Pharaoh Mulgen, a contenessor. The one our friend Superior Goyle had so much trouble with. Jazal Don Luthar, an officer of the Union, an inflated fool. Malachus Quay, Beaz's apprentice. The skinny liar with the skin color of a cave salamander. And then Beaz himself. There were 6 of you? Only 6 of us. A long and difficult journey. What was there at the end of the world that was worth such effort, apart from water? Longfoot's lips trembled. Nothing. Glokta grimaced and nudged the Pathfinder's big toe with the hammerhead. It wasn't there. What Beaz was looking for, it wasn't there. He said he had been tricked. What did he think was there? He said it was a stone. A stone? The woman asked him. He said it was a stone from the other side. The Pathfinder shook his sweat-soaked head. An unholy notion. I'm glad we didn't find anything like that. Beaz called it the seed. Glokta felt the grin melt from his face. The seed? Is this imagination, or has the room grown colder? What else did he say about it? Only myths and nonsense. Tell me anyway. Stories about Glustrod and the destroyed Ulcus, and about shape-shifting and face-stealing, about how to speak to devils and how to summon them from the other side. What else? Glokta gave Longfoot's toe a firmer nudge with the hammer. He said the seed was something from the underworld. It was a remnant from before the old time, when demons walked the earth.
He said it was a great and powerful weapon. He wanted to use it against the Gurkhason, against the Prophet. A weapon from before the old time. How to summon demons and take another form. Canadius seemed grimmer than ever looking down from the wall, and Glokta grimaced. He remembered the nightmarish visit to the Maker's house, the light patterns on the floor, and the moving rings in the darkness. He still knew how he had stepped onto the roof and stood high above the city without having climbed a single stair. You didn't find it? No, it wasn't there. And then? That was all. We came back over the mountains, we built a raft and sailed the great Oss to the sea. In Kalkas, we boarded a ship, and now I sit before you. Glokta narrowed his eyes and carefully observed his prisoner's face. There's more. I can see that. What are you hiding from me? I've told you everything. I have no talent for pretense. At least in that he speaks the truth. His lies are obvious. If your service is over, why are you still in the city? Because... The Pathfinder's eyes darted around the room. Oh my goodness, no! The heavy hammer crashed down with all Glokta's crippled strength, crushing Longfoot's big toe with a dull thud. The Pathfinder stared at his foot, his eyes bulging from their sockets. Ah, that glorious, terrible moment between stubbing the toe and the onset of pain. Now it comes. Now it comes. Longfoot let out a loud scream, writhing in his chair, his face contorted with pain. I know the feeling, said Glokta, looking tormented as he wiggled his own remaining toes in his sweat-soaked boot. I know it, truly and deeply, and I sympathize with you. First the blinding flash of pain, then the nausea and dizzying weakness of the shattered bone creeps up the body. After that, the leg slowly begins to throb, and the pain draws water from the eyes and makes the whole body tremble. Longfoot gasped and whimpered, tears glistening on his cheeks. And what comes after? Weeks of limping, months of crippled hobbling? And if the next blow hits your ankle? Glokta tapped the side of the hammerhead against Longfoot's shin. Or directly your kneecap? What then? Will you ever walk again? I know these sensations well, believe me. How can it be, then, that I now inflict them on other people? He shrugged his twisted shoulders. Life is full of mysteries. Again? And with that, he raised the hammer anew. No, no, wait, Longfoot howled. The priest! God help me, a priest came to our order. A Gurkish priest. He said that the first of the Magi would one day ask for a pathfinder, and that he should then be informed. And that he also wished to know what happened afterwards. He uttered threats, terrible threats, and we couldn't help but obey. I've been waiting in the city for another pathfinder to deliver the news to him. Just this morning I told this man everything I've told you. I was about to leave Adua, I swear. What was the priest's name? Longfoot said nothing. His moist eyes were wide. His breath hissed through his nose. Ah, why do they always test me like this? Glokta looked at the Pathfinder's toe. It was already swelling and discolored. Black blood blisters appeared on the sides. The nail had turned a dark purple, glowing angrily red at the edge. Glokta forcefully struck the end of the hammer handle on the wounded toe. The priest's name! The name! The name! Mamun! God help me! His name was Mamun! Mamun! Yulway told me about him, back in Dagoska, the prophet's first apprentice. Together they broke the second commandment. Together they consumed the flesh of humans. Mamun. I understand. Well, Glokta leaned forward and stretched his neck, ignoring the ugly tingling that ran down his twisted spine. What is Beyaz doing here? Longfoot stared at him blankly, a long string of saliva hanging from his lower lip. I don't know. What does he want here with us? What does he want in the Union? I don't know. I've told you everything. It causes me great pain to lean so far forward, and that's becoming tiresome. Glokta frowned and raised the hammer, its polished head gleaming. I'm just looking for ways, from here to there. I'm just looking for ways. Please, no. Longfoot squeezed his eyes shut, his tongue pressed between his teeth.
Now the blow comes. Now it comes. Now it comes. Glokta threw the hammer clattering to the floor and leaned back, then rocked his aching hips back and forth to suppress the dull throbbing. Well then, he sighed, I'm satisfied with that. The prisoner opened one squeezed eye, then the other. He looked up hopefully. Then, I can go? Severard laughed softly behind his mask. Even Frost let out a kind of hiss. Of course you can go. Glokta showed his empty smile. You can go back under your sack. The Pathfinder's face went slack with horror. God have mercy on me. If there is a God, he knows no mercy. Fortune of War. Lord Marshal Burr was busy writing a letter, but he looked up smiling as West slid back the tent flap. How are you, Colonel? Quite well, Marshal, thank you.
Preparations are almost complete. We should be able to depart at dawn. As diligent as ever. What would I do without you? Burr pointed to the decanter. Wine? Thanks, gladly. West poured himself a glass. Would you like a sip too? Burr pointed to the dented canteen beside his elbow. I think, for reasons of caution, I should stick to water. West grimaced guiltily. He didn't really feel he had the right to ask this question, but now there was no turning back. How are you feeling? Much better. Thank you for asking. Much, much better. Burr made a face, held his clenched fist to his mouth, and burped. Not quite recovered yet, but on the mend. As if to prove it, he rose lightly from his chair and walked over to the map, hands clasped behind his back. His face had indeed regained some color. He no longer stood hunched and swaying as if he would fall at any moment. Marshal, I wanted to speak with you about the battle at Dunbreck. Burr turned around. Regarding what aspect? When you were sick. West hesitated to speak the next words, but then they burst out of him. I didn't send for the surgeon. I could have, but... It fills me with pride that you didn't. West blinked. He had hardly dared to hope for this answer. You made the decision I would have wanted. It's important for an officer to care for his men, but it's crucial not to overdo it. He must be able to expose his men to danger. He must be able to send them to their deaths if he deems it necessary. He must be able to make sacrifices and weigh what is best overall, without listening too much to his feelings in his choice. That's why I like you, West. You have compassion, but you are also very iron-willed. Without a certain ruthlessness, one cannot be a great commander. West didn't know what to say. The Lord Marshal chuckled softly and then slapped the table with his flat hand. And as it looks, no harm was done, was it? We held the lines, pushed the Northmen out of England, and I also came out alive, as you can see. I'm really glad you're feeling better, Marshal. Burr grinned. Things are starting to look a little better. We can move freely again, our supply lines are secure, and the weather is finally dry. If the plan your dogman came up with works, then we have good prospects of finishing off Bethod in a few weeks. The Northmen have proven to be very brave and useful allies. That is true. But this trap must be carefully baited and sprung at the right moment. Burr looked at the map and bounced energetically on his heels. If we come too early, Bethod could slip away. If we come too late, our Northman friends might be crushed before we reach them. We must make sure that Polder and Croy very well don't dawdle. He grimaced and placed his hand on his stomach, then reached for the canteen and took a sip of water. I'd say you've got them well trained by now, Marshal. Don't you believe it? They're just waiting for the opportunity. Mir ein Messer zwischen die Rippen zu rammen, alle beide. Und jetzt ist der König tot. Wer weiß, wer seine Stelle einnehmen wird. Ein König wird gewählt. Haben Sie so etwas schon einmal gehört? Wests Mund war unangenehm trocken. Er konnte es sich kaum begreiflich machen, dass er an dieser ganzen Sache einen gewissen Anteil gehabt hatte. Allerdings wäre es keine gute Idee gewesen, sich dazu zu bekennen, wenn man bedachte, dass dieser Anteil darin bestanden hatte, den Thronerben kaltblütig zu ermorden. »Was glauben Sie, wen wird man wählen?« krächzte er. »Ich bin kein Höfling, West, auch wenn ich einen Sitz im geschlossenen Rat innehabe. Brock vielleicht oder Ischer. Aber eines kann ich Ihnen mit Sicherheit sagen, wenn Sie glauben, dass es hier blutig zugeht, dann wird zu Hause in Midderland doppelt so viel Gewalt angewandt und halb so viel Milde gewährt.
Der Marschall rülpste, schluckte und schob sich wieder die Hand auf den Bauch. Gar, kein Nordmann ist so unbarmherzig wie die Geier im geschlossenen Rat, wenn sie einmal richtig in Fahrt kommen. Und was wird sich ändern, wenn sie ihren neuen Mann in die Staatsgewänder gehüllt haben? Nicht viel, meine ich. Nicht viel. Das ist anzunehmen, Herr Marschall. Ich würde sagen, wir haben keine Möglichkeit, Einfluss darauf zu nehmen. Wir sind doch nichts weiter als 2 ungeschlachte Soldaten, oder, West? Burr trat wieder näher an die Landkarte heran und verfolgte den geplanten Weg durch die Berge nach Norden. Sein dicker Zeigefinger glitt zissend über das Papier. Wir müssen unbedingt bei Sonnenaufgang zum Aufbruch bereit sein. Möglicherweise zählt jede Stunde. Polder und Croy haben ihre Befehle unterschrieben und zugestellt. Und sie begreifen auch die Dringlichkeit. Keine Sorge, Herr Marschall. Wir werden morgen früh aufbrechen. Keine Sorge, Burr schnaubte. Ich bin der Befehlshaber des Heeres seiner Majestät. Sorgen sind mein Geschäft. Aber sie sollten sich ein wenig Ruhe gönnen. Mit einer Geste seiner dicken Hand bedeutete er West, das Zelt zu verlassen. Wir sehen uns im Morgengrauen. Oben am Berghang spielten sie im Fackelschein in der ruhigen Nacht unter den Sternen eine Runde Karten, während sich weiter unten das Heer der Union, ebenfalls bei Fackelschein, hastig auf den Abmarsch vorbereitete. Lampen schwankten auf und ab, bewegten sich, Soldaten grummelten in der Dunkelheit. Klappern, Rasseln, schlecht gelaunte Rufe der Männer und die Geräusche der Tiere durch die Luft. Heute Nacht wird wohl niemand Schlaf finden. Brint hatte das Blatt gegeben und nahm seine Karten mit den Fingernägeln auf. Ich wüsste noch, wann ich das letzte Mal mehr als 3 Stunden Schlaf hintereinander bekommen habe, sagte West. Wahrscheinlich war es in Adua gewesen, bevor seine Schwester in die Stadt gekommen war. Bevor ihn der Marschall in seinen Stab berufen hatte. Bevor er nach Angland gekommen war. Bevor er Prinz Ladia begegnet war. Bevor er die Reise in den eiskalten Norden angetreten und das getan hatte. Er ließ die Schultern hängen und sah mit gerunzelter Stirn auf die eselsohrigen Karten. »Wie geht es dem Marschall?« fragte Jallenhorn. »Viel besser, kann ich glücklicherweise sagen. Dem Schicksal sei Dank.« Kaspar hob die Brauen. »Die Vorstellung, dass dieser Pedant Croy ansonsten vielleicht Oberbefehlhaber würde, finde ich nicht besonders angenehm.« »Polder ist auch nicht besser«, sagte Brint. »Der Mann ist so gewissenlos wie eine Schlange.« Dem konnte West nur zustimmen. Polder und Croy hassten ihn beinahe ebenso sehr, wie sie einander abscheuten. Wenn einer von beiden das Kommando übernahm, dann würde er von Glück sagen können, wenn man ihn am nächsten Tag zum Latrinenputzen aborderte. Wahrscheinlich würde es keine Woche dauern, bis er mit dem Schiff nach Adua zurückgeschickt würde, um dort Latrinen zu putzen. »Haben Sie schon von Luthar gehört?« fragte Jallenhorn. »Was ist mit ihm?« »Er ist wieder in Adua.« West hob ruckartig den Kopf. Adi war auch in Adua, und der Gedanke daran, dass sie beide wieder zusammenkommen könnten, war nicht gerade aufbauend. »Ich habe einen Brief von meiner Cousine Aris erhalten.« Kaspar kniff die Augen zusammen, während er seine Karten umständlich auffächerte. »Sie sagt, dass Jezal irgendwo an einem fernen Ort war, auf irgendeiner Mission für den König.« »Eine Mission?« West bezweifelte, dass irgendjemand Jezal einen Auftrag anvertraut hätte, der so wichtig war, dass man von einer Mission hätte sprechen mögen. Jedenfalls redet man in Adua im Augenblick wohl von nichts anderem. »Es heißt, er hätte einen Ausfall geführt oder so«, sagte Jallenhorn, »über eine Brücke.« West hob die Augenbrauen. »Ach, tatsächlich. Man sagt, er habe auf dem Schlachtfeld 20 Männer getötet. Bloß 20? Und man sagt, er hatte eine Beziehung mit der Tochter des Kaisers?« raunte Brint. West schnaubte. »Aus irgendeinem Grund erscheint mir das von allen 3 Dingen am wahrscheinlichsten.« Kaspar stieß eine stotternde Lachsalve aus. »Naja, was auch immer davon wahr sein mag. Er ist jedenfalls zum Oberst befördert worden.«
»Schön für ihn«, brummte West. »Sieht so aus, als ob er immer auf die Füße fiele, dieser Bursche. Haben Sie von diesen Unruhen gehört? Meine Schwester hat in ihrem letzten Brief etwas erwähnt.« »Wieso?« »Es war ein richtiger Aufstand«, hat Ares mir mitgeteilt. Tausende von Bauern zogen durchs Land, plündernd und brandschatzend, und haben jeden aufgehängt, der ein Dann im Namen trägt. Raten Sie mal, wer die Truppe befehligte, die sie aufhalten sollte?« West seufzte. »Doch nicht etwa unser alter Freund Jesal Dan Luthar?« »Aber genau der. Und er hat sie überzeugen können, wieder auf ihre Höfe zurückzukehren. Was sagt man dazu?« »Jesal Dan Luthar«, murmelte Brint, »und ein Händchen fürs gemeine Volk. Wer hätte das gedacht? Ich nicht.« Jalenhorn leerte sein Glas und schenkte sich erneut ein. Aber offenbar nennt man ihn nun einen Helden und stößt in den Wirtshäusern der Stadt auf ihn an, fügte Brint hinzu. Und beglückwünscht ihn im offenen Rat, sagte Kaspar. West schob die klimpernden Münzen mit der Handkante zu sich hinüber. Ich würde gern behaupten, dass mich das überrascht, aber ich bin schon immer davon ausgegangen, dass ich eines Tages meine Befehle von Lord Marshal Luther entgegennehmen werde. Und es gäbe Schlimmeres, dachte er, Paulder oder Croy zum Beispiel. Der erste rosa Schimmer der Morgendämmerung kroch über die Bergspitzen, als West den Hang zum Zelt des Lord Marschalls hinaufging. Es war längst Zeit, das Signal zum Aufbruch zu geben. Er salutierte grimmig vor den Wachen neben der Zelttür und schob die Leinwand beiseite. Eine Lampe brannte immer noch in der Ecke. Sie tauchte die Landkarten, die Klappstühle und die Klapptische in ein rötliches Licht und füllte die Falten der Decken auf Börs Bett mit schwarzen Schatten. West ging hinüber, dachte dabei an all die Aufgaben, die an diesem Morgen noch zu erledigen waren, und überprüfte im Geiste, ob er auch nichts vergessen hatte. »Herr Marschall, Paulder und Croy warten auf Ihren Befehl zum Abmarsch.« Bör lag auf seinem Feldbett, die Augen geschlossen, den Mund geöffnet und schlief friedlich. West hätte ihm gern noch eine Weile Ruhe gegönnt, aber die Zeit drängte. »Herr Marschall«, stieß er knapp hervor und trat näher ans Bett. Noch immer rührte sich nichts. In diesem Augenblick erkannte West, dass sich die Brust seines Befehlshabers nicht hob und nicht senkte. Zögernd streckte er die Finger aus und hielt sie vor Börs offenen Mund. Keine Wärme, kein Atem. West fühlte, wie sich das Entsetzen langsam von seiner Brust bis in die Fingerspitzen ausbreitete. Es gab keinen Zweifel mehr.
»Schön für ihn«, brummte West. »Sieht so aus, als ob er immer auf die Füße fiele, dieser Bursche. Haben Sie von diesen Unruhen gehört? Meine Schwester hat in ihrem letzten Brief etwas erwähnt. Wieso? Es war ein richtiger Aufstand, hat Ares mir mitgeteilt. Tausende von Bauern zogen durchs Land, plündernd und brandschatzend, und haben jeden aufgehängt, der ein Dan im Namen trägt. Raten Sie mal, wer die Truppe befehligte, die sie aufhalten sollte.« West seufzte. »Doch nicht etwa unser alter Freund Jesal Dan Luther? Aber genau der, und er hat sie überzeugen können, wieder auf ihre Höfe zurückzukehren. Was sagt man dazu?« »Jesal Dan Luther«, murmelte Brint, »und ein Händchen fürs gemeine Volk. Wer hätte das gedacht? Ich nicht.« Jalenhorn leerte sein Glas und schenkte sich erneut ein. »Aber offenbar nennt man ihn nun einen Helden. Und entstößt in den Wirtshäusern der Stadt auf ihn an«, fügte Brint hinzu. »Und beglückwünscht ihn im offenen Rat«, sagte Kaspar. West schob die klimpernden Münzen mit der Handkante zu sich hinüber. »Ich würde gern behaupten, dass mich das überrascht, aber ich bin schon immer davon ausgegangen, dass ich eines Tages meine Befehle von Lord Marshal Luther entgegennehmen werde. Und es gäbe Schlimmeres«, dachte er. »Paulder oder Croy zum Beispiel.« Der erste rosa Schimmer der Morgendämmerung kroch über die Bergspitzen, als West den Hang zum Zelt des Lord Marschalls hinaufging. Es war längst Zeit, das Signal zum Aufbruch zu geben. Er salutierte grimmig vor den Wachen neben der Zelttür und schob die Leinwand beiseite. Eine Lampe brannte immer noch in der Ecke. Sie tauchte die Landkarten, die Klappstühle und die Klapptische in ein rötliches Licht und füllte die Falten der Decken auf Börs Bett mit schwarzen Schatten. West ging hinüber, dachte dabei an all die Aufgaben, die an diesem Morgen noch zu erledigen waren, und überprüfte im Geiste, ob er auch nichts vergessen hatte. »Herr Marschall, Paulder und Croy warten auf Ihren Befehl zum Abmarsch.« Bör lag auf seinem Feldbett, die Augen geschlossen, den Mund geöffnet und schlief friedlich. West hätte ihm gern noch eine Weile Ruhe gegönnt, aber die Zeit drängte. »Herr Marschall«, stieß er knapp hervor und trat näher ans Bett. Noch immer rührte sich nichts. In diesem Augenblick erkannte West, dass sich die Brust seines Befehlshabers nicht hob und nicht senkte. Zögernd streckte er die Finger aus und hielt sie vor Börs offenen Mund. Keine Wärme, kein Atem. West fühlte, wie sich das Entsetzen langsam von seiner Brust bis in die Fingerspitzen ausbreitete. Es gab keinen Zweifel mehr. Lord Marshal Bör war tot. Der graue Morgen war bereits heraufgezogen, als der Sarg auf den Schultern von 6 feierlich dreinblickenden Wachleuten aus dem Zelt getragen wurde, während der Feldscher mit dem Hut in der Hand hinter ihnen herschritt. Paulder, Croy, West und eine Reihe der höchstrangigen Offiziere säumten den Weg und ließen ihn an sich vorüberziehen. Bör selbst wäre mit der einfachen Holzkiste, in der seine sterblichen Überreste nach Adua zurückbefördert wurden, sicherlich höchst einverstanden gewesen. Sie war ebenso roh gezimmert wie die Särge, in denen das Heer die niedersten Einberufenen der Union beerdigte. West starrte den Sarg betäubt an. Der Mann, der dort drinnen lag, war ihm wie ein Vater gewesen oder hatte zumindest eine Rolle angenommen, die einem wahren Vater am nächsten gekommen wäre. Ein Mentor und Beschützer, ein Förderer und Lehrer. Ein richtiger Vater, eher jedenfalls als der brutale, betrunkene Wurm, mit dem ihn die Natur gestraft hatte. Und dennoch fühlte er keine Trauer, als er die rohe Holzkiste anstarrte. Er spürte Angst. Angst, was das Heer, aber auch was ihn selbst betraf. Sein erster Impuls war nicht der zu weinen, sondern davonzulaufen. Aber es gab keinen Ort, an den er hätte fliehen können. Jeder Mann musste seine Aufgabe erfüllen, jetzt mehr denn je. Croy hob sein spitzes Kinn und stand kerzengerade aufgerichtet da, als der Schatten des Sarges auf sie fiel. Marschall Burr wird uns sehr fehlen. Er war ein tapferer Soldat und ein mutiger Offizier. Ein Patriot, fiel Polder ein, dessen Lippe zitterte, und er hatte eine Hand an die Brust gepresst, als wolle sie ihm vor Schmerz zerspringen. Ein Patriot, der sein Leben für sein Vaterland gab. Es war mir eine Ehre, unter seinem Befehl zu dienen. West hätte angesichts dieser Heuchelei kotzen können, aber leider war er auf beide dringend angewiesen. Der Hundsmann und seine Leute waren oben in den Bergen. Sie zogen nach Norden und versuchten, Bethod in eine Falle zu locken. Wenn die Truppen der Union ihnen nicht folgen, und zwar zügig, dann würden sie keine Unterstützung bekommen, während der König der Nordmänner sie schließlich einholte. Dann hätten sie lediglich sich selbst ins Grab gelockt. "A terrible loss," West said, watching the coffin being carried down the hill. "But we will best honor him by continuing to fight." Croy nodded curtly. "A true word, Colonel. We will make these Northmen pay for it." "We will. For this reason we should prepare for departure. We are already behind schedule, and a precise procedure is indispensable for—" "What?" Polder stared at him as if I suspected West had suddenly gone mad. "Departure? Without orders? Without a clear chain of command?" Croy let out ein shorter snort. "Impossible." Polder shook his head violently. "Unthinkable, completely unthinkable." But Marshal Burr's orders were completely clear. Circumstances have quite obviously changed. Croys Gesicht war unausdrücklich wie ein Stein. Bis ich einen expliziten Order vom geschlossenen Rat erhalte, keiner wird meine Division einen Inch bewegen. General Polder, surely you will— "Under these particular circumstances, I can only agree with General Croy. The troops will not move an inch, bis der Open Council einen neuen König gewählt hat und der König einen neuen Lord Marshal entgegengenommen hat." Und damit endeten er und Croy einen den tiefsten Hass entgegengeblickt. West stand steif als Brett, der Mund leicht aufgerissen, und er konnte kaum glauben, was er hörte. Es würde Tage dauern, bis die Nachricht von Burrs Tod zu Agriont erreichte, und selbst wenn der neue König unmittelbar einen Ersatz ernannte, es wären Tage, bis Orders zu ihnen beliefert werden könnte. Vor Wests Augen prassten die langen Meilen des Forstweges nach Ufrit, die vielen Stunden der See nach Adua. Eine Woche vielleicht, wenn die Entscheidung gemacht werden könnte, und mit dem Chaos, das derzeit die ganze Regierung einnimmt, das schien unwahrscheinlich. Währenddessen, die Armee würde hier sitzen, tun nichts, die Hügel vor ihnen komplett unbeschützt, während Bethod all die Zeit der Welt hat, um Nord zu marschieren, des Hundsmann und seine Freunde zu töten und dann reokkupieren zu können. Und angreifen diese Positionen später würde einen unermesslichen Todfall verursachen, wenn die Truppen schließlich einen neuen Kommandeur hatten. Es war eine komplett sinnlose und pointlose Verschwendung. Burrs Coffin hatte gerade aus dem Sicht verloren gehabt, aber man könnte bereits glauben, der Mann hätte nie gelebt. West fühlte, wie sich das Entsetzen langsam von seiner Brust bis in die Fingerspitzen ausbreitete. Es gab keinen Zweifel mehr. Lord Marshal Burr war tot. Der graue Morgen war bereits heraufgezogen, als der Sarg auf den Schultern von 6 feierlich dreinblickenden Wachleuten aus dem Zelt getragen wurde, während der Feldscher mit dem Hut in der Hand hinter ihnen herschritt. Polder, Croy, West und eine Reihe der höchstrangigen Offiziere säumten den Weg und ließen ihn an sich vorüberziehen. Burr selbst wäre mit der einfachen Holzkiste, in der seine sterblichen Überreste nach Adua zurückbefördert wurden, sicherlich höchst einverstanden gewesen. Sie war ebenso roh gezimmert wie die Särge, in denen das Heer die niedersten Einberufenen der Union beerdigte. West starrte den Sarg betäubt an. Der Mann, der dort drinnen lag, war ihm wie ein Vater gewesen oder hatte zumindest eine Rolle angenommen, die einem wahren Vater am nächsten gekommen wäre. Ein Mentor und Beschützer, ein Förderer und Lehrer. Ein richtiger Vater, eher jedenfalls als der brutale, betrunkene Wurm, mit dem ihn die Natur gestraft hatte. Und dennoch fühlte er keine Trauer, als er die rohe Holzkiste anstarrte. Er spürte Angst. Angst, was das Heer, aber auch was ihn selbst betraf.
Sein erster Impuls war nicht der zu weinen, sondern davonzulaufen, aber es gab keinen Ort, an den er hätte fliehen können. Jeder Mann musste seine Aufgabe erfüllen, jetzt mehr denn je. Croy hob sein spitzes Kinn und stand kerzengerade aufgerichtet da, als der Schatten des Sarges auf sie fiel. Marschall Burr wird uns sehr fehlen. Er war ein tapferer Soldat und ein mutiger Offizier. Ein Patriot, fiel Polder ein, dessen Lippe zitterte, und er hatte eine Hand an die Brust gepresst, als wolle sie ihm vor Schmerz zerspringen. Ein Patriot, der sein Leben für sein Vaterland gab. Es war mir eine Ehre, unter seinem Befehl zu dienen. West hätte angesichts dieser Heuchelei kotzen können, aber leider war er auf beide dringend angewiesen. Der Hundsmann
Outside was a hot day, and the sunlight shone glaringly through the large stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the tiled floor of the prince's round. The huge room was usually airy and cool, even in summer, but now it felt stuffy and unpleasantly hot. Jezzel pushed his sweaty collar back and forth, trying to let a cool draft into his uniform without abandoning his perfectly composed posture. The last time he had stood on this spot, his back against the bulging wall, the Clothiers' Guild had been dissolved. It was hard to believe that barely more than a year had passed, so much had happened since then. He had thought then that it was impossible for even more people to crowd into the prince's round, and for there to be even more tension and excitement. How wrong he had been. The slightly curved rows of benches, which filled most of the hall, were packed to bursting with the most powerful nobles of the Union, and the air was permeated by their expectant, tense, anxious whispers. The entire open council was present, one fur-trimmed shoulder pressed against the next, and each man wore the shimmering chain around his shoulders that identified him, in gold or silver, as the head of his family. Jezzel understood little more about politics than a cabbage, but even he was touched by the significance of this great event, the appointment of a new High King of the Union by open election. At the thought, he felt an excited tingle in his throat. A greater, more important decision than this was hardly imaginable. The people of Adua were aware of this, that was certain. Beyond the walls, in the streets and squares of the city, people waited anxiously for news regarding the Open Council's decision. To cheer the new ruler, or perhaps to greet him with boos, depending on who was chosen. Beyond the high doors of the Prince's Round, a huge surging crowd waited in Marshall Square, men and women of the Agrient, eager to be the first to learn the outcome of the election. The future of many people depended on it. Large debts would be settled, huge sums had been wagered on the election, and would be won or lost accordingly. Only a few lucky ones had been admitted to the visitors' gallery, but there were still so many that they pressed tightly against the railing, risking being pushed over and falling onto the tiled floor of the hall. The inlaid gates at the other end of the hall opened with a loud crash that echoed from the high ceiling and boomed through the large room. A general rustling was heard as all council members turned in their seats to look at the entrance. Then footsteps sounded, and the closed council walked measuredly down the aisle between the benches. A group of secretaries, scribes, and busybodies hurried behind them, papers and folios in their nervous hands. Lord Treasurer Hoff led the way, his face set in grim folds. He was followed by Salt, all in white, and Morovia, all in black, both looking equally solemn. Then came Varus and Halleck, and Jezzel's expression darkened. None other than the first of the Magi, once again dressed in his silly wizard's robe with the sullen-looking apprentice in tow. Beaz grinned as if he had nothing more than an entertaining theater visit ahead of him. Their gazes met, and the Magus had the audacity to wave at him. Jezzel was not amused at all. As the murmuring around them grew louder, the old men took their places in the high chairs behind a long, slightly curved table facing the nobles on the benches. The scribes sat on smaller chairs and arranged their papers, opened their books, and whispered in hushed tones with their masters. The tension in the hall rose once more, dangerously approaching hysteria. Jezzel felt a cold shiver run down his sweaty back. Glokta was there, next to the archlector, and that familiar face was anything but reassuring. Jezzel had been at Ardie's house that morning, where he had also spent the entire night. As expected, he had neither renounced her nor promised her marriage. His head was spinning because he constantly thought about this matter.
The more time he spent with her, the more impossible it seemed for him to decide. Glokta's feverish eyes slid to his, held his gaze, then darted away again. Jezzel swallowed convulsively. He had maneuvered himself into a pretty bad situation. What on earth should he do? Glokta cast Luthar a brief, burning glance, just to remind him how things stood. Then he turned back in his chair, stretched out his throbbing leg with a pained face, and pressed his tongue hard against his empty gums as he felt his knee crack. We have more important things to discuss than Jezzel Don Luthar, far more important. For this one day, power lay with the open council, not the closed, with the nobles, not the bureaucrats, with the many, not the few. Glokta looked down at his table and observed the faces of the great men who had guided the Union's destiny for the past 10 years or more. Sult, Hoff, Morovia, Varus, and the others. Only one member of the closed council smiled, the youngest and most unwelcome newcomer. Beaz sat in his high-backed chair, accompanied only by his pale apprentice Malachus Quai. And he didn't exactly give the impression of being particularly good company. The first of the Magi seemed to enjoy the almost painful tension to the extent that his fellow men suffered from it, and his smile seemed strangely out of place among all the furrowed brows. Worried faces, sweaty brows, nervous whispers with companions. They all sat as if on pins and needles, just like me, of course. Let us not forget poor San Don Glokta, the loyal servant of the Commonwealth. We cling to power with our fingernails, and slip. We sit like defendants at our own trials. We know the verdict will soon be delivered. Will it be an undeserved rejection? Glokta felt a smile twitch at the corner of his mouth. Or a much bloodier verdict. What say the honorable jurors? His eyes darted over the faces of the council members on the benches. 220 faces. Glokta thought of the notes on the archlector's wall and assigned them to the men sitting before him. The secrets, the lies, and the alliances. Especially the alliances. How will they vote? He saw some of those whose support he had secured, or at least as much as was possible in these uncertain times. He saw Ingolstadt's rosy face quite far back in the crowd, and the man swallowed and looked away. As long as you vote as we wish, you can look wherever you want. He saw Wetterland's flabby face a few rows further back, and the man nodded almost imperceptibly to him. So, our last offer was successful. 4 more for the Archlector? Is that enough for a decision that will keep us employed? That will keep us alive? Glokta felt his empty grin widen further. We'll soon see. In the middle of the first row, among the oldest and best families of the Midderland nobility, Lord Brock had found a seat, arms crossed, with hungry anticipation on his face. Our favorite, just before reaching the finish line. Not far from him sat Lord Esher, old and stately, the second favorite, who could still very well win. Barazin and Hugin also had their seats nearby, both uncomfortably huddled together, repeatedly eyeing each other with a great deal of contempt. Who knows? One last sprint, and the throne could be theirs. Lord Governor Skald sat on the far left, in front of the delegates from England and Starikland. New men from new provinces. But a vote is still a vote, whether we turn our noses at them or not. On the far right were the 12 city councillors of Westport, clearly recognizable as outsiders by the cut of their clothes and their complexion. Nevertheless, they also represent a dozen votes, and no one yet knows where they will go. No representatives from Dagaska were present today. Unfortunately, there are none left. Lord Governor Worms was removed from his post. His son lost his head, and therefore, unfortunately, could not come.
As for the rest of the city, it was conquered by the Gurkish well. A certain attrition is evident everywhere. We will continue to fight, even without them. The pieces are on the board, ready for the first move. Who will win this shabby game? What do we believe? We'll soon see. The Speaker of the Council stepped into the center of the circular area in front of the benches, raised his staff high above his head, and brought it down several times so hard on the floor that the blows echoed loudly from the polished marble walls. The murmuring subsided, and the dignitaries all sat down, facing the center of the hall, their faces etched with tension. A weighty silence fell over the crowded princely circle, and Glokta felt twitches seize his left cheek and make his eyelid tear. "I hereby declare the assembly of the Open Council of the Union open," thundered the Speaker of the Council. Slowly and with a grimly furrowed brow, Lord Hoff rose and turned to those present. "Dear friends, dear colleagues, highly esteemed lords of Midland, Angland, and Starrickland, respected city councillors of Westport, Guslav V, our king, is dead. His 2 heirs are dead. One fell at the hands of our enemies in the north, the other at the hands of our enemies from the south. This is truly a time of sorrow, and we stand without a man to lead us." With that, he raised his arms imploringly to the council members. "A great responsibility has now been placed upon you, the election of a new High King of the Union from among your ranks. Every man who holds a seat in the Open Council here is a possible candidate. Any of you could be our next king." A volley of almost hysterical whispers flooded from the visitors' gallery, and Hoff had to raise his voice to be heard. Such an election has only taken place once before in the long history of our great nation. After the Civil War and the overthrow of Morlik Imad, when Arnold was raised to the throne by an almost unanimous vote. He is the ancestor of the great ruling dynasty that endured until just a few days ago. He let his arms fall again and stared sadly at the tiled floor. "Wise was the choice your forefathers made back then. We can only hope that the man chosen today, by and in the sight of his countrymen, may found a ruling dynasty that will be just as noble, strong, just, and long-lasting. We can only hope that the choice falls on someone who does what they are told." Pharaoh pushed a woman in a long Libra dress out of the way. She elbowed a fat man aside, whose jowls quivered indignantly. She fought her way to the railing and looked down. The large hall below her was packed with old men in fur-trimmed clothing, huddled together on high benches, each with a sparkling chain around their shoulders and a shimmering film of sweat on their pale faces. Opposite them, behind a curved table, sat more men, though far fewer. Her gaze darkened as she spotted Beyaz on one side, smiling as if he knew something none of the others even suspected, as always. Next to him stood a fat Rosig with a face full of burst capillaries, who was bellowing something about every man deciding according to his conscience. Pharaoh snorted. She would have been very surprised if the few hundred men down there collectively amounted to more than 5 consciences. Superficially, it seemed as if they were all listening to the fat man's speech, but Pharaoh saw something else. The room was full of secret signs. Men looked at each other from the side and nodded furtively. They blinked their eyelids. They raised their index fingers to their noses or ears. They scratched themselves in strange ways. A spider web of secrets stretched into the distant corners of the hall, and in its center, Beyaz squatted, grinning. A little behind him, against the wall, stood Jezeldan Luthar in a uniform emblazoned with glowing threads. Pharaoh curled her lips. She recognized it by the way he stood there. He had learned nothing at all. The Speaker of the Council struck the tiles again with his staff. "The casting of votes will now begin." A clipped groan was heard, and Pharaoh saw that the woman she had pushed past earlier had collapsed unconscious to the floor. Someone pulled her away and fanned her with a piece of paper for cooling, while the agitated crowd immediately closed the gap. In the first round, the field will be narrowed to 3 candidates. Then a show of hands will decide among those candidates with the largest lands and possessions. Down on the benches, the richly dressed men began to sweat and tremble as if a battle awaited them. "First," cried a scribe, his voice breaking, as he consulted a gigantic folio, "Lord Brock." Up in the gallery, visitors dabbed their faces, murmured, and gasped as if facing death.
Perhaps that was true for some. The entire hall reeked of doubt, excitement, and horror, so strongly that it was almost contagious. So strongly that even Pharaoh, who didn't give a gosh about the Rosigs and their stupid election, noticed her mouth go dry, her fingers itch, and her heart begin to pound. The Speaker of the Council now turned to the assembly. The first candidate is Lord Brock. All members of the Open Council who wish to elect Lord Brock as the next king of the Union, please raise your— A moment, noble sirs. Glokta jerked his head around, but his cervical vertebrae locked halfway, and he had to strain to catch what was happening from the corner of his tearing eye. He could have saved himself the trouble. I could have guessed who was speaking without even looking. Beyaz had risen from his chair and smiled indulgently at the Open Council. Perfectly timed. A hail of angry shouts echoed back at him from the assembled. "This is not the time for interruptions. Lord Brock, I vote for Brock. A new ruling dynasty." Beyaz's smile remained firm. But what if the old ruling dynasty could be continued? What if we all dared a new beginning? And with that, he cast meaningful glances at his colleagues in the closed council. And, at the same time, could preserve what is good and right about our current government. What if there was a way to heal wounds instead of inflicting new ones? How so? Mocking shouts now rang out. In what way? Beyaz's smile widened further. Well, through a royal bastard. A general outcry followed. Lord Brock sprang from his seat. Als if I hatte Spring unters Hintern. Das ist eine Beleidigung dieses Hauses, ein Skandal. Sie beschmutzen das Andenken an König Guslav. Nun wirkt er tatsächlich nicht mehr wie ein Geifernder, sondern wie ein gefährlicher Kohlkopf. Andere Ratsmitglieder sprangen ihm bei, die Gesichter rot vor Zorn oder weiß vor Wut, reckten ihre Fäuste in die Luft und brüllten. Die gesamten Bankreihen schienen zu schnauben, zu grunzen und in Aufruhr zu geraten. Wie die eingepferchten Schweine im Schlachthaus, die gierig nach Küchenabfällen aller Art drängen. »Halt«, schrie der Erzlektor, der die weiß behandschuhte Hand flehentlich erhob. »Ist nun vielleicht ein schwacher Hoffnungsschimmer in der Dunkelheit zu erkennen? Warten Sie, meine edlen Herren, es kann doch nichts schaden, ihn anzuhören. Wir werden die Wahrheit zutage fördern, auch wenn sie schmerzhaft ist. Die Wahrheit sollte unser einziges Streben sein.« Glokta musste sich hart aufs Zahnfleisch beißen, um nicht in lautes Lachen auszubrechen. »Oh, aber natürlich, Euer Eminenz, die Wahrheit war stets das Einzige, was Ihnen je am Herzen lag.« Nach und nach verebbte das Gemurmel. Die Ratsmitglieder, die aufgesprungen waren, wurden mit Vorwurfsblicken wieder zur Ordnung gerufen. Die Angewohnheit, dem geschlossenen Rat zu gehorchen, legt man nicht so schnell ab. Aber das ist mit Gewohnheiten schließlich immer so, vor allem, wenn es um Gehorsam geht. Da muss man sich nur einmal die Hunde meiner Mutter ansehen. Sie nahmen grummelnd wieder Platz und ließen Beyaz weiter sprechen.
Die edlen Herren haben vielleicht schon einmal von Carme dann Rot gehört? Raunen drang von der Besuchergalerie und bestätigte, dass der Name in der Tat nicht unbekannt war. Sie war eine große Favoritin des Königs in seinen jüngeren Jahren. Eine sehr große Favoritin. So sehr, dass sie schließlich ein Kind empfing. Wieder wallte Gemurmel auf, diesmal lauter. Ich hatte schon immer eine sentimentale Schwäche für die Union. Eines meiner Augen war stets auf das Wohl dieses Landes gerichtet, obwohl man es mir kaum gedankt hat. An dieser Stelle sah Beyaz kurz und mit leicht gekräuselten Lippen zu den Mitgliedern des geschlossenen Rates hinüber. Als diese Dame schließlich im Kindbett starb, nahm ich den Bastard des Königs in meine Obhut. Schließlich brachte ich ihn in eine Adelsfamilie unter, wo er gut erzogen und ausgebildet werden sollte, für den Fall, dass die Nation eines Tages ohne Erben dastehen würde. Heute zeigt sich, dass ich damals wahrlich vorausschauend gehandelt habe. »Lüge«, kreischte jemand, »Lüge!« Aber nur wenige Stimmen fielen ein, und sie klangen tatsächlich eher neugierig. »Ein leiblicher Sohn? Ein Bastard? Carme dann Rot«, hat er gesagt. Sie haben diese Geschichte schon einmal gehört. Gerüchte, schon möglich, aber vertraute Gerüchte. Vertraut genug, damit Sie jetzt alle aufmerksam lauschen. und abwägen, ob es in ihrem Interesse liegen mag, sie zu glauben. Lord Brock jedoch war nicht überzeugt. Das ist doch offenkundig eine bloße Erfindung. Mehr als Gerüchte und Vermutungen werden nötig sein, um dieses Haus umzustimmen. Stellen Sie uns diesen Bastard vor, wenn Sie können, Sie sogenannter Erster der Magi. Zeigen Sie uns etwas Magisches. »Hier ist keine Magie vonnöten«, sagte Bayas abfällig. »Der Sohn des Königs ist schon hier bei uns in diesem Saal.« Konsterniertes Schnaufen war von der Galerie zu hören, überraschtes Aufseufzen von den Ratsmitgliedern, verblüfftes Schweigen vom geschlossenen. »Die edlen Herren haben vielleicht schon einmal von Carmé d'Anrot gehört?« Raunen drang von der Besuchergalerie und bestätigte, dass der Name in der Tat nicht unbekannt war. Sie war eine große Favoritin des Königs in seinen jüngeren Jahren, eine sehr große Favoritin. So sehr, dass sie schließlich ein Kind empfing. Wieder wallte Gemurmel auf, diesmal lauter. Ich hatte schon immer eine sentimentale Schwäche für die Union. Eines meiner Augen war stets auf das Wohl dieses Landes gerichtet, obwohl man es mir kaum gedankt hat. An dieser Stelle sah Bayas kurz und mit leicht gekräuselten Lippen zu den Mitgliedern des geschlossenen Rates hinüber. Als diese Dame schließlich im Kindbett starb, nahm ich den Bastard des Königs in meine Obhut. Schließlich brachte ich ihn in einer Adelsfamilie unter, wo er gut erzogen und ausgebildet werden sollte, für den Fall, dass die Nation eines Tages ohne Erben dastehen würde. Heute zeigt sich, dass ich damals wahrlich vorausschauend gehandelt habe. »Lüge«, kreischte jemand, »Lüge!« Aber nur wenige Stimmen fielen ein, und sie klangen tatsächlich eher neugierig. Ein leiblicher Sohn, ein Bastard, Carmé d'Anrot, hat er gesagt? Sie haben diese Geschichte schon einmal gehört. Gerüchte schon möglich, aber vertraute Gerüchte. Vertraut genug, damit Sie jetzt alle aufmerksam lauschen. Und abwägen, ob es in Ihrem Interesse liegen mag, sie zu glauben. Lord Brock jedoch war nicht überzeugt. Das ist doch offenkundig eine bloße Erfindung. Mehr als Gerüchte und Vermutungen werden nötig sein, um dieses Haus umzustimmen. Stellen Sie uns diesen Bastard vor, wenn Sie können, Sie sogenannter Erster der Magi. Zeigen Sie uns etwas Magisches. »Hier ist keine Magie vonnöten«, sagte Bayas abfällig. »Der Sohn des Königs ist schon hier bei uns in diesem Saal.« Konsterniertes Schnaufen war von der Galerie zu hören, überraschtes Aufseufzen von den Ratsmitgliedern, verblüfftes Schweigen vom geschlossenen Rat und seinen Helfern. Jedes Auge war auf Bayas Zeigefinger gerichtet, als sein ausgestreckter Arm auf die Wand hinter sich wies. Kein geringerer als Oberst Jesaldan Luthar. Der Krampf begann in Gloktas zehenlosem Fuß, schoss sein verstümmeltes Bein hinauf, ließ das verdrehte Rückgrat vom Hintern bis zum Schädel erzittern, und sein Gesicht zuckte wie eine zornige Qualle. Die wenigen Zähne klapperten gegen das leere Zahnfleisch, und das Augenlid schlug so schnell wie ein Insektenflügel. Der Widerhall von Bayas letzten Worten fuhr wispernd durch den plötzlich völlig stillen Saal. »Luthar, Luthar, Luthar!« Das sollt wohl ein verflickt Witz sein? Die blassen Gesichter der Ratsmitglieder waren starr, die Augen weit aufgerissen vor Überraschung oder zusammengekniffen vor Wut. Die blassen Männer hinter dem Tisch glotzten blöde. Die blassen Leute auf der Galerie schlugen sich die Hand vor den Mund. Jesaldan Luthar, der vor Selbstmitleid geheult hatte, als Ferro ihm das Gesicht genäht hatte. Jesaldan Luthar, dieser undichte Jerk voller Selbstsucht, Hochmut und Eitelkeit. Jesaldan Luthar, den sie die Prinzessin der Union genannt hatte, bekam an diesem Tag die Möglichkeit, tatsächlich ihr König zu werden. Ferro konnte sich nicht länger beherrschen. Sie warf den Kopf zurück und prustete und gurgelte und hustete vor Heiterkeit. Tränen traten ihr in die Augen, ihre Brust bebte und ihre Knie zitterten. Sie umklammerte das Geländer, sie keuchte, blubberte, sabberte. Ferro lachte nicht oft. Wann sie es das letzte Mal getan hatte, wusste sie kaum noch. Aber Jesaldan Luthar und König, das war mal wirklich lustig. Hoch oben auf der Besuchergalerie war jemand lauthals in Gelächter ausgebrochen. Ein abgehacktes Gackern, das dem feierlichen Augenblick so ganz und gar nicht angemessen war.
Aber als Jesal begriff, dass es sein Name war, den Bajas gerufen hatte, und dass er es war, auf den der ausgestreckte Finger zeigte, war es seine erste Regung, in dieses Gelächter einzufallen. Die zweite, als jedes Gesicht in dem riesigen Saal sich auf ihn richtete, war es, sich zu übergeben. Daraus entstand ein unelegantes Husten, ein schamerfülltes Grinsen, ein unangenehmes Brennen im Rachen und eine fahle Blässe, die seine Wangen überzog. »Ich«, krächzte er unwillkürlich und hatte dann keine Ahnung, wie er den Satz fortführen sollte. Welche Worte konnten in einem solchen Augenblick weiterhelfen? Er stand einfach nur da, schwitzte fürchterlich und zitterte unter seiner steifen Uniform, während Bajas mit tönender Stimme fortfuhr und das Gelächter abschnitt, das von oben herunterperlte. »Ich habe die beeidete Aussage seines Adoptivvaters hier, der bestätigt, dass das, was ich sage, die reine Wahrheit ist. Aber spielt es eine Rolle? Die Wahrheit kann jedermann mit eigenen Augen sehen.« Sein Arm zuckte wieder in Jesals Richtung. »Er hat vor Ihnen allen das Turnier gewonnen und hat mich auf einer Reise voller Gefahren begleitet, ohne auch nur mit der Wimper zu zucken. Er führte den Ausfall auf der Brücke von Damium, ohne einen Gedanken an seine eigene Sicherheit zu verschwinden. Er bewahrte Ardua vor einem Aufstand, ohne einen Tropfen Blut zu vergießen. Sein Mut und seine Tapferkeit, seine Weisheit und seine Selbstlosigkeit sind uns allen bekannt. Kann daher bezweifelt werden, dass das Blut der Könige in seinen Adern rinnt?« Jesal blinzelte. Seltsame Tatsachen drängten an die Oberfläche seines langsam arbeitenden Verstandes. Er war seinen Brüdern nicht besonders ähnlich. Sein Vater hatte ihn stets anders behandelt. Er allein aus der Familie war mit gutem Aussehen gesegnet. Ihm klappte der Mund ein wenig auf, aber er merkte, dass er nicht in der Lage war, ihn zu schließen. Als sein Vater beim Turnier im letzten Jahr Bajas getroffen hatte, war er weiß wie eine Wand geworden, als hätte er ihn wiedererkannt. Das hatte er getan, und er war überhaupt nicht Jesals Vater. Als der König Jesal zu seinem Sieg gratuliert hatte, hatte er ihn für seinen eigenen Sohn gehalten. Der war offenbar viel weniger verblendet und idiotisch gewesen, als man damals gedacht haben mochte. Der alte Narr war der Wahrheit viel näher gekommen als sonst jemand. Plötzlich fügte sich all das auf schreckliche Weise zusammen. Er war ein Bastard, im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes. Er war der leibliche Sohn eines Königs. Und noch schwerer wog, wie er langsam und mit wachsendem Entsetzen begriff, dass man ihn offenbar ernsthaft als dessen Nachfolger in Betracht zog. »Meine edlen Herren«, rief Bajas in das ungläubige Geschnatter hinein, das mit jedem Augenblick lauter wurde. »Sie staunen? Es ist natürlich eine unglaubliche Sache, die schwer zu akzeptieren ist, das verstehe ich sehr gut. Vor allem bei der erdrückenden Hitze hier drin.« Er gab den Wachen auf beiden Seiten des Saales ein Zeichen. »Öffnen Sie die Tore bitte und lassen Sie ein wenig frische Luft herein.« Die Türen schwangen auf, und eine sanfte Brise wehte ins Fürstenrund. Eine kühlende Brise, die noch etwas anderes mitbrachte. Erst war es schwer auszumachen, dann wurde es klarer. Es ähnelte dem Lärm am Ende des Turniers. Sanft, sich stets wiederholend und mehr als nur ein bisschen furchteinflößend. »Luther, Luther, Luther«. Der Klang seines eigenen Namens, der immer wieder aus Tausenden von Kehlen vor den Mauern des Agrions erscholl, war unverkennbar. Bajas grinste. Offenbar haben die Menschen der Stadt ihren Favoriten schon gefunden. »Es ist nicht an Ihnen, ihn zu wählen«, brüllte Brock, der immer noch auf den Beinen war, sich allmählich aber wieder fasste. »Ebenso wenig wie an Ihnen. Aber es wäre dumm, Ihre Meinung zu ignorieren. Die Unterstützung des gemeinen Volkes sollte nicht leichtherzig abgetan werden, schon gar nicht in diesen unruhigen Zeiten.«
Wenn man sie enttäuschte, gerade in der jetzigen Stimmung, wer könnte da sagen, was geschehen mag? Aufruhr in den Straßen oder noch Schlimmeres? Das will von uns doch sicherlich niemand, oder, Lord Brock? Eine faszinierende Geschichte. Aber wenn er denkt, dass die gierigsten Männer der Union seine Worte einfach glauben und damit die Krone aufgeben werden, dann ist er schief gewickelt, ganz gleich, ob sich das gemeine Volk vor Begeisterung über Luther in die Hosen macht oder nicht. Nun erhob sich zum ersten Mal Lord Isher aus der ersten Reihe, stattlich und prunkvoll, und die Edelsteine auf seiner Adelskette glitzerten. Und jetzt geht es los mit den wilden Einsprüchen, dem wütenden Bestreiten, den Forderungen nach Bestrafung.
I believe with all my heart, Isha now cried out piercingly, that the man we know as Colonel Jezeldan Luther is none other than the legitimate son of the recently deceased king, Guslav V. Glokta's jaw dropped. Apparently, everyone in the hall was of the same opinion. And that, due to his exemplary character and his extraordinary achievements, both with and outside the Union, he is absolutely fit to take over the government. Again, a burst of ugly laughter erupted from the gallery, but Isha ignored it. My vote, and the votes of those who support me, I give with all my heart to Luther. If Luther could have opened his eyes any wider, they would have popped out of his head. And who could blame him for that? Now one of Westport's representatives jumped up. The city councillors of Westport vote as one man for Luther, he sang in his styrischen accent, for the legitimate son and heir of King Guslav V. A few benches further back, another man rose. He cast a brief and somewhat nervous glance at Glokta. It was none other than Lord Ingelstadt. That lion little jerk, what does he want now? I am for Luther, he shrieked. And ich auch for Luther. Das war Wetterland, whose deep-set eyes revealed as little emotion as on the day he fed the ducks. Better offers, gentlemen, or more powerful threats? Glokta briefly looked at Bayas. A slight smile lay off their Magos's features as he watched more men jump from their benches to pledge their support to the supposedly legitimate son of Guslav V. On still, the shouts of the crowd in the city could be heard from outside. Luther! 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 As the horror gradually subsided, Gloktas brain began to work. So das warum unser First of the Magi gecheatet in Luthers Favor in der Turnier, das warum ihn close hielt all diese Zeit, das warum ihn zu einer so sensationellen Mission angewiesen hatte. If he had presented some nobody als the king's son, he would have been laughed out of the hall. Aber Luther, love him or hate him, ist einer von uns. He is known, he is familiar, he is acceptable. Glokta now looked at Bayas with a gaze bordering on admiration. Small mosaic pieces, patiently prepared for years, now all sliding into place before unseren disbelievenden Augen, zu formen eine komplette Bildschaum. Und ist nichts wir tun können beim Tanzen zu seiner tun? Sult lehnt seitlich zu Glokta und hisste in den Superiors Ohr. Dieser Fellow, dieser Luther, was kein Mann ist er? Glokta lookte mit einem Frauen auf den genannten Mann, der still an der Wand stand, als erschlagen von Lightning. An dem Moment gab er den Eindruck, dass er Bär mit der Kontrolle seiner Baulen betraut wäre, lediglich der Ruhe eines Königreichs. Nichtsdestotrotz, mehr oder weniger dasselbe könnte man über unseren formeren King sagen, und er immer performte seine Dienste aderlerhaft. Seine Dienste, dort zu sitzen und druhlen, während wir für ihn ruhten. Before diese Trip abroad, Your Eminence, he was one of the most empty-headed, spineless und vain jungen fools in der ganzen country. However, the last time I spoke with him, perfect. But, Your Eminence, surely you realize that all this plays into Bayas's hands. We will deal with that old fool later. I will seek counsel. Sult turned away without waiting for an answer to die andere Sisate zu hissen something zu Marovia. Finally, die zwei alten Männer lookten zu dem Open Council, gaben ihre Signale und noddeten zu den Männern, deren Worte sie kontrollierten. Und mitweil, Bayas kontinuierte zu schmeilen. Like ein Konstruktor mein Schmeilen, wenn seine Maschine für das erste Mal rannt und wirkt exakt, als er intendierte. Der Magus kaute Gloktas Gas und gab ihm einen banalen Nod. Glokta konnte nur schrucken und den Gestus mit einem zahnlosen Grinsen zurückgeben. Ich wundere, ob eine Zeit kommt, wenn wir uns alle wünschen, wir hätten für Brock gewotet. Marovia war nun hastig mit Hoff gesprochen. Der Lord Treasurer frownte, noddete, turnte zu dem Haus und signalisierte den Speaker, der dann mit lauten, forstlichen Bangs Aufmerksamkeit erregte. Noble Gentlemen auf dem offenen Council, Hoff rohrte nach einem wenig Kalmen zurückkehrte.
Die Auferstehung eines legitimen Sohnes gibt dieser Entscheidung einen völlig anderen Charakter. Anscheinend grannt uns das Schicksal die Möglichkeit, die Arnauld-Ruhen-Dynastie ohne Zweifel zu verfolgen. Fät? Ich vermute, wir ohen dies mehr einem Benfaktor, der konsiderabel weniger darüber achtet, was geschieht. Gegeben diese außergewöhnlichen Umstände und den starken Support bereits ausgesprochen durch Mitglieder dieses Hauses, der Closed Council ist der Auffassung, dass eine extraordinäre Wahl jetzt stattfinden soll. Eine Wahl, die exklusiv klären soll, ob der Mann vorher genannt als Jesaldan Luthar als Hochkönig der Union mit umgehender Wirkung erklärt werden soll. »Nein«, ruhrte Brock, Venenbulden in seinem Hals. »Ich proteste most vehementlich.« Aber er konnte genauso gut gegen die anbrechende Welle protestieren. Überall wurden Arme in großer Anzahl. Die Stadtkonzile von Westport, Lord Ishers Männer, die Wähler, denen Sult und Marovia gepresst und bestochen hatten. Glokta sah mehr, Männer, er hat gedacht, er wäre unentschieden oder fest an diesen oder dem alliiert. Und alle standen Luthar mit einer Geschwindigkeit, die stark darauf hindeutet, das hatte vor langem vorbereitet werden können. Bayas saß da mit faltendem Arm, wallte auf die Arme gerieten. Es war bereits unvermisslich klar, dass mehr als die Hälfte der Hall für Luthar war. »Ja«, hisste der Archlektor, ein triumphierender Schmeil auf seinem Gesicht. »Ja!« Diejenigen, die ihre Arme unten ließen, Männer, die auf Brocks Seite standen oder auf Barezin oder Huygen, blickten mit weiten Augen, erstaunt und nicht ein wenig horrorisiert, an wie die Ereignisse literaliert übergegriffen waren. Wie schnell die Möglichkeit zur Erlangung von Macht durch ihre Finger entschwunden war. Und who could blame them? Es war ein Tag voller Überraschungen für alle uns. Lord Brock machte einen letzten Versuch und hob einen Finger, als ob er Luthar abstechen wollte, der still an der Wand stand. »Was beweist ihr, dass er wirklich der Sohn auf jemandem Spezifischen ist, außer den Worten dieses alten Lügners?« Damit pointete er auf Bayas. »Was beweist, meine noblen Sirs? Ich demande Proof!« Engle Murmeln spreitete über die Bänke, aber niemand schritt vor. Dies ist der zweite Mal Lord Brock demandete Proof vor diesem Council und der zweite Mal mit Deaf Ian zurück. Aber was Proof könnte es geben? Einen Geburtsmark in der Form einer Krone? Proof ist langweilig, Proof ist schwierig, Proof däbert nichts. People are much happier to settle for a simple lie than to search for the difficult truth, especially if it suits their own interests. And most of us would prefer a king without friends and without enemies to a king who has plenty of both. Most of us would prefer things to stay as they are, rather than risk an uncertain future. Immer mehr Hander wurden erhoben, und Luthers Support war nun zu stark für jemanden, sich zu wehren. Nun ist es wie ein großer Stein rollender ab. Niemand wagt sich in seinen Weg zu stellen, lässt er Erleisicht vermeide. Und so hatteln sie alle hinter ihm, geben dem Rock noch mehr Gewicht, hoffen den Krümel afterwards zu eranzen. Brock turnte weg mit einem toten Grins, stürmte den Gang herab und ließ die Halle. Er hatte vielleicht erhofft, dass ein konsiderabler Teil des offenen Councils aufgestanden wäre, weggegangen. Everywhere arms were raised in great numbers. Die Stadtkonzile von Westport, Lord Ishers Männer, die Wähler, denen Sult und Marovia gepresst und bestochen hatten. Glokta sah mehr und mehr, Männer, denen er gedacht hatte, unentschieden oder fest alliiert mit diesem oder das. Und sie alle sprangen auf Luthar mit einer Schnelligkeit, die stark vermuten lässt, das hatte lange vorangefangen. Bayas saß back mit faltendem Arm, wallte auf die Arme. Es war bereits unvermisslich klar, dass mehr als die Hälfte der Hall für Luthar war. »Ja«, hisste der Archlektor, ein triumphierender Schmeil auf seinem Gesicht. »Ja!« Diejenigen, die ihre Arme unten ließen, Männer, die auf Brocks Seite standen oder mit Barezin oder Huygen, blickten mit weiten Augen, erstaunt und nicht ein wenig horrorisiert, an wie die Ereignisse literaliert übergegriffen waren. Wie schnell die Möglichkeit zur Erlangen von Macht durch ihre Finger entschwunden war. Und who could blame them? Es war ein Tag voller Überraschungen für alle uns. Lord Brock machte einen letzten Versuch und hob einen Finger, als ob er Luthar abstechen wollte, der still an der Wand stand. »Was beweist ihr, dass er wirklich der Sohn auf jemandem Spezifischen ist, außer den Worten dieses alten Lügners?«
Damit pointete er auf Bayas. Was Proof, meine noblen Sirs? Ich demande Proof. Engle Murmeln spreitete über die Bänke, aber niemand schritt vor. Dies ist der zweite Mal Lord Brock demandete Proof vor diesem Council und der zweite Mal mit Deaf Ian zurück. Aber was Proof könnte es geben?
But in this respect, as in so many others, he will be sorely disappointed today. At most, a dozen of his most loyal followers accompanied him on his lonely march through the prince's round. The others have more sense. Lord Isher exchanged a long look with Bias, then raised his pale hand. Lords Barazin and Hugin witnessed the majority of their people defecting to the young claimant to the throne. They looked at each other, leaned back in their seats, and remained cautiously silent. Scald opened his mouth to shout something loudly, looked around, and thought better of it. Instead, he slowly raised his arm with clear hesitation. There were no further protests. King Jezzel I was almost unanimously raised to the throne. The trap. It was back to the high peaks, and the air felt fresh and clear, tingling and familiar in Logen's throat. Their march had begun gently as they moved through the forests, and the ascent was barely noticeable at first. Then the trees thinned, and the path led the men through a valley. They marched between grassy slopes, crisscrossed by gurgling streams and overgrown with reeds and gorse. Finally, the valley narrowed into a gorge, flanked by bare rock and scree, which became increasingly steep. Two rugged mountain peaks rose on either side. Behind them, in the haze, the outlines of high mountains could be discerned. Gray, light gray, and extremely light gray, merging in the distance with the heavy, leaden sky. The sun shone, and it shone really fiercely. It was hot walking, and one had to squint, it was so bright. They were all tired from the ascent, and they were tense, constantly looking around to see if Bethod was visible yet. Perhaps 400 carles and as many painted-faced hillmen moved in a long column, cursing and spitting, their shoes crunching and sliding on the dry earth and loose stones. Crummock's daughter struggled ahead of Logen, bent under the weight of her father's hammer. The hair around her face was dark with sweat. Logen's own daughter would have been older than her by now, if she hadn't been killed by the Shanka along with her mother and brothers. The thought gave Logen a hollow feeling of guilt, a bad feeling. "Do you need help with the hammer, girl?" "No, I really don't need it," she shrieked at him, then let the weapon slide from her shoulder and dragged it by the shaft up the slope, all the while throwing him dark glances as the trailing hammerhead carved a furrow in the stony earth. Logen blinked after her. His famously good way with women seemed to extend even to those who were only 10 years old. Crummock came up behind him, and the finger bones swung at his neck. "Wild, eh? But you have to be pretty wild to get by in my family." He leaned over to Logen and winked at him. "And she's the wildest of them all, the little rascal. If I'm honest, she's my favorite." He shook his head as he watched her drag the hammer. "Someday she'll be a very wild woman for some poor soul. We're here, by the way, if you were wondering." "Huh?" Logen wiped the sweat from his face and looked around with a frown. "Where is the—" And then he understood. Crummock's fortress, if one could call it that, lay directly before them. At this point, the valley measured barely more than a few hundred paces from one steep slope to the other. A wall had been erected between the two cliffs. An ancient, gradually crumbling wall of rough stone blocks, so full of cracks and overgrown with climbing plants, blackberries, and sprouting grass that it almost seemed like part of the mountains. It was hardly steeper than the valley, about as high as 3 men standing on each other's shoulders, and sunken in places as if it wanted to collapse. In the middle was a gate of weathered gray wooden planks, here and there covered with moss, appearing both rotten and dried out. On one side of the wall was a tower that nestled against the steep mountainside. Or at least a large pillar of natural rock jutted out from the mountain there, onto which halved stones had been mortared to create a large platform that offered a good overview of the wall. Logen looked over at the dogman as he shuffled up, and the dogman stared at the wall with narrowed eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "This is it?" growled Dow, who came up behind them, his lips curled in contempt. Some trees had taken root on one side below the tower, at least 50 years ago.
By now, they long overtopped the wall. A man could easily have climbed them and comfortably entered the fortress via this natural ladder without much effort. Tull stared at the dilapidated thing that was supposed to pass for a fortress. A strong high height, you said? Well, a bit reinforced. Crummock made a dismissive gesture. We hillmen were never great builders. What did you expect? 10 marble towers and a hall larger than Scarling's? I would have expected at least a halfway decent wall, growled Dow. Pah, walls. I heard you were cold as snow and hot as fire, Black Dow, and now you want walls to hide behind? We're facing a 10-fold superior force if Bethod shows up here, you crazy jerk. You're very right. I want a wall, and you claimed there was one here. But you said it yourself, my friend. Crummock had adopted a gentle tone and spoke slowly, as if to a child, while tapping the side of his head with one of his thick fingers. I'm crazy. Crazy as a bag of owls. Everyone says so. I can't even remember the names of my own children. Who knows what I imagine a wall to be? Most of the time, I don't even know what I'm talking about. And you're so foolish as to believe me? Then you must be crazy yourselves. Logen rubbed the bridge of his nose and groaned. Dogman's carls gradually gathered nearby. They eyed the moss-covered pile of stones and spoke quietly among themselves, not looking particularly happy. Logen couldn't blame them. It had been a long, hot march they had just completed, only to find this at its end. But they had no choice, as far as he could see. It's a bit too late to build a better one, he grumbled. We'll have to make do with what we have here. That's right, Bloody Nine. You don't need walls, and you know it. Crummock slapped Logen on the arm with his broad, fat hand. You can't die. You stand in the moon's favor, my fine new friend, more than anyone else. You can't die, not when the moon watches over you. You can't. Shut your mouth, said Logen. They shuffled ill-humorously up the slope to the gate. Crummock let out a shout, and the old doors opened, trembling. On each side stood 2 suspicious-looking hillmen, their eyes following them as they entered. Tired and grumbling, the men shuffled up a steep ramp carved into the rock, finally reaching a level area. It lay like a saddle between the 2 mountain peaks, and measured perhaps 100 paces wide and 200 long, surrounded by steep rock cliffs. At the edges stood some wooden huts and sheds, green with old moss, and against the rock face crouched a sunken stone hall, from whose square chimney a plume of smoke rose. Directly next to it, a narrow staircase had been carved into the stone, leading to the platform atop the tower. No escape route, Logen grumbled. Crummock's grin only widened. Of course not. That's the whole point, isn't it? Bethod will think he has us like bugs in a bottle. He will, too, grumbled the dogman. Good, but then your friends will come after him, and then he'll get the father of all terrors, won't he? It'll all be worth it, just for the look on his face, that gosh-eating jerk. Logen thoughtfully twisted his mouth and spat on the stony ground. I wonder what we'll look like when that time comes. Pretty limp and corpse-like, I'd guess. A herd of shaggy sheep stood huddled together in a pen. The animals looked around with wide eyes and bleated, trapped and helpless. Logen knew exactly how they felt.
Looking towards the wall from inside, from the elevated ground, it was barely visible. Anyone with long legs could easily have stepped onto the rampart and stood behind the crumbling, moss-covered stones that were supposed to serve as a parapet. "Don't trouble your pretty head with such trifles, Bloody Nine," laughed Crummock. "My fortress could be built more solidly, I'll grant you that, but the terrain itself is on our side, and the mountains and the moon, they all look down smiling on our brave endeavor. This is a strong place, with a strong history. Don't you know the story of Lafa the Brave?" "Can't say I do." Logen wasn't sure he wanted to hear it now either, but he had long been used to not getting what he wanted. Lafa was a great bandit chief among the hillmen a long time ago. He and his brothers waged war against the other clans for many years, robbing and plundering. Then, one hot summer, the clans had enough, and they banded together and hunted him in the mountains. Here he defended himself to the last. Here, in this fortress. Lafa and his brothers and all his people. "And what happened then?" asked Dogman.
They were all killed, their heads were cut off and put into a sack, and the sack was buried in the pit they used for waste. Crummock beamed. That was a gosh awful defeat in the truest sense of the word. That's all? That's the whole story? I don't know any more about it anyway, and I can't imagine there's anything else to tell. After that, Laffa was finished. Thanks for the encouragement. You're welcome, you're welcome. I have many more stories in store if you want to hear more. No thanks, I've had enough. Logen turned away and walked off, and the dogman followed him. You can tell me more when we've won. Ha ha, bloody nine, Crummock called after him. That would probably be a story in itself, wouldn't it? You're like me, we're in the moon's favor. We fight hardest when our backs are against the mountain and there's no way out. Tell me if that's not true. We love it when we have no other choice. Of course, Logen grumbled to himself as he walked back to the gate. There's nothing better than a hopeless situation. The dogman stood at the foot of the wall, looked up, and wondered what to do so that he and the others would at least have a slightly better chance of surviving another week. It would be good if we tore down all these vines in the grass, he said. Then it won't be quite so easy to climb up. Tool raised an eyebrow. Are you sure all these growths aren't holding the wall together in the first place? Maybe you're right, Dogman sighed. Still, cut down what you can, yes? A little repair work on the edge would also be time well spent. If Bethode sends us the first hail of arrows, it would be nice if we had a reasonably decent pile of stones to hide behind. That's true, said Tool. And we could dig a trench here in front of the rampart and ram some stakes into the bottom to make it harder for them to get too close to us. After that, we should close the gate, nail it shut, and pile a heap of stones behind it. But then we won't be able to get out easily, Tool pointed out. Logen snorted. Not being able to get out won't be the biggest problem, I think. You hit the nail on the head, laughed Crummock, who ambled over to them with a burning pipe in his thick fist. We should be more worried to be.
With the closed council? His voice went up an octave, sounding more like a little girl than a king. Jezzel had to clear his throat. Are there matters of particular importance? He then growled in a little unconvincing bass. Extremely crucial news arrived from the north today. Indeed? Lord Marshal Burr is dead, unfortunately. The army needs a new commander. The discussion about it will probably take several hours. This way, Your Majesty. Several hours, Jezzel murmured, his boot heels clattering down the wide marble steps. Hours in the company of the closed council. He nervously massaged his hands. Beaz seemed to guess his thoughts. You don't have to be afraid of the old wolves. You are their master, whatever they may now believe. At any time you can replace these men, or have them put in irons should you wish. Perhaps they have forgotten that. It might be that we should remind them in due course. They passed through a tall gate, flanked by watch knights, who carried their helmets under their arms, but looked forward with such carefully expressionless faces that they might as well have hidden their faces behind closed visors. Beyond lay an open garden, enclosed on all four sides by a shady cloister, whose white marble columns were designed like leafy trees. Water gushed from fountains and sparkled in the bright sunlight. Two huge orange birds with twig-thin legs and semicircular beaks strutted complacently across a perfectly manicured lawn. They stared haughtily at Jezzel, apparently doubting no less than he did himself that he was nothing but a pathetic impostor. He gazed blankly at the colorful flowers and the vibrant green and the beautiful statues. He stared up at the ancient walls, overgrown with red, white, and green climbing plants. Could all this really belong to him? All this, and then the entire Agriant too? Was he now truly walking in the mighty footsteps of the old kings, Herod, Casimir, or Arnall? It completely confused him. Jezzel had to squint his eyes and shake his head, as he had done 100 times that day, simply to avoid falling over from confusion. Wasn't he the same man as just last week? The same man who had been soaked through on the great plain in the rain, who had been wounded among the stones, who had eaten half-cooked horse meat and had been glad that such a thing even existed? Jezzel cleared his throat. I would very much like, I don't know if that would be possible, to speak with my father? Your father is dead. Jezzel cursed himself internally. Yes, of course he is, but I meant the man I thought was my father. What do you think he would tell you? That he made some bad decisions? That he had debts? That he took money from me to raise you? He took money? Jezzel asked uncertainly, feeling even more lost than before. Rarely does a family take in an orphan purely out of kindness, not even if it's a particularly cute brat. The debts were paid, and not only that. I gave instructions that you should receive fencing lessons as soon as you could hold a blade, that a commission would be bought for you with the royalists, and you would be encouraged to participate in the summer tournament, that you should be well prepared for this day, should it ever come. He followed my instructions precisely. But surely you understand that a meeting with him would be an extremely awkward scene for both of you, a scene that would be better avoided. Jezzel let out a clipped sigh. Of course, one that should be avoided. An unpleasant thought stirred in his head. Is my name even Jezzel? It is now, since you have been crowned. Biaz raised an eyebrow. Why? Would you prefer another? No, of course not. He turned his head to the side and tried to blink away the tears. His old life had been a lie. His new one felt even more so. Even his name was an invention. They walked silently through the gardens for a short time, their steps crunching on the gravel that lay so fresh and perfect before them that Jezzel wondered if every stone was cleaned by hand day after day. Lord Isher will make a series of submissions to your majesty in the coming weeks. Will he? Jezzel coughed and sniffed, then put on as brave a face as possible. Why? Because I promised him that his 2 brothers would be appointed treasurer and Lord Chancellor in the closed council, respectively. That his family would be favored above all others. That was the price for his support in the election. I see. So I should stick to this agreement? Absolutely not. Jezzel frowned. I'm not sure if I... After taking power, one should immediately distance oneself from all allies. Otherwise, they will feel that your victory is owed to them, and they would not be satisfied by any honors. Instead, you should consider your enemies. They will also be pleased with small favors because they know they are undeserved. Hugin, Berezin, Skald, Mead, these men you should bring into your circle. Not Brock? Never. He came too close to the crown itself to ever again be content to serve it. He must be put back in his place sooner or later, but only when you are firmly in the saddle and have strong support. I see. Jezzel puffed out his cheeks. Apparently kingship wasn't just about fine clothes, an arrogant manner, and the right to the biggest chair. This way. They left the garden and entered a dimly lit corridor, paneled with black wood and adorned with so many ancient weapons that one could only shake their head. Full suits of armor stood shimmering guard, plate and chainmail, hauberks and cuirasses, all embossed with the golden sun of the Union. Parade swords, man-high, and considerably larger halberds were impressively mounted on the wall. Beneath them hung enough axes, maces, morning stars, and curved or straight blades, long and short, thick and thin, that an entire army could have been equipped with them. Weapons forged within the Union, conquered from the Gurkish, or stolen from Styrian dead on bloody battlefields. Victories and defeats, captured in steel. Flags of forgotten regiments, gloriously slaughtered to the last man in long-past wars, hung tattered and lifeless from charred poles higher up. A heavy double door loomed at the end of this collection, black and unadorned, and as inviting as an execution site. Herald captures stood on both sides, still as executioners, their winged helmets gleaming. Men who not only guarded the heart of the government, but were also entrusted with carrying the king's orders to every corner of the Union, wherever they were needed. His orders, as Jezzel realized with a fresh nervous start. "His Majesty requests an audience with the closed council," Biaz boomed. The two men stretched out their arms and pulled open the heavy doors. An angry voice echoed into the corridor. "There must be further concessions, otherwise there will only be new uprisings. We cannot simply—" "Lord Chief Justice, I believe we have visitors." The White Hall was rather disappointing after the pomp of the rest of the palace. It wasn't particularly large. The plain white walls bore no adornment. The windows were small, giving the room almost the atmosphere of a cell, where it remained slightly gloomy even in sunshine.
Not a breath of wind stirred through the unpleasantly stuffy and stale air. This hall was furnished only with a long table of dark wood, on which high stacks of paper were piled. 6 simple, hard chairs on each side, one at the short foot end and another with a much higher backrest at the head end. Jezzel's own place, he assumed. The closed council rose as he hesitantly crept into the hall. A more formidable assembly of old men could hardly have been found, and each of them stared at Jezzel in expectant silence. He flinched as the door closed behind him again, and the bolt fell down with frightening finality. "Your Majesty," Hoff bowed deeply, "may my colleagues and I first congratulate you on your well-deserved elevation to the throne. We are convinced that in you we will have a worthy successor to King Guslav, and we look forward to advising you and carrying out your commands in the coming months and years." He bowed again, and the assembly of distinguished old men politely clapped their hands. "Well, I thank you all," Jezzel said, pleasantly surprised, even though he felt he was a worthy successor to nothing at all. Perhaps it wouldn't be as bad as he had feared. At least the old wolves seemed quite tame to him at the moment. "Allow me to introduce our circle to you," Hoff murmured. "Archlector Sult, head of your Inquisition. It is an honor to serve you, Your Majesty. Lord Chief Justice Morovia, the supreme guardian of the law. Likewise, Your Majesty, it is an honor. With Lord Marshal Varuz, I believe you are already acquainted." The old soldier beamed. "It was an honor to train you in the past, Your Majesty, and it will now be an honor to advise you." And so it continued. Jezzel nodded and smiled at each man in turn. Halleck, the Lord Chancellor. Torlichkorm, the Grand Consul. Reutzer, the Lord Admiral of the Fleet, and so on and so forth. Finally, Hoff led him to the large chair at the head of the table, and Jezzel took his seat there, while the closed council continued to smile. He grinned back idiotically for a moment, and then he understood. "Oh, please, sit down." The old men sat down, and a few of them winced slightly in pain as old knees cracked and backs twinged. Biaz casually slid into the chair at the other end of the table, opposite Jezzel, as if he had occupied that spot his entire life. State robes rustled as old posteriors adjusted on the polished wood, and gradually the hall became as silent as a tomb. A chair next to Varuz was empty, the chair where Lord Marshal Burr would have sat, if he hadn't been dead. A dozen intimidating old men waited for Jezzel to speak. A dozen old men whom he had, until recently, thought held all the power, and who now had to answer to him. A situation he could not have imagined even in his wildest, most self-absorbed dreams. He cleared his throat. "Please, gentlemen, continue. I will try to find my way into the discussion as it progresses." Hoff smiled subserviently. "Of course, Your Majesty. If you require an explanation, you need only ask." "I thank you," Jezzel said, "very much." Halleck's cutting voice interrupted him. "So, let us return to the peasants and their stance." "We have already made concessions," Sult snapped. "Concessions that were readily accepted by the peasants." "A scrap of bandage over a festering wound," Morovia countered. "It's only a matter of time until the next uprising breaks out. We can only prevent this by giving the common man what he needs."
Nicht mehr als die Gerechtigkeit gebietet. Wir müssen ihn an der Regierung beteiligen. Beteiligen, höhnte Salt. Wir müssen die Steuerlast auf die Landbesitzer übertragen. Halleck verdrehte die Augen. Nicht schon wieder dieser Blödsinn. Unser jetziges System hat sich jahrhundertelang bewährt, bellte Salt. Es ist seit Jahrhunderten gescheitert, schoss Marovia zurück. Jezzel räusperte sich, und die Köpfe der alten Männer fuhren ruckartig zu ihm herum. Könnte nicht einfach jeder Mann im Verhältnis zu seinem Einkommen besteuert werden, egal ob er nun Auer ist oder Edelmann? Und dann, vielleicht, seine Stimme verebbte. Es war ihm als eine ganz einfache Idee erschienen, aber nun starrten ihn diese 11 Schreibtischtäter so entrüstet an, als habe man unbedachterweise ein Haustier ins Zimmer gelassen, das sich plötzlich erdreistete, etwas zum Thema Besteuerung zu sagen. Am anderen Ende des Tisches betrachtete Bayaz seine Fingernägel. Auch von ihm war keine Hilfe zu erwarten. »Oh, Euer Majestät«, schnurrte Tordichorm mit beschwichtigender Stimme. Ein solches System wäre von der Verwaltung her so gut wie unmöglich. Und dann blinzelte er ihn auf eine Weise an, als wollte er sagen, wie gelingt es ihnen bei ihrer unglaublichen Ignoranz überhaupt sich allein anzukleiden. Jezzel wurde rot bis zu den Ohren. »Ich verstehe. Die Besteuerung«, dröhnte Halleck, »ist ein unglaublich komplexes Thema.« Damit warf er Jezzel einen Blick zu, der ihm bedeutete, viel zu komplex, als dass es in ihrem winzigen Hirn Platz hätte. Es wäre vielleicht besser, Euer Majestät, wenn Sie die langweiligen Einzelfragen Ihren ergebenen Dienern überlassen würden. Marovia zeigte ein verständnisvolles Lächeln, das sagen wollte, es wäre vielleicht besser, wenn Sie die Klappe halten und es unterlassen würden, die Erwachsenen in Verlegenheit zu bringen. Natürlich. Jezzel sank beschämt auf seinem Stuhl zusammen. Natürlich. Und so ging es weiter, während der Morgen voranschritt und die Lichtflecken der Fenster langsam über die Papierstapel auf dem großen Tisch wanderten. Allmählich begriff Jezzel die Regeln, nach denen gespielt wurde. Sie waren schrecklich kompliziert und gleichzeitig erschreckend einfach. Die alternden Kontrahenten teilten sich in 2 Mannschaften. Erzlektor Solt und Kronrichter Marovia waren die Mannschaftskapitäne, die sich bei jedem Thema entschieden widersprachen, egal wie unwichtig es war. Und sie hatten jeweils 3 Parteigänger, die jeder ihrer Aussagen zustimmten. Lord Hoff spielte währenddessen die Rolle des Schiedsrichters, worin ihm Lord Marshal Varus wenig erfolgreich zur Seite stand, und gab sich alle Mühe, die unüberwindbare Kluft zwischen den beiden verfeindeten Lagern zu überbrücken. Jezzel hatte irrtümlich angenommen, dass er gar nicht wüsste, was er sagen sollte, wobei das natürlich auch stimmte. Der Fehler war jedoch gewesen, dass er geglaubt hatte, es sei erwünscht, dass er etwas sagte. Die Anwesenden waren jedoch lediglich daran interessiert, ihre eigenen sinnlosen Grabenkämpfe weiter auszutragen. Sie hatten vermutlich längst daran gewöhnt, die Staatsgeschäfte mit einem sabbernden Halbidioten am Tisch zu führen. Jezzel verstand, sie gingen davon aus, er sei nicht anders als sein Vorgänger, und er fragte sich allmählich, ob sie damit vielleicht recht hatten? »Wenn Euer Majestät bitte hier unterschreiben würde, und hier, und hier, und dort.« Die Feder kratzte über ein Papier nach dem anderen, die alten Stimmen salbaderten weiter, verkündeten ihre Standpunkte, stritten miteinander. Die grauen Männer lächelten und seufzten und schüttelten nachsichtig den Kopf, wenn er sprach, und daher sagte er allmählich immer weniger. Sie überrannten ihn mit Lob und blendeten ihn mit Erklärungen, sie fesselten ihn stundenlang mit nichtssagenden Gesetzen, Formalien und Traditionen. Er wurde immer kleiner und kleiner auf seinem unbequemen Stuhl. Ein Diener brachte Wein, und er trank, nein, er betrank sich, langweilte sich und wurde immer betrunkener und gelangweilter. Eine Minute nach der anderen verging, quälend langsam, und Jezzel erkannte, wenn man zu den kleinsten Einzelheiten durchgedrungen ist, gibt es nichts Langweiligeres als die unbeschränkte Macht. »Und nun zu einer traurigen Angelegenheit«, erklärte Hoff, nachdem die letzte Auseinandersetzung in einem zögerlichen Kompromiss verpufft war. »Unser Kollege, Lord Marshal Burr, ist tot. Sein Leichnam wird derzeit aus dem Norden zurück zu uns gebracht, und er wird mit allen Ehren bestattet werden.«
In der Zwischenzeit ist es jedoch unsere Pflicht, eine Empfehlung bezüglich seiner Nachfolger auszusprechen. Es ist der erste Sitz, der seit dem Tod des geschätzten Lord Kanflers fegt, neu besetzt wird.
Lord Marschall Varus?« Der alte Soldat räusperte sich und zog ein Gesicht, als wisse er, dass er im Begriff stand, eine Schleuse zu öffnen, deren Fluten sie alle ertränken konnte. »Es gibt 2 offensichtliche Bewerber für diesen Posten. Beide sind Männer, die sich durch Tapferkeit und Erfahrung eindeutig ausgezeichnet haben und deren Verdienste diesem Rat gut bekannt sind. Ich bin mir sicher, dass sich sowohl General Polder als auch General Croy bestens.« »Es besteht ja wohl kein Zweifel, dass Polder der bessere Mann ist«, unterbrach ihn Sult in abfälligem Ton, und Halleck pflichtete ihm sofort bei. »Im Gegenteil«, zischte Marovia, und sein Lager unterstützte ihn mit zornigem Gemurmel. »Ganz offensichtlich ist Croy die bessere Wahl.« Es handelte sich um ein Gebiet, bei dem Jezal glaubte, als Offizier mit gewisser Erfahrung durchaus etwas Sinnvolles beitragen zu können, aber kein einziges Mitglied des geschlossenen Rates schien auf den Gedanken zu kommen, ihn um seine Meinung zu fragen. Er ließ sich missmutig gegen die Lehne seines Stuhles sinken und nahm wieder einen Schluck Wein aus seinem Kelch, während die alten Wölfe gehässig nacheinander schnappten. »Vielleicht sollten wir diese Angelegenheit später ausführlich diskutieren«, unterbrach Lord Hoff den zunehmend hitziger werdenden Streit. »Die feinen Einzelheiten ermüden seine Majestät, und es besteht keine Dringlichkeit.« Sult und Marovia starrten einander an, sagten aber nichts. Hoff stieß einen erleichterten Seufzer aus. »Nun denn, unser nächster Punkt betrifft die Versorgung unseres Heeres in England. Oberst West schreibt in seinem Lagebericht.« »West?« Jezal richtete sich ruckartig auf, und seine Stimme war rau vom Wein. Der Name wirkte wie Riechsalz auf ein ohnmächtig werdendes Mädchen, er war wie ein fester und verlässlicher Fels, an dem man sich inmitten des ganzen Durcheinanders festklammern konnte. Wenn West nur hier gewesen wäre, um ihn zu unterstützen, dann hätte ihn das alles nicht so verwirrt. Er blickte auf den Stuhl, den Bird zurückgelassen hatte und der leer neben Varus stand. Jezal war betrunken, schon möglich, aber er war König. Er räusperte sich, um wieder nüchterner zu klingen. »Oberst West soll mein neuer Lord Marschall sein.« Verblüfftes Schweigen folgte. Die 12 alten Männer starrten ihn an. Dann begann Torlichhorn nachsichtig zu kichern, als wolle er sagen, »Na, wie bringen wir ihn denn nun am besten zum Schweigen?« »Euer Majestät, Oberst West ist Ihnen persönlich bekannt und natürlich ein tapferer Mann.« Der ganze Rat hatte offenbar ein Thema gefunden, bei dem sich alle einig waren. »Der Erste, der die Bresche bei Ulrichoch erstürmte«, murmelte Varuts kopfschüttelnd, aber dennoch. »Er ist zu jung und unerfahren und...« »Er ist ein Bürgerlicher«, sagte Hoff mit erhobenen Augenbrauen. »Das wäre ein unangebrachter Bruch mit unseren Traditionen«, klagte Halleck. »Polder ist wesentlich ranghöher«, fauchte Sult an Marovia gewandt. »Croy wäre der rechte Mann«, bellte Marovia zurück. Torlichhorn lächelte zuckersüß, ähnlich wie eine Kinderfrau, die versucht, ein trotziges Kind zu beruhigen. »Sie sehen also, Euer Majestät, es geht nicht, wir können Oberst West unmöglich in Betracht ziehen.« Jezals leerer Kelch prallte mit lautem Krachen an Torlichhorns kahle Stirn und flog klappernd in eine Ecke des Raumes. Der alte Mann heulte vor Schreck und Schmerz auf und rutschte von seinem Stuhl. Aus einer langen Platzwunde rann ihm das Blut über das Gesicht. »Es geht nicht?«, schrie Jezal, der aufgesprungen war, während ihm fast die Augen aus den Höhlen traten. »Sie wagen es, es geht nicht zu sagen, Sie alter Dummkopf? Sie alle sind mein, Sie alle!« Sein Finger fuchtelte wild durch die Luft. »Sie sind hier, um mich zu beraten und nicht, um mir Vorschriften zu machen. Ich regiere hier, ich!« Er schnappte sich ein Tintenfass und schleuderte es durch den Raum. Es zerschellte an der Wand, hinterließ einen großen schwarzen Fleck auf dem Putz und ließ dunkle Tropfen über den Ärmel von Erzlektor Sults schneeweißem Mantel regnen. Ich! Die Tradition, die wir hier brauchen, ist die des Gehorsams.« Damit griff er nach einem Bündel Papiere und warf es nach Marovia, sodass die Blätter durch die Luft segelten. »Kommen Sie mir ja nie wieder mit, es geht nicht, nie wieder!« 11 völlig sprachlose Augenpaare starrten Jezal an. Eines davon, das am Ende des Tisches, lächelte. Das machte ihn jedoch noch wütender. »Colum West wird mein neuer Lord Marschall«, kreischte er und warf vor Zorn seinen Stuhl um. »Bei unserem nächsten Treffen erwarte ich, dass Sie mich mit dem nötigen Respekt behandeln, oder ich werde Sie alle in Ketten legen lassen. In Ketten, wirklich, und.
Plötzlich überfiel ihn ein heftiger, gemeiner Kopfschmerz. Er hatte mit allem geworfen, was in seiner Reichweite stand, und war nun plötzlich unsicher, wie er weiter vorgehen sollte. Bayas erhob sich mit strengem Gesicht. »Meine Herren, das war alles für heute.« Der geschlossene Rat brauchte keine zweite Aufforderung. Papiere flatterten, Gewänder raschelten, Stühle quietschten, als jeder darum drängte, als erster den Raum zu verlassen. Hoff reached the corridor, immediately followed by Marovia, and Sult rushed in behind them. Varus helped Torlichhorn off the floor and led him out by the arm. "I apologize," gasped the Grand Consul with a bloody face, as Varus pushed him through the door. "Your Majesty, I apologize in all forms." Bayas stood sternly at the end of the table, watching the council members leave. Yetzal remained paralyzed in his seat opposite him, torn between another outburst of anger and a feeling of immense shame, with shame gradually prevailing. Es dauerte alles für ewig, bis der letzte Council-Member den Raum verlassen hatte und die große Blatte Gates geschlossen erneut. The first of the Magi turned to Yetzal, und ein broter Grinsen erschien sich auf seinem Gesicht. "Well done, Your Majesty. Excellent." What? Yetzal hatte gesichert, dass er so einen Vollen aus sich gemacht hatte, dass er nie wieder davon auferstehen könnte. "Your advisors will now think twice about not taking you seriously, I think. Not a new strategy, but always extremely successful. Harrod the Great Self possessed a highly volatile temperament and knew how to use it excellently. After one of his tantrums, no one dared to question his decisions for weeks." Bayas chuckled. "Although I believe that even Harrod would have shrunk from injuring his own Grand Consul." "That was no tantrum," Jezal snared, sein temper flaring up again. Of the terrible old man he was afflicted with, Bayas himself was undoubtedly the worst. "If I am king, then I want to be treated like one. I will not be dictated to in my own palace, by no one, I mean—" Bayas returned his grim gaze, und seine grünen Augen waren terrorierend hart, als er sagte mit eisiger Kalt: "If you intend to flare up at me in such a way, Your Majesty, I would most strongly advise against it." Yetzals Anger hatte eigentlich schon fast zurückgegangen, und unter dem Magus eisigem Blick er nun komplett verschwand. "Of course, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry." Er kloste seine Augen und starrte müde auf den oilierten Teppichboden. Er hatte nie für irgendetwas angelassen bisher. Nun, dass er König und niemanden mehr anklagen musste, konnte er plötzlich nicht aufhören. "Ich wollte das nicht", murmelte er leise, sinkt beid in seinen Stuhl. "Ich weiß nicht, wie es geschehen ist. Ich habe nichts dafür verdient." "Of course not." Bayas langsam um den Table kam. "Niemand kann den Thron erlangen. Daher musst du dich von nun an würdig dafür machen. Jeden Tag, genau wie deine großen Vorgänger. Kasamir, Arnauld, Harrod selbst." Yetzal tief einatmete und ausatmete. "Du hast recht, Kopf. Warum bist du immer recht?" Bayas machte einen modesten Gestus mit der Hand. "Alles hartlich."
But my great experience benefits me, which I will use to advise you as best I can. You have already mastered the first steps on this difficult path with flying colors, and you should be proud of yourself, just as I am proud of you. However, there are some things that cannot be postponed. First and foremost is your wedding." Jezal's jaw dropped. "Wedding? An unmarried king is like a three-legged chair, Your Majesty. He will fall very easily. Your body has only just touched the throne and is far from firmly in the saddle. You need a woman who brings you support, and you need heirs so that your subjects feel secure. Any delay only opens up opportunities for your enemies to work against you." The blows came so fast that Jezal clutched his head as if to prevent his skull from falling apart. My enemies? Had he not always tried to get along with everyone? Are you really so naive? Lord Brock is certainly already plotting against you. Lord Isher will not be put off forever either. Others in the open council have supported you out of fear or because they were paid for it. Paid? Jezal gasped. Such support does not last forever. You must marry, and your wife must bring powerful allies. But I have. Jezal ran his tongue over his lips, wondering how best to approach the subject. I already have commitments in this regard. R.D. West,
Jezzel had already opened his mouth to ask Beaz how he knew about his love life, but then quickly thought better of it. The old man seemed to know him far better than he knew himself. "I know what it's like, Jezzel. I've lived a long life. Of course you love this woman. Of course you would give everything for her, at least now. But this feeling will not last, believe me." Jezzel shifted uncomfortably. He tried to recall Artie's crooked smile, her soft hair, her laughter, just as he had done out on the plain, when the memory of her had brought him so much comfort. But now it was hard for him to think of her without remembering how she had bitten his lip, how his face burned after her slap, and how the table beneath them had squeaked. The feeling of shame and guilt, the whole tangled situation. Beaz's voice continued, relentlessly calm, brutally realistic, ruthlessly reasonable. "It is quite natural that you already have commitments, but your former life is now in the past, as are the commitments you made in it. You are now king, and the people demand that you act like one. You need someone they can look up to, someone who effortlessly rises above them. We are talking about the High Queen of the Union, the Mother of Kings. A farmer's daughter with a tendency for unpredictable behavior who tends to drink too much? Probably not." Jezzel grimaced in agony as he heard Artie described this way, yet could hardly say anything against it. "You are a natural son of your father, but a wife of unimpeachable origin would give your line far greater weight and much greater respect. The whole world is full of suitable consorts, Your Majesty, of women of high birth, daughters of dukes and sisters of kings, beautiful and cultured, a world full of princesses from whom you can choose." Jezzel felt his eyebrows rise. Of course he loved Artie, but Beaz's argument was terribly sound. There was so much more to consider than his own needs. If it was absurd enough to see himself as king, the idea of Artie as queen was even crazier. He loved her, of course, in a way. But if he could choose from a whole world of princesses, there was hardly anything to object to in a sentence like that. "You see it?" The first of the Magi snapped his fingers triumphantly. "I will send a message to Duke Orso of Talons so that he can introduce his daughter Therese to you." He raised his hand reassuringly. "Just for a start, you understand. Talons would be a powerful ally." He smiled and leaned forward to whisper in Jezzel's ear. "But you don't have to leave everything behind if you are truly so fond of this young woman. Kings often have mistresses, you know." And with that, the matter was decided. Prepared for the worst. Glokta sat in his dining room, looking at the table in front of him and rubbing his aching thigh with one hand. His other hand absently stirred the rich treasure of jewels spread out on the black leather cover. "Why am I doing this? Why do I stay here and conduct interrogations? I could disappear from here with the next tide, and no one would suffer a loss. Perhaps a trip to the beautiful cities of Styria? A tour around the 1,000 Isles? Finally, to distant Thond or remote Suljuk, to end my twisted days there among people who don't understand a word I say? Without hurting anyone? Without keeping secrets? Without worrying about guilt or innocence, about truth or lies, no more than these little stones here do?" The jewels sparkled in the candlelight, clattering against each other, and tickling his skin as he ran his fingers through them, first in one direction, then in the other. "But His Eminence would surely weep over my sudden disappearance, as one might think would the banking house Valent and Balk. Where in the wide world would I be safe from the tears of such powerful lords? And why should I flee? So that I can sit all day long, crippled, and wait for hired murderers to track me down? So that I can lie in bed and longingly think of all that I have lost?" He thoughtfully regarded the gemstones. Clean, hard, beautiful. I made my choice a long time ago, when I accepted the money from Valent and Balk, when I kissed the Archlector's ring, even before my time in the Emperor's prison, when I rode over the bridge and was sure that only the incomparable San Dan Glokta could save the world. A loud knock echoed through the room, and Glokta started. His toothless mouth hung open.
as long as it's not the Archlector. Open up in the name of the Archlector. He grimaced as he rose from the chair, a cramp seizing his spine. Quickly, he pushed the stones together into a small pile. Several handfuls, and of inestimable value. Sweat broke out on his forehead. What if the Archlector discovered my little treasure? He chuckled to himself as he reached for the leather case. I had really wanted to report it long ago, but somehow it was never the right time. It's ultimately just a trifle, no more than a king's ransom. His fingers hastily grabbed the stones, and in his hurry he knocked one aside, which fell sparkling to the floor with a hard clatter. Again there was a knock, louder this time, and the heavy lock was shaken by the hard blows. "Open up! I'm coming!" With a groan he dropped to all fours and searched the floor. His neck throbbed with pain. Then he discovered the runaway, a flat green stone lying on the floorboards, glowing in the firelight. "Got you, you wretch!" He grabbed the stone, pulled himself up by the edge of the table, and folded the case. Once, twice. No time to hide it. With a quick decision, he pushed the leather into his shirt until it sat behind his belt. Then he grabbed his stick and limped to the front door, wiping the sweat from his face, adjusting his clothes, and doing his best to present a respectable appearance. "I'm coming." "You don't have to." 4 gigantic practicals pushed past him into his apartment, almost knocking him over. In the hallway outside the door stood His Eminence the Archlector with an ominously furrowed brow, and behind him lurked 2 more practicals. A surprising hour for such an elaborate visit. Glokta heard the 4 men tramping through his apartment, opening doors and looking into cupboards. "Don't mind me, gentlemen, make yourselves at home." After a short time, they reappeared. "Empty," one grunted from behind his mask. "Ha!" Salt snorted contemptuously, stepping lightly over the threshold, looking around with a disdainful face. "My new accommodation is apparently as unacceptable as my previous one."
The 6 practicals took up positions along the walls of Glokta's dining room, arms crossed over their chests, watching him. Quite a lot of big, strong men to keep an eye on a small cripple. Salt's shoes struck heavily against the floorboards as he paced back and forth. His blue eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and an expression of wild anger was on his face. One doesn't have to be a good judge of character to notice that he's not in a particularly good mood right now. Perhaps one of my ugly secrets has reached his ears? One of my small disobediences? Glokta felt a sweat-soaked tremor crawl up his bent spine. Perhaps the fact that Magister Eider was never executed? My agreement with Practical Vitari not to tell the whole truth? A corner of the leather case poked lightly into his ribs as he shifted his hips back and forth to stand more comfortably. Or perhaps that other trifle, namely the riches with which a highly suspicious banking house bribed me. Unbidden, an image forced itself into Glokta's thoughts. How the casing around the gemstones behind his belt suddenly burst open, and an invaluable stream of pretty little stones rolled out of his trouser legs, while the Archlector and his practicals watched with astonished faces. How would I explain that? At the thought, he had to suppress a giggle. "This very Beaz!" Salt snarled, his white-gloved hands clenched into trembling fists. Glokta relaxed slightly. Apparently, I'm not the problem. Or not yet, anyway. Beaz? This bald liar, this grinning deceiver, this aged charlatan. He has pocketed the closed council. Stop thief! Now this wretched worm Luthar is starting to dictate terms to us at his behest. You told me he was a spineless nothing. I told you he used to be a spineless nothing. You didn't want to hear the rest. This very lapdog actually seems to have teeth, and apparently even wants to use them. And this first of the accursed Magi holds his leash. He laughs at us. He laughs at me! At me! Salt roared, poking his bent index finger against his chest. Enough with your excuses, Glokta. I'm constantly drowning in apologies, but what I need are answers. What I need are solutions. I need to know more about this liar.
Then perhaps you will be impressed now. Indeed, I have already taken the liberty of taking the first steps in that direction. What steps? I managed to take his pathfinder into custody, Glokta said, allowing himself a hint of a smile. The pathfinder? Salt didn't look particularly impressed. And what did this imbecilic stargazing tell you? Glokta paused for a moment. That he traveled with Beaz and our new king before his ascension to the throne, across the old empire to the end of the world. He searched for words that would fit Salt's kind of logic, for reasons and clean explanations. They were apparently looking for a relic from the old time. For a relic? Asked Salt, looking even grimmer. From the old time? Glokta swallowed. So it seemed, but they didn't find it. So now we know one of 1,000 things Beaz didn't do. Pah! Salt angrily waved his hand through the air. This pathfinder is nothing, and he told you less than nothing, just more myths and legends. Of course, Your Eminence, Glokta murmured. Some people just can't be pleased. Salt cast a bad-tempered glance at the Foresides board standing by the window, and his white-gloved hand hovered over the stones, as if to make a move. I can no longer count how many times you have disappointed me, but I will give you one last chance to prove yourself. Take another close look at this first of the Magi. Find any weakness, any weapon we can use against him. He is the source of the disease. We must burn him out. He angrily poked one of the white stones. I want him destroyed. I want him finished. I want him in the house of the Inquisitions, in chains. Glokta swallowed. Your Eminence, Beaz has established himself in the palace, beyond my reach. His protege is our new king, which we are at least partly to blame for. He pressed his lips together, but he couldn't suppress the question. How am I supposed to do that? How? Salt screamed. How, you crippled worm? He angrily swept over the game board, scattering the stones onto the floor. Now I wonder who will have to bend down again to pick them up. As if controlled by the Archlector's tone of voice, the 6 practicals detached themselves from the wall and took a menacing step towards the center of the room. If I wanted to take care of every little thing myself, I wouldn't need your worthless services at all. Go out and see that it gets done, you slimy cripple. Your Eminence is too kind, Glokta murmured, bowing his head again. But even the lowest dog occasionally needs to have his ears scratched. Otherwise, he might eventually go for his master's throat. And check his story while you're at it. Which story, Archlector? This fairy tale of Car-Me-Don Roth. Salt's eyes narrowed further, and deep wrinkles dug into the bridge of his nose. If we can't get the leash ourselves, we'll just have to put the dog down, understand? Glokta felt his eye twitch, though he tried to keep it still. We find a way to abruptly end King Jazal's reign. Dangerous. If the Union were a ship, it would have recently experienced a severe storm and would still be listing heavily. We've already lost one captain. If we replace the next one now, the whole ship might break apart. Then we will all swim in deep, cold, unknown waters. How about a nice little civil war? He cast a grim look at the Foreside stones lying on the floor. But His Eminence has spoken. What did Schickel say? When your master entrusts you with a task, you do your best to fulfill it, even if it's a dark task. And some of us are only suited for dark tasks. Car-Me-Don Roth and her child. I will find out the truth about it, Your Eminence. You can rely on that. Salt's dismissive expression grew even more contemptuous. If only I could believe that. In the House of the Inquisitions, there was a bustle for this late hour. Glokta still saw no one as he limped down the corridor. He had bitten his miserable remaining teeth into his lower lip, and his hand clutched the grip of his stick, slick with sweat. He saw no one, but he heard them. Voices emanated from behind the ironclad doors, soft and persistent. They are asking questions. High and desperate, they blurt out answers. Occasionally, a scream,
A roar or a howl of pain interrupted the oppressive silence. That doesn't need explaining. Severard leaned against the dirty wall as Glokta limped towards him. He had one foot propped against the plaster and whistled soundlessly behind his mask. "What happened?" Glokta asked. "A few of Lord Brock's men got drunk and then became abusive. About 50 men caused quite a stir near the Four Corners. They talked about rights and complained that people had been cheated, and they claimed Brock should have been king. They think it was a rally. We, on the other hand, said it was high treason." High treason, eh? The exact definition is notoriously highly flexible. Pick out the ringleaders and have them sign some papers. England is back in the Union's hands. High time we sent a few traitors there. They're already on it. Anything else? But yes, again, I juggle knives. One swoops down, 2 fly up. More and more blades spin in the air, each with a deadly edge. Earlier I had a visit from His Eminence. It was brief, but too long for my taste. Work for us? Nothing that will make you rich, if that's what you're hoping for. I always hope. One could probably call me an optimist. How nice for you. I tend to the other direction. Glokta took a deep breath and let it out in a long sigh. The first of the Magi and his bold companions. Again? His Eminence desires information. But tell me, this Beaz, isn't he quite familiar with the new king? Glokta raised an eyebrow as a stifled cry of pain echoed down the hall.
Familiar? Beaz could just as well have molded him from clay. That's why we must keep an eye on him, practical Severard, for his own protection. Powerful men have powerful enemies, not just powerful friends. Do you think the Pathfinder still knows something? Nothing that helps us. Too bad. I've gradually gotten used to having this little jerk with us. He has a great story about a big fish. Glokta sucked on his empty gums. Leave him where he is for now. Perhaps Practical Frost appreciates his fairy tales. He has a lot of humor after all. If the Pathfinder is no use to us, then who do we squeeze? Good question. Ninefingers is gone. Beaz himself has surely walled himself up in the palace, and his apprentice hardly leaves his side. The former Jezzel Dan Luthar is unfortunately now beyond our reach. What about this woman? Severard raised his head. You mean that brown, difficult person? She's still in the city, isn't she? As far as I know, yes. Then follow her and find out what's going on with her. The practical paused. Do I have to? Why? Are you afraid? Severard lifted his mask and scratched underneath. There are people I'd rather follow. Life is a long sequence of things we'd rather do. Glokta looked down the corridor, assuring himself no one was there. We also need to find out a few things about Carmi Dan Roth, the alleged mother of our current king. What kind of things? Glokta leaned over to Severard and whispered softly in his ear. For example, whether she really bore a child before she died, whether the child was King Guslav's child, and whether this child then actually grew into the man we now have on the throne. You know what questions you need to ask. Questions that can get us into real trouble. Questions that some people would call high treason, because the definition is notoriously highly flexible. Severod's mask looked as always, but the rest of his face made quite a dismayed impression. Are you sure we should be poking around there? Why don't you ask the Archlector if he's sure? To me, he sounded quite sure. Get Frost to help you if you run into difficulties. But what? What are we looking for? How? Glokta hissed. If I wanted to take care of every little thing myself, then I wouldn't need your services at all. Go out and see that it gets done. When Glokta was still young and handsome, nimble and promising, admired and envied, he had spent a lot of time in the taverns of Adwa. Although I don't remember ever sinking so low, not even in my darkest hours, that I would have ended up here. Meanwhile, he felt hardly out of place as he limped back and forth among the clientele. Here, being crippled was the norm, and he had more teeth than the average.
Almost every guest was marked by disfiguring scars or debilitating injuries, or blessed with sores or warts that would have done credit to any toad. There were men whose faces were as rough as the crust on a stale bowl of oatmeal. Men who trembled more than leaves in a storm and stank of old piss. Men who looked like they would cut a child's throat just to sharpen their knives. A drunken, difficult person leaned against a support post in a posture that not even a completely desperate sailor could have found appealing. The same smell of sour beer and hopelessness, old sweat and early death that I remember from the sights of my wildest excesses, only stronger. On one side of the stinking common room there were some separated alcoves. Sad shadows hung under arched doorways, and even sadder drunks sat beneath them. And whom could one expect to meet in such an environment? Glokta shuffled to the last alcove and stopped there. Well, who would have thought? I wouldn't have believed I'd see you alive again. Nikimo Koska looked even more dilapidated than at their first meeting, if that was possible. He had slumped against the slimy wall, his hands dangling freely, his head tilted to the side, and his eyes barely open as he watched Glokta painfully sink into a chair opposite him. His skin had a soapy color in the flickering light cast by a single cheap candle flame. Dark bags lay under his eyes, and shadows flickered across his haggard, bony face. The rash on his neck has spread further, now creeping up to his jaw like ivy on a ruin. If he tries a little harder, he'll soon look almost as sick as I do. Superior Glokta, he wheezed in a voice as brittle as tree bark. I'm pleased you received my message. What an honor that, against all odds, we can renew our acquaintance. So, your masters didn't reward your efforts in the south with a slit throat? It surprised me as much as you, but that's how it is. Although there's still plenty of time for that. How did things go in Dagaskasa after I left the city? The Styrian puffed out his hollow cheeks. If you must ask, chaos reigned in Dagaskasa. Many men perished, many fell into slavery. That's how it is when the Gurkish come for dinner, isn't it? Good men met a bad end, and bad men fared little better. It ended badly for all of them, including your friend General Visbrook. From what I heard, he cut his own throat. To the stormy applause of the public. How did you escape? Koska's lips curled as if he would have liked to smile, but couldn't muster the energy. I dressed as a maid and managed to get out. An original idea. But it's probably more likely that you opened the gates to the Gurkish and received freedom for it. Would I have done the same in your situation? Probably. And what luck for both of us. They say luck is a woman. She is always drawn to those who least deserve her. Perhaps. Although I am also unworthy, I am not blessed with luck. It's a fortunate coincidence in any case that you're appearing in Adwa just now. The situation is very uncertain. Glokta heard a squeak and rustle, and a large rat shot out from under his chair, pausing for a moment, clearly visible on the floor. Koska slid an uncertain hand under his stained jacket and jerked it out again. A knife flew through the air and flashed briefly, then buried itself a good step or two from the target in the floorboards. The rat sat for a moment, as if to express its contempt, then scurried between the table legs and chairs and the boots of the other guests. Koska licked his stained teeth as he slid out of the alcove to retrieve his knife. I used to be an outstanding knife thrower, you know. Beautiful women hung on my lips. Glokta sucked on his empty gums. Times change. Yes, so they say. All sorts of things change. New rulers bring new worries. And worries liven up business, at least for someone in my profession. It might be that I'll soon have use for your special talents. I certainly wouldn't refuse that. Koska tilted his bottle and stuck his tongue into its neck to suck out the last drop. My purse is extremely low, so much so that I don't even have a purse. At least in that regard, I can help. Glokta made sure they weren't being watched, then tossed something onto the uneven tabletop and watched it clatter and spin to a stop in front of Koska.
The mercenary took the object between thumb and forefinger, held it up to the candlelight, and looked at it with his bloodshot eyes. "That appears to be a diamond. Let's say you're on call for me. I think you could certainly find some men in a similar situation to support you. Reliable men who won't talk and won't ask questions. A few good people who could help us out at short notice? A few bad people, you mean?" Glokta grinned, showing his gap tooth. "Well, yes. I suppose that depends entirely on whether you're the client or the job." "I suppose so, yes." Koska dropped the empty bottle onto the warped floorboards. "And what is the task, Superior?" "For now, just to wait and keep out of sight." He leaned out of the alcove a little, his face pained, and snapped his fingers at a grumpy barmaid. "Another bottle of what my friend here is drinking. And later? I'm sure I'll find something you can do for me."
Glokta painfully pushed himself forward enough to whisper, "Between us, I've heard a rumor that the Gurkish are on the march." Koska grimaced in pain. "Them again? Do we have to deal with them? Those jerks don't play by the rules. God and righteousness and faith." He shivered. "That kind of thing makes me nervous. Well, whoever knocks on the door, I'm sure I can organize a heroic defense against overwhelming odds and without hope or help. After all, I have no shortage of enemies." The mercenary's eyes lit up as the girl noisily placed a full bottle on the uneven table in front of him. Ah, battles without prospect of victory. I have a weakness for that. The High Command. West sat in the Lord Marshal's tent, staring hopelessly into the air. In the last year, he had barely been able to put his feet up. Now, suddenly, he could do nothing but wait. He constantly expected to see Burr throw open the tent flap and walk over to the maps, his fists clenched behind his back. Again and again, he expected to feel Burr's reassuring presence in the camp, to hear his loud voice booming as he called negligent officers to order. But of course, he wouldn't do that. Not now, and never again. To the left sat General Croy's staff, solemn and serious in their black uniforms, as stiffly starched as ever. To the right lounged Polder's men, their top buttons casually undone as a deliberate affront to the other side, like puffed-up peacocks displaying all their tail feathers. The two great generals themselves eyed each other with suspicion, as if facing each other on a battlefield, waiting for the edict that would elevate one of them to the closed council and supreme power, and forever crush the hopes of the other. The edict that would name the Union's new king and its new Lord Marshal. It would be either Polder or Croy, that much was certain, and Booth eagerly anticipated their final glorious victory over the other. In the meantime, the army, and especially West, sat idly by, powerless. The dogman and his loyalists, who had saved West's life in the wilderness more times than he could remember, were meanwhile fighting for their lives far to the north, desperately waiting for help that would never come. For West, the whole affair was almost like attending his own funeral, attended otherwise almost exclusively by contemptuous, grinning, puffed-up enemies. It would be Polder or Croy, and whoever got the post, he himself was finished. Polder hated him with burning passion. Croy hated him with icy contempt. The only one who would fall even deeper and harder than himself would be Polder or Croy, depending on whom the closed council would ultimately pass over. Outside, a dull commotion was heard, and all heads snapped around to see what was happening. Steps sounded outside the tent, and some officers were already nervously rising from their chairs. Then the tent flap was thrown aside, and a herald knight stormed in, rattling. He was incredibly tall, and the wings of his helmet almost poked holes in the tent roof as he straightened up. Over his armored shoulder he carried a leather satchel embossed with the golden sun of the Union. West stared at it, mesmerized, and held his breath. "Deliver your message," Croy urged, extending his hand. "Give it to me," Polder barked.
The two men completely forgot their dignity and tried to shove each other aside, while the Herald Knight looked down at them without visible emotion. "Is Colonel West present?" he then inquired in a booming bass. All eyes, especially Polder's and Croy's, now shifted around. West hesitantly rose from his chair. I am West." The Herald Knight circled General Croy, ignoring him, and strode towards West with rattling spurs. He opened the dispatch bag, pulled out a parchment scroll, and held it up. "By order of the king." It was probably the greatest absurdity lurking at the end of West's career that the herald should also announce to him the name of the man who would shortly thereafter dishonorably dismiss him. But if it was now unavoidable that he should fall on his sword, then delaying the moment would only increase the pain. He took the scroll from the knight's gloved hand and broke the heavy seal. Then he unrolled the parchment halfway until a paragraph in ornate script was visible. The entire room held its breath as he began to read. West broke into disbelieving chuckles. Although the tent was as silent as a courtroom awaiting a verdict, he simply couldn't suppress the laughter. He had to read the first paragraph twice before he felt he had truly grasped his content. "What's so funny?" Croy demanded to know. "The Open Council has crowned Jezal Don Luthar as the new king of the Union. He will henceforth bear the title Jezal the First." West had to suppress another laugh, although if this was a joke, it wasn't funny at all anymore. "Luthar?" someone asked. "Who in gosh's name is Luthar? The fellow who won the tournament?" Somehow, though, everything fit together. Jezal had always acted as if he were something better, and now he probably was. But however crucial his election might be, at the moment this topic was of secondary importance. "Who is the new Lord Marshal?" Croy growled. The staff officers of both camps had by now all risen from their chairs and moved closer, forming an expectant semicircle. West took a deep breath and braced himself like a child about to jump into an icy lake. He fully unrolled the scroll, and his eyes quickly scanned the lower paragraph. He frowned. Neither Polder's nor Croy's name was to be found in it. He read the lines again, more carefully. His knees suddenly felt weak. "Who is appointed?" Polder almost shrieked the words. West opened his mouth, but words failed him. Instead, he held out the letter, and Polder snatched the parchment from his hand, while Croy unsuccessfully tried to look over his rival's shoulder. "No," Polder breathed, apparently now at his wits' end. Now Croy had seized the document and scanned the lines. This must be a mistake. But the Herald Knight disagreed. The closed council makes no mistakes. The king's command is before you. He turned to West and bowed. "Marshal, I take my leave." The most prominent and best-dressed men of the troop stared at West with open mouths. Yes," he finally managed. "Yes, of course." An hour later, the tent was empty. West sat alone at Burr's desk, nervously pushing pen, ink, and paper back and forth, but most of all, the extensive letter he had just sealed with a drop of red wax. With a grim face, he looked from the letter to the maps on their stands. Then his gaze returned to his hands, resting motionless on the scarred lever, and he tried to understand what in gosh's name had happened. As far as he understood, he had just been promoted to one of the highest positions in the Union, Lord Marshal West. Perhaps apart from Bethod, he was now the most powerful man on this side of the circled sea. Polder and Croy would henceforth have to address him as Marshal. He held a seat on the closed council. He, Column West, a commoner who had been despised, pushed around, and condescended to his entire life? How could this have happened? Not because of his merits, that was certain. Not through anything he had done or failed to do. Through pure luck. Through the chance friendship with a man he didn't even particularly like in many respects, and from whom he never expected a favor. A man who, by a fortunate turn of fate that could only be called a miracle, had ascended to the throne of the Union. His disbelieving laughter was not long-lived. Instead, a most unpleasant image forced its way into his mind. Prince Ladislaw, lying somewhere in the wilderness, skull split, half naked and unburied. West swallowed. If it hadn't been for him, Ladislaw would be king now, and he would be scrubbing latrines instead of preparing to take command of the troops. His head began to ache, and he uncomfortably massaged his temples.
Perhaps he had played a decisive role in his own advancement after all. The tent flap rustled, and Pike entered, his burned, scarred face twisted into a wide grin. "General Croy is here." Let him sweat for a moment. However, it was West who was sweating. He rubbed his damp palms together and adjusted his uniform jacket. The senior staff insignia had just been removed from his epaulets. He had to give the impression that he had the situation as thoroughly and effortlessly under control as Marshal Burr always had, or Marshal Varuz back in the parched wastelands of Gurkul. He had to crush Polder and Croy while he still could. If he didn't do it now, he would always be dependent on them. A piece of meat torn between two wild dogs. Hesitantly, he picked up the letter and held it out to Pike. "Can't we just hang them both, Marshal?" the convict asked as he took the letter. "If only we could. But unfortunately, we need them, no matter how much trouble they cause. A new king, a new Lord Marshal, and both men no one has ever heard of. The soldiers need leaders they are familiar with." He inhaled through his nose and puffed out his chest. Every man must do his duty, that was all. He exhaled with a hiss. "Ask General Croy to come in." "Yes, Marshal." Pike held the tent flap aside and bellowed, "General Croy!" Croy's black uniform was embroidered with golden leaves on the collar and so heavily starched that it was a wonder he could move in it at all. He stepped closer and stood at attention, trembling, his eyes fixed on a middle distance. His salute was textbook perfect, every part of his body conforming to regulations, yet he managed to convey his contempt and disappointment. "May I first offer you my congratulations," he forced out, "Marshal." "Thank you, General. Very kind of you. A significant promotion for someone as young as you and so inexperienced. I have been a professional soldier for over 10 years and have fought in 2 wars and several battles. Apparently, His Majesty considers me experienced enough." Croy cleared his throat. "Of course, Marshal, but the highest command level is new to you. In my opinion, you would do well to seek the support of a man with more experience." "I completely agree with you." Croy raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm pleased to hear that. And that man should definitely be General Polder." Croy, to his credit, showed no reaction on his face. A small sound escaped his nose, but that was the only sign of the boundless dismay he surely felt. Upon his arrival, he had felt slighted and hurt, but now he was faltering. The best moment to plunge the dagger to the hilt. "I have always greatly admired General Polder's attitude toward soldiering, his casualness, his vivacity. To me, he embodies what an officer should be." "Absolutely," Croy hissed through clenched teeth. "I will consider his advice in many respects. There is only one crucial point on which we disagreed." "Indeed?" "It concerns you, General Croy." Croy's face had turned the color of a plucked chicken, and the hint of contempt gave way in a heartbeat to an expression of utter terror. "Polder was of the opinion that you should be immediately dismissed. I, however, wanted to give you another opportunity. Corporal Pike?" "Marshal." The former convict stepped forward smoothly and held out the letter. West took the letter and showed it to the general. "This is a letter to the king. In it, I first remind him of our happy years when we served together in Adua. Then I describe in detail my reasons why you should be immediately dishonorably discharged. Your stubborn intransigence, General Croy, your habit of boasting about the deeds of others, your soulless narrow-mindedness, your refusal to cooperate with other officers." If it was even possible, Croy's face grew even paler and more horrified as he stared at the folded letter.
I truly hope I never have to send this, but I will do so as soon as I or General Polder are provoked in the slightest. Have I made myself clear? Croy seemed to search for words. Clear and distinct, he croaked, finally adding, Marshal. Excellent. We are already far behind schedule for our departure to follow our allies from the north, and I hate to be late for an appointment. You will temporarily place your cavalry under my command. I will take them with me when I move north with General Polder to pursue Bethode. And I, Marshal? A few Northmen are still hiding in the nearby mountains. Your task will be to eliminate them and clear the road to Carlonian so that our enemies get the impression that the majority of our troops have not moved north at all. If you succeed in this, then I may be willing to entrust you with further tasks. You will make the necessary preparations before dawn. Croy opened his mouth as if to complain about this impossible assignment. Do you have anything to add? The general quickly reconsidered. No, Marshal, before dawn, of course. He even managed to twist his features into something that almost resembled a smile. West didn't have to try too hard to smile back. I'm pleased that you're seizing the opportunity to prove yourself once again, General. Dismissed. Croy stood at attention, turned on his heel, caught his leg behind his saber, and stumbled somewhat discomposed out of the tent. West took a deep breath. His head ached. He would have loved to lie down for a moment, but there was no time. Again, he adjusted his uniform jacket. He had survived the nightmarish journey north through the snow, and he would survive this too. Ask General Polder to come in. Polder strode into the tent as if he owned the world, then casually stood at attention and saluted with as much exaggerated swagger as Croy had been stiff. Lord Marshal West, I sincerely congratulate you on your unexpected promotion. He grinned unconvincingly, but West did not return the gesture. He just sat there, looking at Polder with a frown, as if he were a problem for which he was considering a painful solution. For a long time he remained in this posture and said nothing. The general's eyes finally began to dart nervously around the tent. Then he coughed apologetically. May I ask, Marshal, what you discussed with General Croy? Well, various things. West maintained his stony expression. I have the greatest respect for General Croy in all military matters. We are very similar, he and I. His precision, his eye for detail. To me, he embodies what an officer should be. He is an extremely deserving officer, Polder brought out through clenched teeth. He is. Now, I have been very unexpectedly promoted to this post, and I feel that I need a senior man with a lot of experience who can, so to speak, take on the role of a mentor now that Marshal Burr has passed away. General Croy has kindly agreed to be available to me in this regard. He has? A light film of sweat appeared on Polder's forehead. He has made some excellent suggestions which I have already put into practice. There was only one point on which we disagreed. West, who had been resting his elbows on the table, now placed his splayed fingertips together and looked sternly at Polder over them. That point was you, General Polder. You. Me, Marshal? Croy urged your immediate dismissal. Polder's fleshy face instantly turned pink. But I have decided to give you another opportunity. West picked up the same document he had shown Croy. This is a letter to the king. First, I thanked him for my promotion, inquired about his health, and reminded him of our close friendship. Then I described to him in detail my reasons why you should be immediately dishonorably discharged. Your unpleasant arrogance, General Polder. Your habit of boasting about the deeds of others. The fact that you are hesitant to carry out orders. Your stubbornness which prevents you from cooperating with other officers. I truly hope I never have to send this letter, but I will do so as soon as I or General Polder are provoked in the slightest. Have I made myself clear? Croy seemed to search for words. Clear and distinct, he croaked, finally adding, Marshal. Excellent. We are already far behind schedule for our departure to follow our allies from the north, and I hate to be late for an appointment. You will temporarily place your cavalry under my command. I will take them with me when I move north with General Polder to pursue Bethode. And I, Marshal? A few Northmen are still hiding in the nearby mountains. Your task will be to eliminate them and clear the road to Carlonian so that our enemies get the impression that the majority of our troops have not moved north at all. If you succeed in this, then I may be willing to entrust you with further tasks. You will make the necessary preparations before dawn." Croy opened his mouth as if to complain about this impossible assignment. "Do you have anything to add?" The general quickly reconsidered. "No, Marshal. Before dawn, of course." He even managed to twist his features into something that almost resembled a smile. West didn't have to try too hard to smile back. "I'm pleased that you're seizing the opportunity to prove yourself once again, General. Dismissed." Croy stood at attention, turned on his heel, caught his leg behind his saber, and stumbled somewhat discomposed out of the tent. West took a deep breath. His head ached. He would have loved to lie down for a moment, but there was no time. Again, he adjusted his uniform jacket. He had survived the nightmarish journey north through the snow, and he would survive this too. Ask General Polder to come in. Polder strode into the tent as if he owned the world, then casually stood at attention and saluted with as much exaggerated swagger as Croy had been stiff. "Lord Marshal West, I sincerely congratulate you on your unexpected promotion." He grinned unconvincingly, but West did.
"But I will, at the slightest provocation against me or against General Croy. Have I made myself clear?" Polder swallowed, and sweat stood on his flushed face. "You have, Marshal. Good. I have entrusted General Croy with the task of bringing the mountains between our current position and Carleon under our control. Until you have proven yourself worthy of your own command, you will remain with me. Your division will depart north tomorrow before sunrise, and the fastest units will form the vanguard. Our allies from the north are counting on us, and I will not let them down. Before sunrise, General, and with the greatest haste." "With the greatest haste, of course. You can rely on me, Marshal." "I hope so, despite my reservations. Every man must do his duty, General Polder. Every man." Polder blinked, and his jaw muscles ground. He was half turned to leave when he remembered to briefly assume a posture. Then he strode out of the tent. West watched the tent door, which swayed gently back and forth in the wind outside, then sighed, crumpled the letter in his hand, and threw it into the corner. It was just a blank piece of paper. Pike raised a pink, almost completely hairless eyebrow. "Very well done, Marshal, if I may say so. Not even in the penal colony have I seen a man lie so splendidly." "Thank you, Corporal. Now that I've started, the work is almost fun. My father always warned me against lying, but between us, Pike, the man was a jerk, a coward, and a failed existence. If he were here now, I'd spit in his face." West rose and went over to the largest scale map, stood before it, and placed his hands behind his back. Exactly as Marshal Burr would have done, he suddenly realized. He looked at the dirty fingerprint on the drawn mountains, where Crummacafail had indicated the location of his fortress. Then he traced the path to the Union troops' current position, far to the south, and frowned. It was unlikely that any Union cartographer had ever surveyed the area in question themselves. The unusual shapes of the mountains and rivers actually gave the impression that someone had made them up. "How long do you think it will take us to get there, Marshal?" Pike asked. "Impossible to say. Even if they could leave immediately, which was unlikely, it was hardly calculable. Even if Polder did as he was told, which was even more unlikely. Even if the map was only half right, and he knew it wasn't." Grimly he shook his head. "Impossible to say." The first day. The sky in the east was just catching fire. Long streaks of pink veil and long streaks of black clouds stretched across the pale blue sky, and beneath them lay the blurred gray ridges of the mountains, jagged and serrated like a butcher's knife. The sky in the west was still a mass of dark iron, cold and desolate. "A beautiful day for it," said Crummock. "Aye, but Logen wasn't sure if such a thing even existed." "Well, if Bethode doesn't come and we don't get killed, at least you've really polished my walls, eh?"
It was fascinating how quickly and well a man could repair a wall when it was a matter of the few stones that might save his life. It had only taken a few short days to raise the entire length of the rampart and secure it with mortar. Most of the ivy had been torn away. When inside the fortress, where the ground was raised, the wall still didn't seem too impressive. From the outside, however, it was 3 times taller than a large man up to the parapet. They had also built the battlements up to neck height and left plenty of loopholes from which to shoot or throw stones. Afterwards, they had dug a proper ditch in front of the wall and studded it with sharpened stakes. On the left side, they were still digging, where the wall met the rock face and was easiest to overcome. It was Dow's section, and Logen could hear his boys on over the scraping of shovels. "Dig, you lazy people! I won't let myself be killed because you're too lazy to work. Get to it, you jerks!" And so it went on, all day. It was also a way to motivate people, Logen thought. In front of the old gate, they had dug the ditch especially deep. This also quite emphatically illustrated the fact that there was no escape plan. But the gate was still the biggest weakness, and that was undeniable. Here Logen would stand when Betho'd come, right in the middle, on Espe's section of the wall. The young warrior now stood above the archway, not far from Logen and Crummock, his long hair fluttering in the wind, as he pointed out a few cracks that still needed to be filled. "The wall looks good," Logen called to him. Espe looked around, ground his jaw muscles, then spat over his shoulder. "Aye," he growled, and turned away. Crummock leaned over to Logen. "When battle comes, you'll have to watch your back concerning him, Bloody Nine." "I think so too." In the midst of battle, there were always good opportunities to settle scores with a man from one's own side. Afterwards, when the battle was over, no one paid too much attention to whether the dead had been dispatched from the front or the back. Everyone was too busy tending to their own wounds, digging graves, or running away. Logen cast a long glance at the stout mountaineer. "I'll have to keep an eye on a lot of people when battle comes. We're not such good friends that you might not be among them." "Same here," said Crummock, grinning across his bearded face. "We both have a reputation for not paying too much attention to who gets killed once the slaughter starts. But that's not wrong either. Too much trust makes a man careless." Too much trust? It had been a while since Logen had had anything in excess, except enemies. He pointed his thumb at the tower. "I'll go up there, see if they've seen anything yet." "I hope so," said Crummock, rubbing his thick hands. "I hope the jerk comes today." Logen jumped from the wall and strode through the fortress, if one could call it that, past carles and mountaineers who sat in groups, eating or talking or tending their weapons. A few who had stood watch during the night lay rolled in blankets, sleeping. He passed the sheepfold, where the sheep huddled together, their numbers already significantly diminished. He walked past the makeshift forge, which had been erected near the stone shed. A few soot-covered men operated a bellows, and another poured molten metal into small molds for arrowheads. They would need plenty of arrowheads if Bethode came knocking. Logen finally reached the narrow steps carved into the rock and climbed, taking 2 at a time, high above the fortress, to the top of the tower. Here, on this lookout, which hung high on the rock face, lay a large pile of stones for throwing, and 6 large barrels full of arrows. The best archers stood at the newly walled battlements, the men with the best eyes and ears, keeping watch for Bethode. Logen spotted the dogman among them, with Grim on one side and Tull on the other. "Chief." Logen still had to smile when he said that. A long time ago they had done it the other way around, but it worked much better that way, in his opinion. At least no one had to be afraid all the time, at least not of their own chief. "Seen anything yet?" The dogman grinned back and offered him a canteen. "Quite a lot, actually." Grim grumbled. The sun was now rising over the mountains, slicing bright lines into the clouds, eating into the shadows on the hard land, and dissolving the haze. On all sides, the mountain slopes rose boldly and fearlessly, the slopes speckled with yellow-green grass and fern, the brown peaks broken by streaks of bare rock. Below them, the barren valley was calm and still, interspersed with thorn bushes and clumps of stunted trees, traversed by the beds of dried-up streams, as empty as the day before, and the day before that, and indeed every day since their arrival. The sight reminded Logen of his youth, when he had often climbed alone to the high peaks.
Sometimes he had been on the road for days, messing himself against the mountains, bevor einen Namen trug, den jedermann kannte, bevor geheiratet und Kinder gehabt hatte und bevor seine Frau und seine Kinder wieder zu Schlamm geworden waren. Die frohen Täler der Vergangenheit. In einem langen, kalten Atemzug zog er die Höhenluft ein und stieß sie wieder aus. Man hat hier wirklich eine schöne Aussicht, aber eigentlich wollte ich wissen, ob wir schon irgendwas von unserem alten Freund entdeckt haben. Du meinst Beathord, den sehr königlichen König der Nordmänner? Nein, von ihm haben wir noch nichts zu sehen bekommen, kein einziges Haar. Tull schüttelte den großen Kopf. Man sollte doch meinen, dass man allmählich mal ein Zeichen von ihm bemerken würde, wenn er im Anmarsch wäre. Logen ließ einen Schluck Wasser durch seinen Mund strömen, spuckte ihn über die Turmbrüstung aus und sah zu, wie er auf die Felsen unter ihnen klatschte. Vielleicht fällt er nicht drauf rein. Er fand, dass es durchaus etwas für sich hätte, wenn Beathord nicht käme. Rache ist mit etwas Abstand eine hübsche Vorstellung, aber wenn sie tatsächlich heranrückt, ist sie dann doch nicht mehr so angenehm. Vor allem dann nicht, wenn man einer 10-fachen Übermacht entgegensieht und keine Fluchtmöglichkeit hat. »Vielleicht nicht, nein«, sagte der Hundsmann sehnsüchtig. »Wie steht's bei der Mauer?« »Sieht ganz gut aus, solange Sie nicht etwa ein paar Leitern mitbringen.« »Wie lange glaubst du, sollen wir warten, bevor wir…« »Ha«, knurrte Grimm, und sein langer Finger deutete ins Tal. Dort unten entdeckte Logen ein kurzes Aufblinken, eine Bewegung. Und dann blitzte wieder etwas. Er schluckte. Ein paar Männer vielleicht, die zwischen den Felsbrocken dahinhuschten wie Käfer über Kies. Er merkte, dass die Leute um ihn herum nervös wurden und hörte sie murmeln. »Gosh«, zischte er. Er warf dem Hundsmann einen Seitenblick zu, den sein Häuptling erwiderte. »Sieht so aus, als sei Crummocks Plan aufgegangen.« »Ja, so ist es wohl, jedenfalls insoweit, dass Beathord uns gefolgt ist.« »Ja, und jetzt kommt das knifflige Stück. Jenes Stück, bei dem sie höchstwahrscheinlich alle getötet werden würden. Aber Logen wusste, dass sie alle so dachten, auch ohne dass er die Worte aussprach. »Wollen wir nur hoffen, dass die Union ihren Teil der Abmachung hält«, sagte Hundsmann. »Hoffen wir das.« Logen versuchte zu lächeln, aber es sah nicht wirklich überzeugend aus. Mit dem Hoffen hatte er bisher nicht allzu viel Glück gehabt. Nach dieser Entdeckung hatte sich das Tal vor Hundsmanns Augen recht schnell gefüllt. Ruhig und ordentlich, so wie es immer Beathards Art gewesen war. Zwischen den 2 Felswänden wurden die Standarten aufgepflanzt, in einer Entfernung, die 3-mal der Reichweite eines durchschnittlichen Bogens entsprach. Und die Karls und die Hörigen hatten sich dicht darum geschart und sahen zu der Mauer hinüber. Die Sonne stand inzwischen hoch am blauen Himmel und nur ein paar kleine Wolkenfetzen sorgten gelegentlich für Schatten. Das ganze Gewicht des Stahls vor ihnen glitzerte und schimmerte wie das Meer unter dem Mond. All ihre Zeichen waren dort zu sehen, die jener Besten, die schon seit langer Zeit für Beathord kämpften. Schlohmähne, Goring, Schneebleich, Kleinknochen. Dann gab es noch andere, zackige, kantige Zeichen von der anderen Seite der Krilla. Wilde Männer, die einen dunklen und blutigen Pakt mit Beathord geschlossen hatten. Hundsmann konnte hören, wie sie triumphierend brüllten und einander etwas zuriefen, wilde Laute, wie Tiere im Wald sie ausstießen. Insgesamt war es eine beeindruckende Versammlung, und Hundsmann roch die Angst und den Zweifel, der dick wie Suppe über der Mauer hing. Die Männer befingerten ihre Waffen und kauten auf ihren Lippen. Er gab sein Bestes, um so hart und gelassen wie möglich auszusehen, so wie Dreibaum es getan hätte, so wie man es von einem Häuptling erwartete, ganz egal, wie sehr ihm die eigenen Knie zitterten. »Wie viele sind es, was meinst du?« fragte Logen. Hundsmann ließ den Blick über das Tal gleiten und überlegte. 8.000 vielleicht, oder auch 10? Es folgte eine Pause. »So ist auch meine Rechnung. Sehr viel mehr als wir jedenfalls«, sagte Hundsmann möglichst leise. »Ja, aber die Schlachten werden nicht immer von der Seite gewonnen, die zahlenmäßig überlegen ist.« »Natürlich nicht.« Hundsmann kaute auf seiner Lippe, während er all diese Männer betrachtete. »Bloß meistens.« Dort unten war eine Menge los, vor allem in der vordersten Reihe.
Schaufeln blitzten auf, ein Graben und ein Erdwall nahmen Gestalt an, die sich quer über das Tal zogen. »Die buddeln jetzt auch noch selbst ein bisschen«, knurrte Dau. »Er war eben immer schon gründlich, dieser Bethod«, sagte Huntsmann. »Der lässt sich Zeit und macht alles so, wie es sich gehört.« Logen nickte. »Und sorgt dafür, dass keiner von uns entkommen kann.« Huntsmann hörte Crummock hinter sich lachen. Entkommen war aber bei der ganzen Sache ohnehin nicht vorgesehen, oder? Jetzt schwang auch Bethods eigene Standarte im Wind, ziemlich weit hinten, aber weitaus höher als die anderen. Ein riesiges Ding, ein roter Kreis auf schwarzem Grund. Huntsmann sah finster zu, wie es in der Brise flatterte. Er erinnerte sich noch gut daran, wie er dieses Banner einige Monate zuvor gesehen hatte, damals in England, als Dreibaum noch am Leben gewesen war und Cathal auch. Er rieb seine Zunge gegen den Gaumen, um den bitteren Geschmack in seinem Mund zu vertreiben. »König der Gosch-Nordmänner«, brummte er. Nun lösten sich ein paar Männer aus der ersten Reihe, wo gegraben wurde, und bewegten sich auf die Mauer zu. Sie waren zu 5 in guten Rüstungen, und einer, der vorausging, breitete die Arme weit aus. »Seid zum Quatschen«, brummte Dau und spuckte in den Graben. Sie kamen nahe heran, die 5, bis direkt vor das geflickte Tor, und ihre Kettenhemden schimmerten stumpf in der leuchtenden Sonne. Der erste hatte langes weißes Haar und ein weißes Auge und war leicht wiederzuerkennen. Hansul Weißauge. Er sah älter aus als früher, aber war das nicht bei ihnen allen so? Er war es gewesen, der Dreibaum in Ufrid aufgefordert hatte, sich zu ergeben und zur Antwort bekommen hatte, dass er sich wirklich entfernen sollte. Bei Heonan war er mit Mess beworfen worden. Er hatte ihnen Zweikämpfe angeboten, dem schwarzen Dau, Tulduru und Hardingrim. Zweikämpfe gegen Bethods Campen. Zweikämpfe gegen den blutigen Neuner. Weißauge hatte viel für Bethod gesprochen und er hatte jede Menge Lügen erzählt. »Ist das Hansul-Gosch-Auge da unten?« höhnte der schwarze Dau ihm entgegen. »Dienst du Bethod immer noch so ergeben?« Der alte Krieger grinste zu ihnen empor. Irgendwie muss ein Mann seine Familie ja ernähren, und die Umstände zwingen einen manchmal zu unliebsamen Dingen, wenn ihr mich fragt. Jetzt tut mal nicht so, als ob ihr nicht auch schon oft genug Kompromisse eingegangen wärt. Da hatte er durchaus recht, das musste der Huntsmann zugeben. Früher hatten sie schließlich alle schon mal für Bethod gekämpft. »Was hast du zu sagen, Hansul?« rief er. »Will Bethod sich uns etwa ergeben?« Das könnte man wohl erwarten, nicht wahr, wo er doch so sehr in der Unterzahl ist. Aber deswegen bin ich nicht hier. Er ist bereit zum Kampf, so wie immer. Aber ich gehöre zu denen, die lieber reden statt kämpfen, und ich habe ihn dazu gebracht, dass er euch noch eine Gelegenheit gibt. Ich habe 2 Söhne dort hinten bei den anderen, und man mag mich selbstsüchtig nennen, aber ich würde mich freuen, wenn sie nicht in Gefahr gerieten. Ich hoffe, wir können diese Angelegenheit mit einer Verhandlung aus der Welt schaffen.